was advertising all over the place.
Yes.
During the Euro Cup.
And there's a BYD headline.
Yeah.
Uncle Warren was selling, Brendo. He sold quite a bit, about 30 million shares or so.
Yes, but their marketing budget being put to work here during the Euro Cup. But yeah, lots going on in the city this weekend as well. Beautiful weather to come this week in the Toronto area. It's going to be, I mean, with the humidity, 45, they were saying, 40, 45 Celsius, that is, for anyone south of the border. But good morning, guys. Happy Monday.
I mean, yeah, like it's not necessarily beautiful when it gets that hot. I think there are literally heat warnings for the next 3 days.
But 33 feels like maybe 40.
Yeah, but this weekend was gorgeous weather. I know you guys did really well in baseball, coming out, knocking it out of the park. Shout out to you guys. It was crazy because I forgot you were off, so I didn't get a chance to wish you Happy Father's Day live, which obviously was yesterday. Hope everybody had a fantastic Father's Day and enjoyed themselves a good weekend. This week, it's going to be chips.
Yeah, I came in and looked at the watch list. It's like every single name on here is a chip
Nvidia, TSM,
it's like,
or
Tesla.
Micron. We'll tell you, Tesla's on there as well. So we talk about these things all the time. You know, to stick to what you're good at. Find that core competency, and if it's trading the chips, then you're in luck. Great podcast this weekend. Shout out to Brennan and Sean there, as it was up in the bottom, and then you took it away there quickly, Remain. No, but it was a fantastic podcast.
Where's Fabian at? Is he off today? Is Fabian off today?
I don't know where he is. No, you guys had the podcast thing in the bottom, and just as I started to mention it, it gets pulled away. There we go. Freedom and Wealth, episode 3 dropped on Saturday, and it's a really fun one because I think, you know, there's a couple of cool stories in there about like taking chances, and I know the story. The funny part was when you told the story about when you started to trade and were networking by
exactly.
Ingratiating yourself to the successful traders on the floor.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you guys were playing NHL 94.
Yeah.
With the current traders, well, the traders when you started out, and you liked it because of that one wraparound move in 94.
Exactly.
Which I hated.
Yeah.
Because my roommate university mastered it
You'd
before I did.
have to like ban it or something.
No, it's because like if one guy knew the move and the other person didn't know the move, the game was unplayable, essentially.
Yeah.
Because he could score every single time.
But I mean, if you see a guy do it 2 or 3 times, I'm sure you would figure it out.
I love that.
Yeah, no, that was a great game. They don't make those games like that anymore. Now they're too complicated. You have to like. There's checking, deking, sliding, like fake shots. Back then, man, B was slap shot, A was wrist shot, and like checking. I don't know.
Keep it simple, man.
Yeah, it was nice. A good look there. I was glad that England got the win there yesterday. That should be good. Of course, defending Euro champs, Italy. Well, you know, we'll be there. England is favored to win, by the way. So hopefully they can do that.
England's legit this year.
Yeah. So they're only plus 350, so it's like 3.5 to 1. So. I didn't realize they're that dominant this year, so we'll see what happens. But
if they do meet each other, we can do something else again.
Well, Italy's schedule, their bracket is Croatia, Spain, and Albania, which we just wound up beating. So all good. Albania won. It was only 2-1. So all right, you guys were only 1-0 yesterday, but you know what? It's the way it works for soccer. Yeah. So okay, we're excited to be back. It's a Monday. It's 8:35.
All right, let's touch on a few things moving around here. Here's Tesla trying to test that low from Friday, coming into play right now, early on this morning, 177, 175. I mean, there's a couple of minor things to note here on Tesla. A few analysts with some opinions coming off what happened last week with the shareholder meeting. Elon gets his pay package, but this was kind of interesting. I mean, they came out and actually said, remember, that the Model 2 is not going to be a thing. But now there's all this talk of a quote-unquote cheaper 20,000 USD model that could come around.
Well, I love how Elon responded to this when Reuters originally dropped the story that they were canceling the Model 2, and then he comes out later, a week later, and says, well, we're increasing the speed of Model 2 production. You know, obviously, this doesn't really hold much weight here, but the Model 3 got dropped by $250 in the U.S. The other headline is TDK, a company called TDK, made a breakthrough in solid-state batteries. It's supposed to be specifically for wearables, so for smaller devices, but you imagine with the kind of technology there is, it could possibly scale this they can make it for EVs as well. We'll have to wait and see.
I feel like that's the natural next step here. It's just a matter of who's going to get it done. Toyota has also done a lot of work. Randy's been on here talking about that. Toyota's done a lot of work on the solid-state battery side of things as well. But here we are back to, what is that, Thursday, I guess, or Wednesday of last week, guys. That really, really strong update before the gap higher coming into play right now around 175.
Yeah, it's unfortunately for Tesla, everything was looking almost fantastic in the middle of the week last week. You know, you held the 50. It's like, okay, you're off the bottoms again. This is the time that we're going to get to that 200 level. It was the exact opposite. Like it gapped up, and then for Thursday and Friday were sell days. Friday was probably the weaker name of the group. There are a few weak names out there, but Friday was certainly them leading the charge. And you're right back underneath the 180 level. The 182 went from 1 day's worth of support to back into resistance. So if the trend is back into the downside, you've got 82, you've got 80, which were very clean. In the afternoon, 80 was kind of like a bit of a wall all day long on Tesla. So I'd suspect more of the same. And as we speak, it's trying to break through to the downside at 77. So still, that's great news. Solid state batteries for smaller devices, you got to start somewhere. And eventually, I think they crack that. But for now, Tesla still feels like it's in a little bit of those doldrums, unfortunately. And what's interesting is we talked about how long Tesla has been just chilling out in this range on the 50 period, where it's been like a month. I feel like AMD's starting to do the same thing. And I would not want to compare, Tesla and AMD aren't the same. But the way that this is, it's just riding the 50 period, but it's just stopped moving. Last week, AMD did nothing. You've got every single chip, almost every single chip name, Intel popped into my head, it's not moving. Almost every single chip name pressing to fresh highs, 52-week highs, all-time highs. ARM made an all-time high last week. Micron's making an all-time high as we speak, I want to say. And Nvidia, every single day, it makes a new fresh one. Meanwhile, AMD is just riding that 50, just like Tesla was, and eventually it'll break out. But the pattern when Tesla was doing it was to just go long off the bottom and short off the top. I like the short better because it's with trend. So if these two things are alike for that reason, if you're sitting in a channel and you think it's weak, short the top end of the channel. Try to keep it simple.
For me, for Tesla, yeah, I like the 180. I think it's it's broken underneath it here. Obviously, I wasn't here on Friday, but look how good this was. I feel like there should have been probably, hopefully a lot of good trades and money made here on Tesla if you were looking at it because, you hit 180 all morning and then all afternoon. So I'm just going to be there to do it again. So there it goes. It's starting to head downside, obviously, when the market's weak. This name is down 0.66. So well different than what's happening here. But look at this trend right now in the NASDAQ. So I think we got to pick on weaker names. And for right now, it does look like this 180, if we're able to hold and somehow get back up there, then we would like that fade. But this is the thing. When the market's going like this and I'm thinking negatively on a stock, you almost have to get short, not right away, but if it starts to dance around this 178, 178.50 area, that's probably something to look at rather than waiting for 180. Because if the market doesn't rebound, you're not going to get 180, and then you're not going to be in the trade. So I'm going to be pushing Tesla down into this area, probably 178, 178.50. So let's just see what happens in the next hour or so with those levels. So that's what I'm going to be looking at. For right now, it's 180. But obviously, as we wrote the sticky note down and we started looking at this thing, the NASDAQ has now fallen about 30 or 40 points in the last 10 minutes. So creating Tesla to move down about $1. So we'll wait to see what happens. But now I'm going to be using this 178, 179 area to get short. Keep it simple, stupid.
A few earnings to come through this week on the retail side of things. There is a little bit of strength in the retail side of things this morning as well. This is Best Buy on an upgrade today. We're gapping up to 90.75. This thing's been on a tear since it reported going back to May. Huge move to the upside off the earnings report. Nice consolidation. This is a Michael Noss special. And then now continuation gapping up. If you zoom out a little bit, trying to get through some long-term levels here for Best Buy.
Yeah, I've got my eye on that 92.5, 90-ish area, Brendo, for breaks there. That's going to be a good look. Yeah, so UBS analyst Michael Lazar upgrading Best Buy today from neutral to buy, raising the price target to 106 from 85. Still haven't had eyes on his reasoning. That should come through soon. Hopefully we'll get that to you guys. But it's been tough for some of these retailers as the consumer does get a little bit squeezed here. Best Buy really performing a little bit better. Keep your eye on the upgrade cycle for some of these PCs. A lot of new AI PCs being released that could help buoy Best Buy sales.
Yeah. As far as who else is reporting this week, in the retail space specifically, Kroger coming up. That's Thursday pre-market. Lazy Boy is actually after the close tonight. CarMax, KMX set to report this week as well. I mean, there's some home builders, KBH, Lennar, all this week as well.
Yeah, we also have Juneteenth. This is Wednesday. I was like, oh my God! In the middle of the week, we just get a day off. So that's really nice. But yeah, some good Lennar too. Like so some of the home builders coming through should be pretty exciting. I mean, with rates where they are, we can check out Lennar real quickly. I think this is going to be tonight. He reached over my show. I thought it was like Randy was here. I don't think Randy's here today for some reason. Some of these home builders kind of just stuck right now. So Lennar is going to come out, KB Homes. And again, with the rates where they are, I'm not expecting there to be too many outrageous moves coming through right here. And you can see it's been really doing nothing all year. So the home builders have been a really sort of a dead spot for this year. And I don't know, with refinancing and everything being where it is, I'm not really expecting too much to come from here. So you also have the XHB, the home builders ETF. So I just want to, if you guys there's KB Homes, Lennar all coming through. So just to be able to sit in one of these maybe, but I'm not super excited about that. Maybe CarMax because used cars have kept up there a little bit in price and valuation. So there could be something with CarMax, with KMX. But other than that, yeah, we'll just wait to see where these earnings go from. And yeah, we're excited. Today we'll be doing the recap show, and I think we'll have, who comes on Mondays? Is it Michael Noss again? It is Michael Noss, yeah. So I just see him there in the green room. He's going to be ready to go, and I know we're going to talk, we'll definitely talk about crypto with him tonight as well. Yeah. And I know there's a few other things he wants to talk about here. So yeah, CarMax looking pretty good on this move right now, consolidating near the bottom. So this is another level here for KMX, 68, 69 bucks. So just like the way that looks, a possible move back to the upside if they start to talk a little bit about those used car prices. We saw that was still pretty sticky on inflation.
I know Brennan was pointing out that lovely looking Best Buy chart, which I know Michael Noss is excited about. But there's another name, I'm talking a retail name, that we were mentioning last week, that it's the other way. Sometimes you want it to be one way, but it's the other way. And I don't want to forget Target. Trades are trades. Target is not looking very good. It's red right now. It lost the 50 period a while ago, and it's potentially losing the 200 period this week or today. This $140 level, you can see like on earnings, you have a 140 bottom. Essentially, your 141 is a 200 period moving average. If Target loses 140 bucks, I think it can be a bit of a trend down. We like it when stocks go up, but when stocks trend down, it's like it's a short till it's not. Target's chart pretty much exemplifies that sentiment. So it might break 140 sometime this week. Best Buy, very, very different and looking quite good. Target bad, Walmart good. Best Buy looking fantastic, though. A great call by Michael Noss. Sometimes you look at these breakouts and just, you observe it. Today it's making the break. Looks like it's it's not a blue sky setup. It's all systems go, let's call it that, breaking out this 89, but it's not necessarily a blue sky setup because it's got a little bit of chop that it's trying to take out. But when you have a turn, let the stock make your nice little bottom and then start to break out and just join that trend. Speaking of trends, the trend is to listen to Michael on Monday. So let's see what Michael Noss has to say.
Yeah, a bit of a lesson to come your way today on market cap, Mr. Noss. Happy Monday. How was your weekend?
Happy Monday. Very happy Monday with Best Buy. I didn't know that until I tuned into the show. So I'm glad to see a nice little gap up there.
Yeah, great looking daily chart. Anyways, trying to get through those long-term levels. As I was mentioning, we're going to have a little bit of a look at different areas of the market, and I like the concept here. And I think a lot of people, spend so much time focused on either one end or the other in mega cap tech or teeny tiny little small caps or micro cap type stocks, because that's typically where the volatility is. But tell us a little bit about what's in between.
Yeah, so one of the exercises I do every weekend, every self-respecting chart nerd goes through a couple hundred weekly charts on the weekend. One thing that I like to do is I like to go just what I call down the cap scale and try to figure out if there's some areas of strength or weakness. So I have this little graphic. For those who don't know, when I say market cap, it just means the total value of the company. You take all of the shares that are outstanding and you multiply them by the price, and that's your market cap. So, for example, Nvidia is worth $3 trillion. GameStop's worth 5 billion, right? All of these companies, even though people look at the price, they have different caps or market cap. So, just some definitions when I talk about it. So, mega caps are stocks that are $200 billion or more. Those, every mega cap, if I say its name, you guys will probably recognize. Then we have large cap, which is anything over 10 billion. We have mid cap, which is 2 billion to 10 billion. And then we have small cap, which is 300 million to 2 billion. Then we have micro cap, which is anything under that. So just so you know, this is just one way of basketing stocks. Sometimes we basket stocks by what sector they're in. Sometimes we basket stocks on whether, they're retail or technology or whatever in this case, for this exercise, what I do is I basket them by how big of the company it is, and is the market favoring one thing or another. There's a pretty clear trend. I'm going to go through some charts and show you guys. And the first chart here is the mega cap. So the big guys, these are again $200 million plus. Super strong weekly chart. Amazing candle last week, broke out, hit new highs, and closed right at all-time highs. Couldn't get stronger. And then we go to the next chart, and this is the SPY, the SP 500, the one we all know. And this is your large cap company. So it has some mega caps in it and has some companies that are a little bit further down the list. Again, a great looking, very strong chart. If you just stopped here and you just focused here, you would say the market is very strong right now. And then if you held a bunch of individual securities that weren't going up, you may be confused to why. So the next chart I have here, this is the mid cap. So I like to focus on the mid caps a lot because a lot of people don't. Like Brendo was saying, you have your big caps, and those are the ones that take up all the news time. It's what most people are talking about. Then you have the smaller, the micro caps, and those are the crazy ones like the biotechs. But the mid caps, again, you're $2 to $10 billion. So you're not a tiny company. Again, you've put GameStop in here. You're not a super tiny company, but you have room to grow. So I always like to look in the mid cap area just to say these are kind of the up and comers, right? They're not junky companies and they're not super mega profitable companies, but they're the ones that could become something interesting in a few years. And this chart doesn't look nearly as well, and you can see just what a dramatic stark difference from our big caps to here our mid caps. It looks like this could potentially break down, and that would be a failed breakout on the mid caps. If we go down the cap scale again to the next chart, this is your small caps. So this is that $300 million to $2 billion range. And I marked those prior highs that the mid caps look like they may fail from, that the large caps are well above, and our small caps, they never got anywhere close. And last week's candle was down and pretty weak. This is what really sparked it off for me, is that big caps, massive green weekly candle. These other guys couldn't even get green on the week. And last but not least is our micro caps. So this is IWC, which is an ETF on the micro caps, and it looks even worse. So the idea here and the theme is that this is a very concentrated rally in the market. And I'm sure you've heard that from a bunch of different ways, but this is another way to express that, where it is the really big guys, your Microsofts, your Nvidias, your Apples, they're leading this rally and everything else isn't getting going. So for me as a technician, that's an area of pause. It's not necessarily a bad thing. So we have two directions that we have to keep an eye on in the market going forward. One is that people start taking profits in the large caps and they start applying those to the smaller caps. That'd be good. That would lift these small cap indices up, and then we kind of have a more broad market rally that's a little bit healthier. The other thing is, if this just keeps going and the small caps can't get going and the large caps are the only thing going, then we're going to have a problem where there's too many people are in one side of the boat, and the boat could potentially tip over. Where if too many people are focused entirely on the large caps, and that's where all the investment is going, and the rest of the market sinks, then if anything at all happens to the AI play, the market could be in for some trouble. So The only takeaway is keep an eye on the IWM, keep an eye on the MDY or the mid caps. And if they can't get going, then again, I'm starting to get a little bit nervous about this rally in the market.
The optimist in most traders would always want and look for exactly what you were saying there, that rotation out of some of the names that have done so well, some of the areas of the market that have done so well, and then start to see some of the smaller names moving. If you do start to see a little bit of volume picking up, a little bit of attention, I guess, being put towards the mid caps, the small caps, where do you go then? Do you drill down to that next level to find individual names that are setting up?
Yeah, you could do either. So you could just buy the ETFs if you think that's going to happen. I think that's fine. For me, and what we do at Trade Ideas is we focus a lot on these smaller type companies that are moving pretty quickly. So what I'm going to be spending the day doing is looking in these two scenarios, and we'll talk about this in the after hours show, where I'm going to look for some small caps and some mid caps that look good if the rotation comes, and then look for some things to short, because if it doesn't, then I might as well be ready to play the downside too.
Overall, the market still, as you said, holding up very nicely. Mr. Nas back with us after the close tonight. Make sure everyone sticks around for that. We'll see you then.
Talk to you then.
There, Michael, and I feel as if this is something at least a couple of times we've talked about, not just with Michael in the mornings, but I know there's some other guests that talked about this, the breadth of the market or lack thereof of the market move. And we've done so in the aftermarket show. And look, it's whether you want to trade that relative weakness in the IWM, it's actually not crazy when you look at its kind of trend into the downside. Like there's something for everybody. Like if you're a swing trader, yeah, you wait for something to happen, maybe go into the individual names. But when you see something like this, as a day trader, it's not that difficult to try to look for some kind of a trend down. There were some decent pop-ups, and then pretty much every single day, if you were just looking to fade it, if you think that something is relatively weak, okay, there's a big breakout day that immediately gives back. Technically speaking, the next day, the previous close resistance, and then it pops back down. And then on Friday, you had a similar situation, like you had to try to get going off the open, it fails the high, and then just a little bit of a trend down. Not too dissimilar, but not as crazy as, say, the Tesla chart. So, I think at the end of the day, when we're day traders, we're typically just looking for that pattern one way or the other. So if you see something with relative weakness, you can, wait until you get that correction or catch up in the swing basis and look for things that will catch up with it. Or as a day trader, just try to join that trend as well. It's always going to be a pretty viable option for you. And as we say, try to join the trend. Every time I look up, well, the move up in Nvidia, there we go. And it's not split adjusted, that chart. The move up in Nvidia almost got to 134. We're right back into Friday's highs, that 133 level. So a bit of a red candle. The future's also moving a little bit down back into break even. Just for everyone out there, today would be the day that the September contract is going to do more volume than the previous. So, you want to change to the U contract for the ES and for the NASDAQ, just to make sure that you're tracking the one that's doing the most prices. And let's get on over to the green screen where Adair is ready with some upgrades and downgrades.
Not one, but two mega caps kicking off the upgrade side of things today. We have Microsoft getting this $550 price target from Wedbush amidst some AI demand. We also have Nvidia getting this upgrade from Susquehanna to 160. So nice look here for NVDA and MSFT. We also have Susquehanna upgrading TSMC here. So Taiwan Semiconductor's nice look here, up about 3% with a $200 price target. Best Buy getting an upgrade as well from UBS. On the downgrade side, Loop Capital downgrading both Union Pacific and MSC. We also have Goldman Sachs downgrading both LP Building Solutions and Owens Corning. So some interesting names, especially in the upgrade side of things this morning, guys.
I have a question for you. This I wasn't here. This 130 break right here on Nvidia. Why did no one make any real money on this? Was there something going on where the future's not moving properly, or what? Because I thought this would have been an absolutely crushed level there.
I don't want to speak for I don't want to speak for anybody else.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I don't try to focus on what the other guys behind are.
No, but for you then, okay. So why was it
dip
this?
buy was had, the breakout was absolutely had. Nvidia was the best stock on the floor.
It was?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Nvidia absolutely was.
I might have looked at the wrong day because I didn't see that. But okay, good. All right, good. So that's good. So I was thinking that there was a issue there, but there wasn't. Okay, so good. So for the upgrades and downgrades, this is why I wanted to see, because I think Nvidia now can break that 135. So I wanted to see like if there was a problem there, because that was great. And I thought maybe because of this top here, something like maybe we took 50 cents on it or something like that, because this break up there to 133.
It also
and
did,
then this dip by, like you said,
it did break at the open though.
Right.
So
Okay. Yeah. Right there. Yeah.
If you see the first candle, it's hard to tell. We're the exact same chart up.
Yeah.
But it did break 130. Anyone was here. Like you had to take this play.
So I probably would have lost there.
So like, no, I had this trade. I had 130. Oh, here's the other thing. It filled exactly 130 again. So it broke up. I got 130s. Stopped out there, we did some dip buying, but if you took it the second time through when it broke the 130, that time it was like, I think I even got the 130 even again. So, sometimes you've got to take a breakout trade. You don't have to, but sometimes the break the second or the third time is going to be the better trade. And not every stock is going to be that way, but I feel like that first move maybe got people away from it on Nvidia. It still made that higher low. If you look at it on the higher time frame, like if you zoom it out, it's been making higher lows. Like every single dip has been pretty well respected, like all the big ones. You hold on to this level down in here. When it dips, it holds on to the previous high. When it dipped, it held on to this level. So even today, like I think you could be like 131 would be pretty reasonable, even if it dipped into 131. Pre-market lows at 132 are going to be pretty reasonable when it comes to Nvidia. And the trend is your friend. We look at this, and I look at that versus AMD. I know the one that I would short if it got to resistance. I mean, Nvidia doesn't have a resistance level because it's at all-time highs. AMD just can't seem to break out. So you want to play relative strength, relative weakness. I want to shout out, thank you, Donnie Zimbabwe. I saw the super chat here a second time here. SCNI having a great time for me. Your long 615. You guys have been checking it out. Just a word for you on SCNI. It's actually not in our database here today at Real Trading. I put a ticket in for it. It's an ADR, so I can pull up a chart on maybe TradingView or something else for you for SCNI, but it's not in our database to be able to trade, so we will not be trading it today. Good look holding on to your Nvidia 125 calls. Obviously, those doing pretty well, but we have a long week to go. I think at the end of the week, there's going to be some selling going into the rebalancing, just simply because these big names that have run so far, they're very heavily weighted in the indexes now, and you probably need to have some down weighting, but that's more of an end of the week thing.
Yeah, I just for you, Donnie, there, I think that, because you're asking about Nvidia here, whoa, yeah, that's right, we got to zoom back out of this chart. I mean, if you were getting nervous about 125 calls, I mean, this has been this is just a 20-minute chart. But this 50 period, and I know this is coming down here because of the split, but since then it's been fine. There's been 50 candles here. So I would say this 131 area, if it starts to look like it's going to break that, and I know options are different because I don't know what the stop orders look like there, if they're even existing at all on your platform, but 131, if it looks like it's going to break that, then I would say you would take your $6 of premium there because you're 125 long, and Neil's right about the rebalancing and everything. Like if you hold on to these till the end of Friday and it's a big rebalance to the downside, you could get like a $5 or $6 move, even just off the open on Friday. It could be both ways. I don't know which way it's going to go, but I'm just, if you want to flip a coin, that's one thing. If you want to, trade it more responsibly, I think 130 to 131 would be sort of where I would think about getting out. And like what Neil said there on Friday, where we broke out from, there was, broke out early, came in, and then broke, and then came back in. And, wow, what another opportunity that was right there at 129.50. Came back in there again. So, yeah, there's definitely some support down here. But the NASDAQ, as long as the NASDAQ is green, like Nvidia is going to be up. So I'm not too worried about it. But thank you, Mr. Zimbabwe. We'll be looking at a lot of trades. It's only 9 o'clock. So we still got a lot of time to go here before this market opens up. So let's go back to the desk.
All right, let's get into everything we need to know on a Monday here. We'll kick things off as we always do with a look at the overall market.
54.38, the same exact level that we closed on the day prior on the ES. This is the June contract, the last day. We'll be charting the June contract tomorrow. We'll start with the September contract, which is now doing more volume. 54.50 as resistance. It's been resistance since the 12th, as support 5400, and we've been locked in that range for a few days now.
If you are looking for an absolutely free resource, we have one for you. Go to the website, tradertv.live. Wait for that pop-up to appear. You enter your name and your email, and that's it. Absolutely free. Comes right to your inbox every single morning from us to you. Here is GameStop. This is a 15-minute chart. If I zoom in a little bit, not really doing a heck of a lot. We're still stuck within the range of Friday. Gets down to 27.5. Top end was 30.50. Still sitting around this 29 area this morning. Take two, I guess, on
Just gonna say
the shareholder meeting today.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Brendo. Yeah, so hopefully we'll have something for you on the midday today. Adair and I were going through great lengths to try to find the stream for the meeting. So no real focus as to what they're going to talk about. It's not known whether Roaring Kitty will participate or not. We'll have to see exactly what topics they discuss and exactly how the stock trades after that. But we're going to give it another try today.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Again, 12:30 is the expected start time here, guys.
Well, I don't know if he'll participate. I'm sure he'll tweet something at some point. So we'll see. It'll happen. At the end of the day, I actually generally prefer trading it when there isn't something like that going on. To be real, like even when during Roaring Kitty's live stream. Like really, outside of when he would say sort of things that would kind of obviously move it in one direction or the other, like you just prefer to be able to trade price action, which thankfully the last couple of days, GameStop has traded very nicely like a normal stock. It's not been halting all over the place. You've been able to just sort of look at key levels. Like in the afternoons, it's been pretty good trending after making early bottoms. So just going to show you like a Thursday and Friday. Like Thursday, double bottom in the morning and then just sort of trend up the rest of the day where you can find yourself into some trades, like little breaks, little dip buys. It did something similar but a smaller move on Friday where it dipped back into VWAP, then retook the 29 into the 30 level. 30's been some resistance, unfortunately. Yeah, so I just want to look for that same pattern. Ideally, it does exactly what it did the last 2 days, which is sell off at the open, make a bottom, whether it's a double bottom, rounded bottom, look for the long after that. Instead of sitting there in front of the falling knife, I'd rather just catch one of these higher lows or maybe catch a bounce back above VWAP and then make that trade. That's worked 2 days in a row. And shorting in the 31 range probably has paid off as well. So I'm not that interested in hey, let's wait till 12:30 and just start hitting GameStop all over the place. No, I'd rather just follow this pattern the last couple of days where it's dipped into the open, at the open and after the open. Look for it to make some kind of a decent bottom in here. Don't predict it, and then catch one of these higher lows or a VWAP retrace. And I won't be trading any AMC either. That's really been asleep.
AMC, yeah, that one. So you guys still got to pay for shorts here, but they're pretty cheap on GME. So look, I wrote it down on the sticky note because if there is going to be something, it's worth looking at. And I just want to write things down that I feel like may be important at some time. I don't think this conference, this is just a conference call. I don't expect anything. We're not expecting GameStop to be saying anything, or they're just going to review their release that's already out. I don't know why it's taking this long. We had that technical difficulty. Of course, Roaring Kitty should have absolutely nothing to do with this. So I thought it would be kind of cool if he did his own live stream as this was happening, and then he could comment on things that he heard. But other than that, I don't think there'll be any sort of a thing, unless what Neil was mentioning there. You could get a tweet that comes out or something like that during the call if and when there's something said. So I think you just ear to the ground, and then the reason why I just keep on looking at this level and why I wrote down $27 is because this is $27. It's I want to play support and resistance. This is just a 1 minute chart. If you sort of zoom back to Thursday, 27 was kind of the top, and Friday 27 was the bottom. So if you're just going to draw a line here, it's not rocket science what we're going to do here. Comes back into here, we go long, stays underneath it, then you can play the short off of that level. There's really nothing else. If it breaks higher, then you're going to just play the momentum, and you're close enough to 30 that I think you want that. Right there's the top on Friday, so that's tough to short. Unless you really like the short and you use 30, then you got $2. But at the end of the day, I still think we can break that 30, especially when that conference call kicks in. So I just say play the momentum, right? If it hovers around 27, try it. If it breaks 30, try it. Other than that, you're kind of just waiting. So could be a play, down 0.5%. Oh, let me just check before I go back over there just to see if there is any imbalance on it. Teledoc. These imbalances are really light, man. Like summertime is here. Summertime is here. These are real light. We'll wait to see what, I don't even see GameStop on here unless I'm not looking properly. There's AMC. No, I don't see GameStop. So AMC is, as Neil mentioned, not doing anything. So what's Square doing? Square is a name that's always up back and forth. Square with a small sell imbalance. $60. Oh man, okay. And then Taiwan Semi, which I'm sure
It's on the watch
we
list.
won't get to, but it's this is another one here breaking through all-time highs right now of 176. So watch out for Taiwan Semi continuing to go higher here.
Square is bad.
Was that this morning? Oh, okay. Neil Kashkari on CNBC going into the new week here. As we said, there's a couple Fed speakers coming up later this afternoon, more later in the week as well to keep in mind. Here's Nvidia right now, 1.18%, trying to get back to pre-market highs here. I was just noting the NASDAQ basically flat. It is exactly flat, back to where we ended the session back on Friday. So this is a more semi thing than it is a tech thing at this point this morning.
It is, Brendo. Yeah, another day, another upgrade for the monster Nvidia, this time coming to us vis-a-vis Susquehanna. Analyst Christopher Rowland raising the price target on Nvidia to $160, basically basing it on above average earnings multiple and the belief in Nvidia's potential. It makes him the most bullish analyst on Wall Street, with the average price target amongst the analysts at $123. He sits the highest at 160, Brendo.
Yeah, if you zoom out onto a weekly chart, it just it's insane, absolutely insane what this thing has done. 133.50 here, guys, after we ended the week back at 131 on Friday.
Well, you said the weekly chart, so we might as well have a gander at what that weekly chart looks like, just so we can have some fun. I mean, everybody knows how great Nvidia has been, and when you zoom it in, there was your chance. I mean, there's plenty of opportunities. See, the fun thing when something is this strong is not like there's bad opportunities to get in when it's doing this. Ultimately, they're all good, just as long as you're in the stock. That said, in a day trade on Friday, and I want to say feel like on Thursday as well. Thursday, a more extreme example of it than Friday. Like Friday, it dipped, and then it did do a breakout eventually before another dip buy. On Thursday, it was really just only a dip buy opportunity for you, and it was a pretty good one on Thursday into the 127, still putting in higher lows. I want to go dip and rip. That's what's in the note. That was the intention on Friday, and that was the start, and then it turned into this, okay, well, it's going to break 130 multiple times, and we're just going to take that breakout. We'll take breakouts as they set up. Like maybe we dip into this 132 where you closed. 131 it was really great at VWAP at 1 o'clock off the 131, so I still like that area as well. So going to look for dip and rip at a couple of places on Nvidia, just because we don't really, I mean, as Sean mentioned, like TSM, it's not actually on the list. It's on the watch list. It's not on the rundown list there for us. But it's making some fresh highs here, and the ADR obviously making some fresh highs. Trades at a bit of a premium. That's mentioned in our note as well. And almost all of these are going to look very similar. Micron's chart's going to look like TSM. I kind of prefer that, and we'll get to Micron in a second. But the 175 on TSM, last week's tops, 75, 76, look pretty good. The trend is your friend. There are weak chip names out there, like an AMD, that you can short on pops. These other ones, I wouldn't try that, though, just because the trend is so clean.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, I already put it down here. I think it's pretty obvious. We're just going to wind up punching 135 longs, I'm pretty sure, on Nvidia here today. But yeah, I would love some dip buy opportunities as well. So I just put a bid at 132. I think that's a no-brainer level. If you get into 132, you take it, you watch out for it, you see what happens. I mean, you could get into 130, 150 if that does happen, and then you just take more shares. And at some point, you're going to want to punch out. So you're going to say, well, when am I going to want to punch out? When do you think you're wrong? Well, I think you may be wrong right here at 130.50. If you want to, if you're down to 130.50, then you might say, why not just wait for 130? But I mean, I don't know if this is going to be a bouncing spot or not right here. I feel like if it does get this low today, you're down whatever percent or something at that point. You have to give it all back. And then that's where you feel like the close was 132. So then for you to get down into 130-ish, you're going to be red a percent or so, which is, I just don't really see that today. I don't see selling happening in Nvidia. I feel like people will take money out of these other names. I'm not worried about it. Like, I'd rather sell Micron as Micron continues, and we're going to get to Micron, I assume, too. As Micron continues to go higher, I'd rather buy Nvidia and sell Micron. If I was in Micron, I would do that trade, right? And so you're just going to be able to see a little bit of a difference here in some of the chip names and how I'm going to play them. But for me, I haven't even looked at AMD. I just want to focus on Nvidia. This is only a $130 name. It's quite obvious where the trend is right now, and I just say stay long this name. I mean, it's gorgeous. I love that 131 that I talked about with Mr. Zimbabwe there. So first dip buy here, first break level is 135. I say 135 comes first, but as Neil mentioned, which is why we talked about it from Friday, is there was that sort of opportunity where, and I don't know what Friday was in the market, if it opened up green or red, but we're opening up flat anyways today, so it doesn't really matter. But like, if you love Nvidia Friday, and you're going to love it today, well, it still goes down almost $2 right off the open. So to think that that doesn't have the pedigree to do that again would be foolish. So 132, 131, 130, we'll wait for that. And then if 135 happens to happen first, then I guess we got to take that breakout long. But one of my worst trades on Nvidia recently was taking some kind of a breakout. So we're going to have to wait. And I think it was a couple days ago, I think the first time it broke 130. But anyways, we'll wait to see what happens here with Nvidia today, up at 135.
No way. That would be amazing.
I was reading, I think, on the weekend that said Optimus will now babysit your kids, apparently from Elon. I don't know how that's going to go over. Microsoft, another positive, or a couple actually, analyst notes this morning to the positive side. There was this as well. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates backing Satya Nadella, Brad Smith among ongoing federal investigation over security concerns. But there was a price target increase this morning, and a couple of analysts echoing that sentiment back to 442 here.
Yeah, one of those analysts, Brendo, the much loved, anyway, lately, Daniel Ives of Wedbush Securities, upgrading this one from 500 to 550, maintaining that outperform rating. Here are the reasons: positive customer feedback on Microsoft's AI offerings. We saw the Copilot specifically for Microsoft. They're also increasing monetization for Copilot and the growth in enterprise adoption for AI solutions. All reasons he's upgrading this one, Brendo.
Unsurprisingly, with the overall market kind of flat, guys, so is Microsoft to start things off here.
But it's another stock that wants an all-time high. I feel like we should have a counter on how many times all-time high gets said on a day. I say it all the time in the mornings. Maybe if there was no such thing as Nvidia, there's a world in which I'd probably just be looking for a 444 break on Microsoft here today. But the problem is Nvidia does exist, and the chips, all these like ARM, Nvidia, Micron, like they all have been such fantastic opportunities, especially at the open if you get that early move. I just can't bring myself on light volume. It's a triple top up here at 444. That's more of a, if it breaks that high and does the nice little walk, then I think you want to join it. And if you look at, I want to zoom in on like this particular day. Here we go, if we can. If you look at like when it broke 428, so you had this like high going in last week, and then it eventually broke it out. Well, look what happened in the trend. Like, it wasn't initially when it broke the high. It was kind of choppy in there. It's when it dipped after that, reclaimed that top, and then started to go. I feel that's the approach that I would want to have to Microsoft. Let it take out 444, see what happens. If there's a good dip buy opportunity after that, join the trend in the afternoon. Even on Friday, like I didn't trade this on Friday, but looking back at it now, it's like, okay, higher, low, higher, low. There were a plethora of dip opportunities to get once it started going. I think that would be the approach. I think the chip names are just a little bit more in play, a little bit better volume. So if you're going to be in and out, I'd rather be doing it in those. But Softy, if it holds above 444, then I wouldn't want to be shorting it unless something crazy happens and it's back underneath. But yeah, big all-time high. I won't take the breakout, but if it trends above 444, I think you look for dip buys later in the session.
Yeah, it's high as 443.40. We'll see. I don't know. I'm trying to see about a dip buy opportunity as well in this name, but I mean, it's been so strong. I mean, we talked about this name sub 400 that it was going to be the next one, and just like how Amazon and all these names just keep on wanting to get back to highs, and you really want to buy any weakness in them. We had Goldman upgrade the S&P 500 for 52 to 5600. I mean, it's just all these names continue to work. I don't know if this is the same kind of refresh cycle or anything like that as Apple. I mean, I don't know if people are going to be buying more keyboards or computers because there's a ChatGPT button on it or anything like that. But hey, they've monetized AI. Not many companies have. So I like Microsoft back down here to 435 if there's any opportunities. I really like that kind of a spot there because that's that gap. I mean, it's not even a gap. It's just the last time we broke it, we hadn't seen it. So I'm going to leave Microsoft alone until we get back into this area. Just a little bit too choppy here and around 440. So 435, which could be incoming right off the open. So we'll wait to see. But it's still only 916. I mean, wow. We still have 10 minutes before the NASDAQ imbalances. And I think that will help because right now the market is just hovering. And our best ability might be in trading the TQQs. So if the market's going to just kind of hover like this, then I'm almost thinking about a short in here around where the NASDAQ's at up here near 20,000. Like I can't believe we actually even breached that on this morning again, but wow. So it's somewhere up here, 19.9. If we can get a move up for the NASDAQ, and that would be TQs somewhere around 74.50, which we're getting close to that right now, 75. I think a fade off of such a key level of 20,000 NASDAQ might be in play. And if that's true, then Microsoft does have the opportunity to pull back in. And on pullbacks right now, I'd rather buy. We don't have Apple coming through. I'd just rather buy Apple on pullbacks because, again, if we're going to play the market and we want to play some of these big cap names, I mean, Apple is pulling back as we speak, and I think a good level to start the bidding at is honestly right here at 212. I mean, it found a bottom at 211.50 there on Friday. Let's see if it gets back there. But if you start buying in and around here, I feel like 50 cents to the bottom, then give it 211, then you're laughing with Apple. So I really like this name today. Buy this on strength in the market and on weakness in the market. So I like Apple today. I feel like this cycle is for real. I want to buy dips in Apple more than Microsoft.
All right, a couple more tech names for you on the upgrade and price target hike side of things. 3% right now. Micron just took out the highs. 145.80 was a new high there. 317 or 3.17. Bank of America with a positive note this morning, going to 170. ARM on the other side of the board there. Very same thing.
Yeah, this analyst at Bank of America, Brendel Vivek Arya, really liking both names, ARM and Microsoft, basically saying there's going to be a big upgrade cycle coming here, whether or not there are apps right now to take advantage of the strongest processors or this AI kind of wave is irregardless and immaterial. He cites the 4G, 5G deployment of kind of like as a comparator. So he likes ARM to the tune of 180 up from 150 and Micron to the tune of 170 up from 144.
Yeah, a little more attention than normal here in the pre-market as well. Already at 1.34 relative volume for Micron today, guys, as well.
Yeah, and one of those P's is not like the other. Forward P's anyways. ARM's is insane. Micron's is, for Micron, actually pretty high, but pretty reasonable. But both charging into fresh highs. Micron actually making a fresh 52-week high in here and all-time highs as well. I'm pretty much certain. If I didn't say 144 earlier, then that's going to be obvious in terms of where the resistance was. If it's going to dip back into previous resistance, all of a sudden you have to go a full % back in to get to that 144 level for Micron. And just like Nvidia, the last 2 days, if you've been trading it, is that it's been dip and rip at the open. Like this has dipped. There's over $2 at the open before bouncing. And then on Thursday, it went again about 2.5, almost $3 to the downside before bouncing. In both those cases, it wasn't really gapping up as much, although it was gapping up on Thursday. So this is a little bit more extreme, but I think the same principle applies. You've been seeing a lot of this at the open on the chip name. They're not just this move isn't just clean breakouts at the open. A lot of times it has been dips back in. If ARM does another failure, I shouldn't have missed it on Friday, obviously. We talked about this. It was really good on Thursday when it failed an all-time high and then just started trending down. If it pops and fails 168, climbs underneath VWAP, gives you a consolidation under, just got to have that short. Because ARM, unlike the others, they get actually spent most of the time looking like a dog on Friday than anything else after making that early all-time high. So if it does an early fail break, I've paid for locates on ARM. It just has to fail up here at 168. But I think I'll be in Nvidia and Micron more likely. And then leave ARM for if we do get a fail breakout and then a trend down, try to join that trend. Because when this stock comes back in, the profit takers are relentless with it like they were on Friday.
So here's what we were doing all weekend long, and you can see we brought home the hardware right here. Congratulations, right here for the MVP, and thanks to the coaching staff as well. We had a fantastic time. My daughter has the Davis Schneider going on right here with the little Fu Manchu, and so does this other girl here. And so it was really, really super fun time under the lights. We didn't get back until about 10:30 or so. That night back to the hotel. So lots of fun. Thank you to Ancaster and to High Park Baseball. And again, thank you for all the support and all the kind words from everybody involved in that tournament and what it means for girls sports and everything like that. And we're really at High Park pioneering the move in Little League for girls sports. So, or girls baseball anyways. So again, thank you to High Park and to Ancaster for being the only two all-girls Little League teams. All right, and I'm proud to head coach one of them, so that's where that comes from. All right, so right here, Micron. I mean, it's a nice move all the way back up to the upside right here. And yeah, like we mentioned, their all-time highs, 144.20. We're already above that, so you're going to now just wait to see if we do get a pullback in MU. I would fade this. Again, I mean, I don't know enough about DRAM, but it just seems like, again, there have been so many other plays. We always talk about Nvidia. There's just been so many other plays that have just crushed it, like Broadcom. And I mean, even this name from January, $78. It's a double, 100% move in, again, 6 months. So some of these names need to cool down. And I don't know if Micron's the one to do it. I mean, you got to still break back down below 135, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Micron here today. For me, I'm going to stay away because honestly, it's just like the way I'm trying to trade is very few names and great opportunities and more shares. So I don't want to get too worked up about anything other than really Nvidia or Apple, but we'll look at Micron. I mean, I think it's a great opportunity to trade sort of another name in the space in case, which makes me think, in case Nvidia is not the one for you and you're looking for a little bit of just a different play. Sometimes the crowded trade isn't always the best trade. You can get a bigger move in a Micron rather than an Nvidia just because there's less liquidity there, so less people to stop the move. But SMH, I mean, I've identified this as the leading indicator like years ago, and we talked about that even with Chris Brecher. He was looking at the transports, and I remember talking to JC about this last summer, and it's just like, the SMH just leads it all. And I mean, if you're going to be at, dollar cost averaging into anything, and I'm glad that we had talked about it. Again, it's split out there, so that this doesn't matter. But I'm glad that we had talked about this for a very, very long time, because if you had just bought SMH and not the NASDAQ or anything else like that, I think you'd be pretty good right now. The only one, of course, would be Intel and whatnot. Intel at this point isn't a huge percentage of the SMH because it's just like Nvidia moves Intels in a day. So that's the difference here. And then you're getting a big boost also with TSM. So if you like the space, I think SMH today is something to look at.
Tesla did get through that pre-market support level that we were holding on to. That was support from last Friday as well. If you zoom in a little bit, 178 was this. And this from after the close on Friday, trying to get back up above it right now. I mean, there's not a heck of a lot as far as catalyst this morning, 0.3% downside. We're still coming off from that Elon victory move last week.
Yeah, definitely keep my eye today on 180. That was an interesting level last week, both as support and resistance. That's from a technical level. With respect to some fundamental different headlines here, obviously not market moving, but the Model 3 long range all-wheel drive in the US got dropped by a whole $250 on the Tesla website. Obviously not Tesla related, but BYD. Warren Buffett selling about 1.3 million Hang Seng listed stocks of BYD overnight, Brendo.
Yeah, it's not doing a heck of a lot here, guys, but thoughts for opportunities today?
Yeah, I think there's some. I mean, Tesla's still a little bit of a trend down. I want to get this super chat. Thank you, Mr. Westermeyer, for the super chat and for apologizing. You don't have to apologize, but clarifying. Yeah, I didn't say I would eat a pineapple pizza if Keith Gill joins the board. Last week, there was like I don't want to call it a ridiculous statement, but like someone made a comment about Nvidia getting to 500 by the end of the year. And I'm like, oh, I'll eat a pineapple pizza if that happens. Like, that's nonsensical. But yeah, it's join the board. I suppose that wouldn't be too crazy if you own that much of the company. But, Tesla, unfortunately for Tesla, the story remains the same, where this is your range, trade the range, but it is a downward trending stock. And until it breaks this trend, it would be nice if it could actually take out this 200. The higher low has been fantastic. These 69, 70, down in that range has been a good long, but 180 Friday, 182 I got marked off because I just left it in there. I mean, you saw what happened on Friday. It was Thursday's double bottom, and then it kind of broke down there at 182. So I think that's still a key level, but the 180 has just been reestablished. And before Thursday and Friday, 180 was your short level for a couple of weeks. And on Friday it was again, so I don't really see much of a reason to get away from it. I forgot to mention this when we talked about Tesla the first time, but now that Rivian did its move from $10 to $12.50, it's getting real close to pulling right back into that $10 level. So I said this week I'd be involved if Rivian got back down to 10 even. If it does, then we'll look to be on the bid for a bounce play. But might have to wait another day or two. I don't know if it's got enough juice to get down there, kind of sideways for Rivian.
All right, so today here we have Tesla is on today's sticky note. You can go find it at Trader TV, Sean. You can go find it on Instagram as well. And we have it right here, 180 short sale, under pressure as we get below this key level, right? Pay package now in the rear view. And I just ask the question, what's next? So right here, we don't say ifs, buts, anything like that. We tell you when. I mean, I don't know if it's getting to 180. If it does, we'll short that. I already mentioned, though, earlier today that with the market making that move down after we had wrote this, that I think Tesla, now you can almost change that 180 into something around here, 178, 50, 179. But then you look at what the market's doing now as opposed to what Tesla's doing. Tesla just found a great base and just popped almost $1.50 there, while the NASDAQ did nothing. So, maybe we're wrong on this one. And that's what day trading is all about. Give yourself the opportunity to figure out what levels, like that 186 was just here. Right now you get this dump down from Friday back into 180. So I'll still stick with 180 for now. And then we only have 1 minute to go. So you're going to see right here, just looking, there's not much size. We have Nvidia, I just saw, no, that's NDRA. I just saw Nvidia, but now it's gone. Dell, Nikola, TDOC, there's Nvidia sell. So a little bit of a sell here for Nvidia trying to push it down. We're still bidding 132. Let's see if that comes in. All right, 50 seconds left. Do we want to go to Sharif quickly? All right, what's up, Sharif?
We're talking about level 2 all week, Sean. Today we'll introduce the topic, so catch that with Adair and I on how to trade at 11.
Level 2 is part of the reason why I was able to graduate in less than 1 month. Starting here, we always talk about how it's hard to make these levels. And again, just a different market, right? The level was 6 times more than it is here right now, and that was back then. And I was able to do it based on reading tape in level 2. So that's something dear to my heart. So good cover there, Sharif, this week with Adara on the midday. All right, 10 seconds left. Here we go.
Let's go, Adair. Let's start this holiday shortened week off right in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. So right before the imbalances, or as the imbalances came out, AMD actually dropped $1. Same time as Nvidia was making a bit of a pullback in, not bidding AMD, looking for shorts on that name. Not much happening there instead Nvidia, although it's right back at the 133 level, so it is starting to come back into 132. Just double checking on GameStop. GameStop, no dip yet. at the open. But remember, that stock has taken a while the last couple of days to find a bottom. I don't think you want to be on the bid just right away.
I'm going to wait to see if we do get a move up here. We just got to 178.50, which was the level that we were talking about, but I was not brave enough to sit there and short that yet on Tesla. So that's something that's coming in right now. Just looking to wait to see if anything starts moving around. We did note that Nvidia has the capabilities of coming back into the couple dollar level here at 132 if that does happen. So it is coming in now, 132.50 or so. AMD is going down. Okay, so we'll have to watch out for that then. You're hitting the 200 period now. That's not normally something that we would look at right off the jump, but we could start the bidding maybe at 132.50. I mean, the market is going up here. I don't mind getting long somewhere around here for Nvidia. Maybe we'll start it right now. Let's buy some Nvidia now a little bit. We'll take it. We're long at 79. We just punched in right there. Nvidia long, first position of the day.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, I wanted to mention one other thing. Remember, CrowdStrike is going into the index
cents.
at the end of the week. I wanted to look for any pattern dip buy on CrowdStrike as it's down at about 382. That's not till the end of the week. Apple's about to break out the high of the day, so we could have a breakout play almost right away here. And Microsoft, 444, that's the all-time high. Potential break happening here. AMD continues to absolutely flush. It's now down $3. I don't know where the bid's going to be there, but maybe it is at that 155.
All right, so right now we'll just get out of a quarter right now for that 30, 20, 25, 30 cents there. And now we're going to try to take 50 cents on Nvidia. We're actually waiting a little bit higher than this. I'm waiting in the 40s for this play. We just touched out. That 50 period was 40, so that's where we were waiting. We just got as high as 133.30 right there. But look, it is coming back in right now. That is Nvidia as the market does pull as well. We said that we would much rather buy Apple dips than Microsoft, and this is why. I mean, I tried to say that, there was this case here to be buying Apple, and yeah, so there it goes, straight up to the upside. It looks like it still wants to go. So we're long. I mean, I feel like I'm looking at the best names. I mean, we've got Nvidia here and Apple here. We can check out TSM. I was looking at it. It's still 178. It's not doing a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, you were mentioning AMD keeps going down. It is
absolutely dying here. 155 is about to come in, but Tesla's going to the upside. And we like that 180 level, so we'll let it get in there. Tesla's at 179, so it's starting to get back into the pocket here as it's absolutely flying. 180 is that curl. Just quickly wanted to get over to Micron, which is dipping.
Yeah, that was
We talked about like dip and rip. This one down into that 144 level starting to come in. But the real dog is AMD. It just feels like, I don't know, like you have two names that are standing out in the wrong direction, and one of them is AMD. Intel, $30, by the way. We said that last week. If it gets to 30 and there's size in the bid, I would just take that. And it's getting pretty close as well.
All right. As we mentioned, we're trying to stick with some similar names. And I said that was easy because Micron. I mean, I was like, if there was going to be a name that was going to pull back here today, I thought it would be Micron. Obviously, I didn't even look at AMD. But there's Micron right here. I still like the long on this, but I feel like this little gap up right there, we just filled it, right? We filled it from there. So now I'm looking to see what happens down near here. We hadn't seen 136 in a minute. I don't think we get down there. So we'll wait on it. And we're still going to stay with the best name here. We're still long Nvidia. And then we just got the short here for Tesla. So let's see what that winds up doing. Apple is pulling back a little bit as well. So Tesla comes up to that level that we thought we liked, right? And then right there. So now we're in the money a little bit on Tesla, pulling back into 179.50. So let's put a bid there. We're just short at 85s. So we have this short. There it is again.
Oh my God.
We're here. I'm glad to be back, man. Glad to be back. So there it is right now. A good winner so far, 50 cents plus on Tesla. And then hopefully a real good one here on Nvidia as we are now another 50 cents in the money. We'll get some pieces out here at 99 if we can. We just bought some 50s or whatever that was down there. That last reload was 60s, sorry. So we'll take it out there again at 99 a couple times. So far so good here as the market we're really not doing much, but some of these levels that we like are doing something. Good out there for 50 cents on Tesla. Watch out as it's burning higher now. We'll wait to see if there's any news, but nice move here as Tesla rips and the market tanks. So, something to look out for.
Yeah, I just had 88s on Tesla, and it blew through that top. Let's see if it wants to calm down off this level here. Yeah, right back underneath. So let's see if it can actually hold underneath. Sometimes you catch it on the way up, and that's not the way to go. It is starting to come back in, so I'm back in essentially the same price at 89. Watch out for Apple. Apple also trending down and about to break some lows. So the market is failing. Well, falling, I should say, not failing, but falling. But I'm short back again. If it makes a fresh high on Tesla, we're jumping out of the trade. Also, that AMD 155, I guess that is a level on AMD. I never thought about going long on that sucker, but it is catching a little bit of a bid. And Apple, I do like some dip buys in Apple. That's a bit of a different story. If you liked it before, on Friday, it was 212.5 the entire afternoon. It was a barcode situation on Apple for the entire afternoon. It gets back to that price, which I didn't think would come into play, that I'm looking for a long there. But Tesla, look, if I'm shorting 180 when it's at 181, you know I am absolutely out. So we'll slap the fail on that one, but I'm not trying to fight it too far. Want to get this Apple dip in. 212.50, that was afternoon resistance on Apple, Adara.
I was trying to find anything on this Tesla move that we just had steadily to the upside. Not seeing any Tesla-specific catalyst, but there is this that came out right before the open here. Reuters reporting that apparently Berkshire Hathaway cutting its stake in BYD, so no to Tesla competitor there. Berkshire selling 1.3 million shares of BYD for $310 million. So just a bit of a note there. Berkshire trimming some BYD. Not seeing anything Tesla-specific here, guys.
All right, now 60 cents in the money here on Nvidia. Just touched 133.20. Let's see if it still goes, man. I mean, if this market wants to go, maybe it goes. We're gonna, we're in this Tesla trade, so we'll wait. We're gonna wait for 181.50 to break higher. This is completely fine for me. As we go, let's wait to see what winds up happening. There's 181.50, kind of that little drop level right there. It's really 181.80, but I don't want to give it too much more than that. But you know what, man? I mean, we're already like, glad to be back here, like we had mentioned before. It's great to be gone, to spend some time off. But there you go. I mean, we're almost $1 now in the money on this Nvidia trade as it just goes right back up to the upside. And I just hope that, again, and I want to give a shout out to Adara and everybody, Neil and everybody like that talks about the confidence. You got to have confidence in some of your trades. And right there, we talked about having Nvidia. We knew we wanted to dip buy this one. So we did exactly that. And we also knew that we wanted to short Tesla, which is now right back in the money. So again, have confidence in your trades, understand the levels, and at the end of the day, I mean, you just have to look down and say, okay, this has been working, this hasn't been working, and then trade your own plan, right? But you guys, you can see where these levels are going. These names could always rip back. Like we just took a piece out there at 34. You never know what Tesla's going to do, right? Especially in the first 10 minutes. So again, trade your book, trade your style. But so far, so good over here. Dell rocketing. I mean, I like Dell. We should have bought some of that on that dip.
Yeah, the stock that I'm looking, look, obviously we wanted shorts in AMD. AMD decided not to pop. You saw it just absolutely drop off the face of the earth. So if it's going to come back, we always look to support to resistance. So last week support was $157. I'm just looking to fade it back into the $157 level. And I had mentioned if Intel were to see the $30 level, we'd go long. By the way, it's absolutely not moving. So 20-cent range on Intel and simply not going anywhere. I do want to be AMD short side. No question about it. I want to get over to, you mentioned Dell as a name that is moving. There was a move on GameStop. I know a lot of people are watching this one intently, but there was a slight move to the upside. It's just trying to go. No breakout just yet, but it's holding that 29 pretty nicely here. Adara, what do you got for us?
Hims and Hers Health here, HIMS. This one making new day highs and new 52-week highs as well. Leerink Partners raising their price target for the stock from $15 to $25, saying that they're entering into the weight loss drug market, which was announced about a month ago, is a positive sign for the company. Worth noting as well, HIMS does have a short float of about 9.9%. So keep an eye on this one, guys.
All right. So here we go, guys. I just want to show you that, you know what? We only have 2 trades on today. And right now, we have $1 winner in Nvidia. Okay? And then we have right now 60-cent winner right now in Tesla. So we're doing it here again today. It's too bad we were very, very close to getting more shares up here. Just didn't fill the high there. We were at 180. We were at 180.95. We did not get that. So let's take that a little piece out as we go. Again, short one, long the other. Like that's And I just feel that if you're looking for a resource to trade with, check out the sticky note, check out our watch list right now, because just with these trades right here, it's been a very, very, very good day. Bring it down. Tesla, here we go, props up, man. Nice move there for Tesla, Neil. As this pulls back down in through 180, we got it again, man. Props up. I know you're looking at the short. Here comes Nvidia as well. Nvidia is now $1 in the money one more time. So good trading here, man. Glad to be back. Thankfully, Obi was here to give you the excitement on Friday with Neil. But there it is right now. We're back. We're in the building. It's $1 winner now on Tesla right there as we go. So, okay, this is trading. This is trading 101, right? We talk about real trading. These are ideas that any of us could have on. So good shorts there, good long with Nvidia. We even said on here, on our sticky note, it was like we need to get the next catalyst for Tesla. You know, other than that, we're going to keep going short. And then we also said, why fight the trend here with Nvidia? So, I mean, so far, so good. Here this morning, we never know what the rest is going to bring, but it's a very, very good day.
Love to hear that. Love that hold on Tesla. I mean, everyone's going to trade a little bit differently. For me, 180 came and went. We had to get out. I did jump into AMD because it's actually weak, but you're starting to see some strength in AMD. So we got to VWAP. I always say short the first available pop if a stock is trending down. VWAP came in here. I'm going to give it to 156. I'm trying a reload right now. We're able to get some out at the 155.5 as well, so that is starting to come right back. Apple is about to take out the high, but we've talked about this before. Sometimes you look for the dip on the other way. I don't like catching falling knives. I feel like that's been a bit of a dangerous play. But Nvidia, I say, if it sets up a breakout, just take a breakout. So if it breaks 134, it breaks 134. I'm still looking for the dip into 132. I tried catching it 32.5 on the way back in. It hasn't happened yet, but if it puts in a higher low, then the breakout is going to be the play through that top, and that's $134. Apple, I feel very similar about that name as well. So we're going to stick short in the weak names, and then always look for that long in the strong. Micron, you like the 144 level. We talked about this one, you know, whether it's previous highs, all that kind of stuff, resistance into support, it bounced off the 144. This also setting up for a breakout. And ARM, we paid for locates. I'm not chasing ARM. ARM has to be a fail break that trends down, has to hold under VWAP here. I feel like it's a weaker name over on AMD than just jumping into ARM all willy-nilly. GameStop, still not a heck of a lot happening over there in GameStop, but we'll let you guys know if that one does move around a bit more. It just failed at 29. It's actually right inside of the pre-market range. It hasn't really moved a bunch.
Okay, I'm not getting anything out at the bottom here for Tesla, which is a little bit silly. I was looking, trying to find other opportunities, and then I went over and I was like, why does Tesla just keep on bouncing? And then it's like, it's VWAP. So VWAP is right here. You know, 179.50. I don't know why I didn't have bids there. So I'm feeling like a little bit disappointed in myself for that one as Tesla goes back up. I don't like the fact that we just bounced off VWAP right here. So we're lighter and lighter now on Tesla, but at the same time, that was a mistake by not getting out of more. We're out of more than half of this trade already. But yeah, it's positive. We're up on it. It's just mistake there by not getting out. So I had to unfortunately take a 90 by the time I realized it, and then I just put another bid there. We just got a little bit of a bump up. I'm going to wait to get a better price. If it comes up to 181, we'll short it into 181.50. So we know that it has the ability to come back. So we'll wait for it. We're still 40 cents in the money on that one. What really has the ability to come back, apparently, is Nvidia. I mean, Nvidia just came right back into these lows again. So I feel like we should be buying some. And it looks like some of these dollar winners could turn around and potentially be a dollar loser right now. And that's what we said. You never want to judge a book by its cover completely, because you turn the page and it's something else. Nvidia right down there into 132. We did like some of these levels, and I said that if it comes back in, we want to watch out for this, but we don't want to just layer in, right? Like, I mean, if it's going to be bad, you could ruin your whole day by, you know, you're up on it, then the next thing you know, it's all the way down here, and you still have tons of shares because you've averaged in the whole way. So this move, I think it's worth waiting on. So let's wait to see now if we can get into this 130, 150. Let's not panic and dump anything right now. Tesla, we held on. That was a good move so far. But for Nvidia, 130, 150, I got to be patient and wait for that level and then see what happens down here at 130. So I'm going to do that on Nvidia. We will take a little bit more down here, as I said, but definitely not like layering into this. We're long now at 50s, so let's see it get back up to the upside. Here it goes right now. Let me take something out at 75 to take that 25 cents right there. We'll fire off a little bit as there it goes, a nice little reload opportunity for us on Nvidia.
You're the man there, Rob. Just got a reload on the coffee.
Oh, yes, Rob.
And looking for the reload on Nvidia as well. By the way, AMD just lost 155. It's about to lose $154 as well as it continues to flush. Now down 3%. This is about what we did, what it did 2 days ago in terms of breadth of a move. So I'm looking for a bounce off this 154 level. Everyone tries to do their own thing, but for me, if it bounces off 154, I'm taking this one out. I tried to add at 155, did not get the short through the 155 break, unfortunately. But on the way back up, I will look to short some pops. But AMD just came right into target, making a little bit of a bounce here. We're going to jump out. Just take the money and run. We'll take our $2 and see if we can get out of here. As Nvidia is trying to catch a bid, and you're seeing AMD catch one at $154. Sorry, I didn't realize how far it was zoomed out. Now you guys can see bouncing off 154. We just went over, so the name we wanted short, we couldn't get the short we wanted, so just had to short the first available pop. Now I'll look for the second back into VWAP here. 155.5 to 156 will be the entry point. Just got to let it glide back to the upside.
Yeah, great call on an AMD. And I mean, noticing that weakness early was so good because, yeah, it just kept on going. And then, yeah, great retracement to VWAP. That's the perfect. That's exactly the kind of stuff
my goodness.
That we're looking about. So, yeah, someone just mentioned there Palantir. I don't know. I love the name. I mean, this is going to be one of the top names for me for a bit. By the way, Tesla, we're going to get, we are going to get stopped out here if it breaks 180, 150. I mean, this name is just kind of surprising today with the market being flat. I thought Tesla was not the greatest trade there through that one down to the short side once we broke through 180. So we'll take, again, we just talked about this, we'll take a little piece. We're very, very close to getting stopped out now on Tesla. So we're only short here at 181. So again, well worth the risk to reward, I feel like, on this trade. But again, 50 cents one way or the other. Let's hope it's the other and it goes in our favor. So right now, that's something that we're looking at. So let's try to be patient with it. And then Nvidia, we sort of already, or I mean, we're not gonna be that patient with Tesla because it's gonna stop out. But Nvidia now going the other way. So here comes Nvidia coming back into 132 again. So that 130, 150 could be something that's on our radar here.
Yeah, it's just testing up. I'm going to be mad at myself over CrowdStrike. We missed an opportunity over there, but it is what it is. CrowdStrike getting added to the S&P. I feel like buying dips was the way to go there. Yeah, I'm getting some stickies as well. I know you're probably seeing the same thing on
Why
Nvidia.
is Nvidia
It's about
going
to
like
lose
this?
that 131.5. This is going to turn red for sure. I need to get a short pop back in here in AMD because if we're just going to continue to bleed on the chips, I want the weakest one. But we're back in. We had a scalp trade. Now we're back in. There it goes, 131.5. You've lost afternoon support on Nvidia, so going to have to look back into the 131 level as it continues to head to the downside. I just realized I got to turn my news service on so I can hear anything that does come through. But I don't think there's any.
I don't know. Mine's on. I didn't hear anything. But Sharif just mentioned to us there was some sort of a Supreme Court thing there. Dara, I don't know if you see anything on this, why NVIDIA is going down. Supreme Court something. Okay. That's not good.
Why would there be
So we'll wait to hear about that. So NVIDIA shares continuing to pull back. We'll find out. We'll find out. Bless you. We'll find out more about it when we get it. So, but here it goes. Nice downside move now. It looks like we did take the top out there. Of course, Tesla takes the top out, and we get stopped out. But we are back into it. Just a small piece here on Tesla as it hits 181.50, and then basically turns on a dime. So right there again, you know, like we almost made high tick there on Tesla today. 181, 181.50 there for TSLA. But yeah, NVIDIA. We'll wait to hear that story from Adara because it is getting to the downside right now. But so far so good. We'll wait for NVIDIA and see what happens at that 130 level. We said we were just going to try to thank you, Rob. Yeah, sure. That we were going to layer into this one. Thank you. In and around 131. So we did that. We got 130, 150. That was the next level. Now we wait to see what happens at 130. If 130 breaks, then let's just scram, or maybe even this level here, 130.50, something like that. But here we're going to get the news right now. Oh man, that's too bad. 131 is going to break as we do get some news. And look at Tesla, man, right back, right back in again for Tesla. Going to be a good trade for Tesla, but we did get stopped out at that high spot. What's up, Adara?
So here's this whole story. This actually is about a lawsuit going back to 2018. So not necessarily a new suit here, coming from this Stockholm, Sweden-based investment management firm accusing Jensen Huang and Nvidia of basically misleading investors about how much of their sales went to crypto investment. What's actually happening here, though, today, why this is back in the news, is apparently the U.S. Supreme Court is agreeing to actually hear Nvidia say that they want to basically settle this case. They want to say, they want to cut the courts. They want to basically scuttle this securities fraud lawsuit. So this actually could be an interesting move for Nvidia. They're actually they're hearing this appeal from Nvidia. So basically just an update here. Supreme Court agreeing to hear an appeal from Nvidia with regards to this 2018 securities fraud case.
Okay, that doesn't sound like overwhelmingly bad.
It doesn't sound bad. I think we're going to have to still watch out for that.
Apple coming into the low of the day, looking for another. Apple went all the way to 214.80, got me to put in a 215 breakout order. It's right back into the low. I like 212.5. We didn't get 212.5 last time. I'm sitting in front of 60s, but I'm going to look to just jump in. If it can bounce and make a higher low, we do like the long. On that news, there was a wick bottom, 131, broke, held, down to 130.70 on Nvidia. So I jumped back in with a stop at the local low, and now going to look for the jump into AAPL. So Apple retraces almost the entire move from the open all the way back into the bottoms. The NASDAQ just bounced off 19.9. If that price sounds wrong for the NQ for you, then make sure you're on the U contract. That's the September contract, trading and bouncing off of 19.9 is the NASDAQ. Looking for a bounce higher low here on Apple, and then the 131 level on Nvidia. As AMD can't even get to VWAP at this point, so if I get a short in AMD, it might just have to be a little bit different from, maybe not yet. Okay, no, we still have time. Let's be patient here. It did get up to 55. I think there's going to be an opportunity to short this one on a pop. But we do want to get back in on VWAP as that continues to trend into the downside. The weakest of the chip names, but they're all coming down now. They're all starting to come down a bit.
Yeah, no, everything's starting to go a little bit here. So we'll take a good position here, hopefully on Apple against that bottom. Again, I mean, we just fell in here on the 20-minute chart. It's a 50-period moving average. We've talked about how key that would be for a stock like Nvidia again, and apparently Nvidia. Remember, we talked about this, Donnie Zimbabwe. You're right here, right now, at this level of 131. So there it is right now. It came into play one more time today. We've bounced off it. So, to me, this is why we're going long against 130 right now. Whether or not it works or not, we will eventually find out, right? So, all right, Tesla took some more profit there on this last little bit of a short. We got some Apple long there. We just took it out at, 20 or something? Yeah, we got some 20s there on Apple. We're only long here at 08s. So, again, just trying to see if the market wants to go back up. We'll ride with Apple. We know we want that long, so let's wait to see what happens. I'm in Nvidia here at 131.60. I mean, obviously this has the ability to come back up. These are kind of the levels that we wanted to see anyways. I feel like that 130 break, and then we'll just, throw up our hands and say, all right, well, you don't want to mess with the Supreme Court or any kind of headline news that involves that. And I don't know, but this is a nice move down for Nvidia. Remember, I was like, hey, if it gets down here, we'll be down like 1%. And I didn't see that happening, especially with the NASDAQ kind of being flat. So could be wrong. There's Apple. Nice move again. Let's take something out at 30 if we can. So we do that. So a good move back up there for Apple. Tesla doing well, Nvidia just hovering. But yeah, maybe we'll get a little bit out here on Nvidia just to relieve some pressure. But so far, so good off the 131 longs now for NVDA. Still the P&L number one stock, I believe, here today is still Nvidia, but holding this against myself doesn't help. What's up, Adara?
Another actually Supreme Court related headline coming through this morning. This one for the sports betting related companies. I have DraftKings up here, not reacting too much to this, still slightly up on the day, but basically the U.S. Supreme Court denying a petition to hear a Florida sports betting case. So the gaming compact that does allow online sports betting in Florida will stand. So basically this petition has been denied by the U.S. Supreme Court, and online sports betting apparently allowed to continue here in Florida. So interesting look there for DKNG and some of these other sports betting companies on yet another U.S. Supreme Court headline this morning, guys.
Supreme Court busy on this Monday, that's for sure.
Going.
So 131.5 just came into play here on Nvidia. Got an offer in front of 132 as well. It looks like it's making that decent bottom off the 131. Would be nice if it can get into VWAP in here.
This would be
Where's
real
my offer? I'm
nice.
sitting at like 88. Offer is at 80. I was sitting it on the other side of 80, and then someone stacked the offer at 80, so I just offered 78
my bad.
to be able to grab that. Apple making its bounce as well. A little bit more patience with Apple getting it on the front end. There's that higher low. We want
Apple is
VWAP here
genius.
next, 213.60. And if we continue higher, I want to see if we can get back into an AMD short. That stock still relatively weak. Still don't see much of anything in by way of GameStop. But if you are watching, it's attempting to take out the low here. So remember, you had some really good support levels on Friday, and there were great dip buys. You just had to be patient. It was trend down for most of the morning before you could catch a bid. Not at the point that I'm looking for the longs just yet, but as you bounce off this pre-market low, that could be a good place to start. It's getting close to 10 o'clock when I would start looking for longs over in Jimmy.
All right, so as you guys can see here, as we talked about it, Nvidia now will be, and hopefully stays this way, P&L here, number one so far as Nvidia goes all the way back up to the upside, and it's been absolutely crushed right there. Let's just wait to see where it goes now. I don't mean crushed P&L-wise. If it jumps back up, that'd be great, but crushed as in a stock. I mean, I haven't seen this kind of a move since, probably Friday, and I wasn't here. So let's wait to see now what happens with Nvidia. Hopefully it goes that way. Tesla's been good. It hasn't been good on that first move, but that reload was great. We did stop out at the very top, so we'll have to give ourselves a little bit more room in there, and we should probably do that, and that's something that we normally do. But it was really good that we had Apple come back up, so this was a big trade for me. So this Apple one, again, will be a big one. Yeah, I'm just really happy that we're trading these three names because on here we have Nvidia. We'll have to look. Let's look at. We haven't even looked at GameStop. Let's look at Taiwan Semi. That was going to be another name that I was talking about for breakouts. And again, it didn't break out. That's the whole point. It's only been coming back into the downside right now. So this stock, you didn't really have to worry about that 180 break. It's only been downside, possibly finding a base rate here. But you know the poison that I pick, and that is Nvidia. And right now, I'm just going to stick with that bad boy, as it has a very, very great opportunity. I mean, right now, this will probably be, and you guys know this, we talked about share size, at least I do, and it's just, this is a bigger trade right now for me. So we talked about averaging into it. So if this goes right now, then this is exactly what we're talking about. Try to have, the ability to do this because, again, if you're in a hole in a trade, you have to sort of figure out where are we going with this, and then what is the idea behind the trade in the first place. And I mean, we had talked about this 130, 131. I mean, we even got a super chat about it. So to not have loaded up down here means you don't really believe that potentially that level is going to hold. And if you believe it's going to hold, then that's where I feel like what hopefully the way, both of us talk and everybody talks is that, I believe this is going to happen, so I'm going to put risk into this trade, And I mean, how many trade ideas a day do you really need to have? The answer is one or two. If you can have one or two and be right on those, you make your whole week, your whole month, your whole everything. And then this trade on Nvidia, we talked about these levels. We did it. We put on more shares at the bottom than we did in the middle. We're really growing, and I feel like this has been a very, very good step in the right direction, being more patient. So there it is right there. Wingstop is a great stock. Yeah, don't say that too loud because then I'm going to hear. Yeah, I barbecued up some wings. Those were crazy. Last night we had shrimp. Oh, shout out to Tammy. We had shrimp and wings on the Barbie last night. So that was nice. That was a Father's Day treat there. It says Apple Neil. Wow, we are really right now cruising for a bruising right now in this market, man. Apple is absolutely on fire. The only mistake that we made all day was getting out at the top of Tesla. But it's all good, baby, right now as we get right back in the pocket here.
Yeah, speaking of back in the pocket, I'm going to stick to pretty much what has been consistently positive this month and has allowed me to stay consistent, where if I'm going against the grain on a stock, I'm going station to station. So if this stock is trend down, Nvidia is trend down. I can like the long all I want, but first long stunk. It's going to run through stops for me. I'm not holding it that far. But when we get the bottom, I'm going to play it back into the big level, which is that 132. Apple is a bit of a different story because it never broke the low. So I do feel like Apple in here, higher lows, hasn't broken the lows. I want to be adding back into the 213. I want to be adding at VWAP as well. I have not shorted AMD just yet. The market is catching a bid here. So with this happening, and there's your wick bottom, there's 19.9 holding on the NASDAQ, and now you're right back into the open range. This can get pretty bullish if you had a false bottom and then a breakout. So you want to be careful shorting things. When you have that kind of a bullish move in the market. Don't mind joining any of these moves right back in. I think that's what it's all about. You can always find that trend. My best AMD or Nvidia trade on Friday wasn't the initial dip buy. It was after it was holding VWAP and broke it back out the top. So I'm willing to do that as well. So let's get to the desk because it's already 10 o'clock. What's happening now, Adara?
Only half an hour into the trading day and this holiday shortened week, we've already had so much going on. Supreme Court related stories for Nvidia and some of these sports betting names, including DraftKings. In terms of the overall market, though, we do have basically flat for the NASDAQ, slightly lower here for the S&P 500. The NASDAQ continuing its trend of outperformance over the S&P 500 recently with some strength in the semiconductor names. Generally, though, Fed speak, we do have on watch day 3 Fed speakers coming in later today, Williams, Harker, and Fed's Cook. We had Kashkari speaking yesterday saying that he sees a rate cut in December, and that would be the only rate cut this year. So we'll have to see what these Fed speakers have to say with regards to rate cuts. In terms of some names on watch here, a lot of names trending lower, but TSM here still up about 2%. A couple positive catalysts, including a $200 price target from Susquehanna and a report from DigiTime saying that Taiwan Semi has already received some chip orders for Intel's upcoming notebook processor series. We also have here Micron, another semiconductor name on watch. BofA Securities raising its price target to 170 for the stock. And last but not least, GameStop. This one is going to be on watch here ahead of its annual shareholder meeting. This was initially postponed as of Thursday. Today, though, set for 12:30 p.m. You can catch that on the How to Trade show. We're going to have to see what GameStop does as of this meeting, guys.
Right. Thank you, Miss Adara. So right now, obviously, we've had dollar clubs on everything today, but we've already had this on Nvidia, and we did take some out, and we actually got out of a decent amount up there at VWAP. So right now, we have about less than a third. What am I talking about? We have less than 20% left of this Nvidia trade. Tesla, though, Tesla's right back up to this kill zone here. So let's try one more time. We did hold out pretty good for this move. We're going to give this one to 181, whatever that high is that we've just tested and then did not break again. And I was looking too busy at Nvidia, 181.70. So let's just wait to see what happens. I still feel pretty good about this because today is a trophy day and we're going to go 2 for 3, which means that so far so good. It's been a very positive day for us, but we've already lost on Tesla. So to go 2 for 3 and to be at the spot where you need to be means that at least I've share sized properly, I feel like, and some of these moves continue to go. And by the way, there's a dollar club right here. As Apple gets right back to 214, we're long at 213. That's going to be a good trade off the sticky note one more time. And then we just wait for Tesla. We just average back into it. We might not even be, depending on what Tesla does right now, we're not even down on this. So let's not say we're 2 for 3 until we are. But Tesla right now just bounced off 181. We should have taken some out there. Unfortunately, just took some out on Apple. And that's the problem about trading multiple stocks, right? Is that, like, I was just taking Apple profit and then didn't realize that Tesla had dipped in to a spot where we could have just taken 50 cents on it. So now we'll have to do that. Let's wait to see what happens here. Apple, nice move. Tesla needs to pull back just a little bit to give us that juice that we need. So far, so good here, man. Big day, and just glad there it is, man. Glad to be back. Tesla is not Tesla red stock. Come on, Travolta. Here we go. Nice move to the downside. Man, this is a good day. Glad to be back in the saddle with my guy Neil over here. So let's just keep this good vibes going, man. And so far, so good. Apple dollar, Nvidia dollar, Tesla 70 cents. What's good over there?
Just only in Apple right now. AMD, we'll get into it if it gets back to 156. Tesla, I was just about to get that 182 offer, but it didn't quite push in there. So I'm just going to cancel that order. Once it gets $1 away, I don't want to be on the offer of it. And I think we're going to get another chance here at Nvidia because Nvidia curled off VWAP and starting to come back down in. So there's a wick off VWAP. It's hilarious. Like, that's pretty much exactly what I would have wanted to see happen on AMD, but that's not what AMD did. You are trying to make a higher low here. Apple, we want to hold on to this one for the high of the day. 215, let me zoom out. 215 was a level last week. double topped at 215. If we get up there, that's an out for me. You know, it's its own breakout trade, the 215 level, so if it breaks it out, great. We'll try to take a secondary push or maybe a VWAP dip buy on AAPL. And even if it fails here, I'll probably give it a trail to 214.20 on Apple. The other thing that we should have talked about, at least a little bit more, you mentioned TSM in there. We also talked about Dell. That Micron move does not hold. So the initial bounce off 144 goes $2. It's now trending down. So it's a bit of a bucket with AMD and ARM as that's starting to sell off a little bit. It did bounce a couple bucks, but it's now going the other way on Micron. So if we lose 214 quarter, I am out of Apple, station to station, and if it breaks the top, we'll just look for a long over 215 on Apple. Pretty much the strongest one out here because I just saw Microsoft as well looking a little bit heavy.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, good call. Yes, sir. Oh my. Wow, Apple. And again, this is the benefit of being able to have multiple abilities to get out, right? Multiple levels, like Neil was mentioning there. Come on, man. Neil, we got $2 on there. Good trade right there. And again, off of the stick, we like Apple. And if you like something, you put risk into it. And that's what we did with Apple, and there it goes to the up. This is just one trade. Fall into 213, capture that up there to 215. It will now be P&L number one. I mean, it will, and we'll see if Nvidia can get back up to there. Obviously, Nvidia, if that kept going, then this would be a completely different story. But we just keep getting out of Nvidia. So right there, Apple clearly P&L number one, and if you've traded it today, then this is probably your biggest stock. I mean, there hasn't been, unless you really got hit there, taking out 214.50 and didn't hold it, which I wouldn't have. Oh my. This is just, honestly, man, the PA is going up, the day trading account's going up. This has been quite the epic move here for Apple. Glad to still be in it where we're at. There it goes. Oh, wow. Guys, props up, man. I mean, wow, $2.50 now in the money. I'm almost, this doesn't happen too often, as many of you know. Pretty speechless about some of these moves that's been happening here today. We are now going to go 3 for 3. Nvidia, monster trade. Apple, the biggest and the baddest of them all, as that just keeps on going upside, upside, upside. So let's just wait to see. Oh man, about Tesla. I was debating. I was like, man, I was tired. What an exhausting weekend, I never sleep well in hotels or anything, and all the sun and all the fresh air and just really, really going crazy this weekend. I was like, man, it'd be nice to have a day off. We don't, that's not, day offs are great to have. We already had one on Friday. And as D-Rob said, man, I'm glad to be back here as well. So it's nice to come back and really do this. So I love being in the seat, and I love that you guys are all watching. And I want to thank everybody for that. And make sure that you do check it out. Again, looks like it might be the #1 trending podcast again on YouTube this week. Go check it out right now as we drop episode 3 for the Freedom. I haven't even refreshed this on the Freedom and Wealth podcast. I think we crossed over 2,000 subscribers. 1.28K subscribers. Thank you so much for that as we continue to go. So go check it out, man. Escape the rat race. And we appreciate all your fine comments as we look to do more and more here at Trader TV. And this is to get a bit different audience completely. Derek came in, Neil, Sharif, everybody. Really nice words about the podcast. I want to thank Brendan for joining me on that one, as we'll continue to hopefully put out, and not hopefully, we will continue to put out the best content available to you guys for trading purposes on YouTube. And I mean, not only are we doing those kind of things, but hopefully we're also showing you that there's a lot of capabilities here to earn an income as a trader, either as a side hustle or as potentially a full-time job. But I always have more to talk about that. But there it goes right now, 130 back up for Nvidia. That's a win. Apple's the monster win. And it's not even like these things are that hard. And that's the one thing that I want to talk about, right? Everybody has, and we talk about it here all the time, everybody has their own preparations and all that kind of stuff. But like Nvidia, TSM, GameStop, Apple, Tesla, it's pretty easy stuff. Even being away from the market on Friday, you just kind of go back to the same game, trust who you are, and understand that what your abilities are, and go back to those names. With that being said, GameStop isn't doing much. So this was something that I was looking for in GameStop, but so far so good here. Let's ride with Apple, and hopefully it dips a little bit so we can get some Tesla shares out.
Well, speaking of dips, I think this is the next move in Nvidia, right back into this 131. So if it gets there, we're about 30 cents away from the lows. Well, the 131, the lows are actually 20 cents, so 50 cents away from the lows. Want to see if it can bounce. Do not want to catch it. I actually caught it on the back. This looks like we caught it on the way down, but it actually wicked that bottom, broke back above 131, then did it again a second time and held that same low. So even if I wasn't in it there, we would have taken this trade. I'm looking for the same setup. Wick the bottom, give us a turn. We'll go into the long, play next available dip on Apple. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like wherever it happens to dip is where you want to take it. And Tesla, I don't know if I want to breakout trade at 182. I'm going to give it one more chance to try to grab that short off of 182. But I'm going into the dip. Now you're seeing a green candle. Oh, that's the wrong price. It's always okay if you put it in too low. 131.
Oh my.
We're getting a bounce here on NVDA. As I said, Tesla, I'll short it off that 182 one time. But if it cannot, that's in an upward trend as far as I see.
Oh, man. And see, that's the difference right there. Like, look at Tesla right now. We'll put 50 cents in the pocket right there on this nice move to the downside here for Tesla. So, you know, we can definitely look at that one right now as the market. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Market ripping, but we've got this one right now as we're 3 for 3. And you know what? We have all 3 P&Ls. Like Tesla's going, let's go. We have Nvidia, let's go, $1.30. We have $3 in the money on Apple. I mean, this has been a trading day today, needless to say. So, so far so good, man. We're having our best day of the month already here, and it's 10:11. Let's go Tesla. We're almost out of it. We will take advantage of that move down because Neil's right. The trend on that one, but this is why you know. We hit it. Once it breaks, we quit it. It's pretty simple, man. So we'll wait to see what happens there on that. Put that one in our pocket, a big trade there, hopefully for Tesla. But if it goes back up, it goes back up. 99 problems. Trading today definitely ain't one, so we'll wait to see what winds up happening here. We got a big boy on for Apple. Apple was real big, real good. So we'll definitely take a piece out now, though. As I see this trying to fade back a little bit, we'll take a 72 fill, and now we're just like relaxing and chilling because I just kind of want to wait to see what these things do. I feel like Neil mentioned about the bottom of Nvidia. We have the bottom. We're long at 130.79. The bottom today, I'm not even sure what it is, but it looks like it's 130.71, 72. So let's wait to see what winds up happening there with that one. But yeah, definitely so far a good day. I could look at Microsoft for you guys, but
Microsoft's weak. I don't know. I feel like there's other things out there. The thing that's look, Friday Shopify was actually a double barrel good short. I think both of us, like both Obi and I, had the same short with just different entry targets at that 68 level, and Shopify is down 4%. I don't know why it's down 4%, but I don't care why it's down 4%. The market's up and just went green, and this is going lower, so I want to add this to the list of things worth shorting off of VWAP. So that and AMD, although AMD's not, admittedly, this is not going to be VWAP, as I'll hit enter again. This is not at VWAP. It's at 156 where this is curled. So we had it the first time, but it's holding VWAP for support. This is the thing that I don't necessarily love. So there was one good opportunity here with wick 56 and catch it on the way back. But now you're getting a higher low and holding VWAP, which I generally think is a bit of a bullish move. That has me looking elsewhere. And the places that I'm looking are ARM, which is holding underneath VWAP, underneath pre-market lows, underneath previous close, looking a little bit weaker relative to some of the other chip names. So I'm pivoting away from AMD over to ARM. Nvidia, we're on the bid 131.5, and it's 10. Well, we're going to go to Adara at the desk.
Keep an eye on MIRM here. Mirum, this is a pharmaceutical-related company announcing their positive data for their treatment for a bile-related disorder. Worth noting as well for this one, they do have a slightly larger market cap, about $1.2 billion, and also a short float of almost 20%. Not a ton of volume on this one here. It's still below $1 million, but just worth noting, MIRM steadily continuing to head to the upside, guys.
Like how? Thank you for that. Like how strong exactly is Apple? 216 and still going right now. This is $3 and change now. And Nvidia's $1, Tesla's hovering around. I feel like now we might as well just see what happens and see if we can get this 219, 220 here on Apple. We're light now, about 10%, maybe less than 10% left on it. So, not here to say that, we're completely riding with this, but we've already, the fact that we got 213 up to 214.50, which was the high of the day, then we got 215, then we got 215.60, then we got 215.75, and we're right here at 216 now. So, it's really working out for us. Nvidia, as Neil was mentioning there, we do have the low of the day, so props up for that call out. The other thing too is that we're trying to get the bounce if it does come back in, but at the same time, we only have, and we already talked about this, we have now about 15% left of this trade, so it's not huge. Apple trade is about that little bit less than 10% left on that one now. And then the Tesla trade, I'm not going to reload this one. We were so lucky enough to be getting out here, but it's just like bear flagging or bull flagging to the upside right now. You have a nice little pole, and then we're forming out this little pennant now. I could draw for you if you want, but I'm not going to. And then you're going to break out the top. So this looks like a great long through the top. So if something looks like a great long through the top, you are not going to hold the short. So that's my plan of action right now for Tesla. If it does break higher, we're going to get out of it. We're short at 40s. We're out at 70s. So well worth the risk. Let's put another bid here at 31. There we go. So now we're just, okay. Did you guys just join me on this trade or something? Nice move down there for Tesla. Just pulled it right back in. So give us another opportunity to get out of something. So now we're even lighter. Let's just hold the longs here today as we go. We really like what we're seeing here. And so far, so good. GameStop, I'm seeing low of the day.
It's like GameStop, I think you just got to be really patient with it. As we said this morning, multiple times last week, ending in the week, all you had to do was be patient and wait for a bottom to get set, maybe even make a double bottom or a higher low. That hasn't happened. I don't think you got to force a trade. On Friday, you had to wait till 12 o'clock or just after that for it to be a good long. You're still breaking down. We're at $28 and heading lower. It has not held anything significantly. So I think just, for me, I'm backing off of this until I see strength. I wasn't looking to go short the name anyways, so it was probably not going to be able to capture this move at all. And we're back into Nvidia off that higher low just now. So this just put in this 213.5. I was able to get it on the front side of 60s. And if we get to VWAP, I want to play VWAP as the out. And if it's holding VWAP, look for another long. But VWAP has been resistance here on Nvidia, so I want to respect it. ARM doesn't seem to want to give me these 57s. And sometimes the only trade is going to be a breakout. We were looking dip buy back into 215 here where this broke out on Apple, and we're just chilling out at the 216 level. So there's still plenty of time for it to pull back in and give you some kind of an entry. But the longer you wait, you might not get it. So we'll look for that higher low. For now, it's going to be 215. And the only reason you're like, why 215? Just look at Friday. Like 215 was resistance up here, and that's where the close was on Thursday as well. So I'd like to bounce back in there and look for the long. Naresh, I haven't looked at Zoom, so I can't tell you where the bottom is going to be. And Daniel Adams, the only place I'm buying Intel is at 30 even. Not 30.18 and not 30.12, $30 even. If you're only going to make usually 30, 40 cents at best on this stock, then if you're long at 20s, you're not really going to have that good risk to reward. And the best level has been the $30 level down here on Intel. So I'll just wait for that. You don't have to compromise on your price. If you want to stay consistent, then take consistently good entries.
All right, let's just figure this out. 214, 215. All right, I was just looking because we love Apple. Apple's going to be a top stock for us, but at the same time, we don't need to have this name drop too much below 215. I'm just going to use 215 as an out. Can't believe that we got this high. You know where my stop is on this? Couple pennies under 213. So, we'll take $3 to give ourselves like 30 cents worth of risk. 10 to 1 trade off the banger. Like and subscribe immediately to the show there so I can buy an iron for that shirt. Okay, so right now let's just keep going. Hey, Adair, how you doing? All right, so 214.97 here. We'll get out of that. We'll put a stop, and then here it comes, coming back in right now for us. So fine. If it comes back in, not good. I mean, we don't want it to come in, but if it does, it does. We could take advantage of this as well. Like I said, we're already having the day that we want, but we are giving a little bit back because they're coming off the highs. And again, the NASDAQ and day trading, sometimes you're lucky enough to get the bottoms, and today we were in Apple and in Nvidia. We basically have the two bottoms in the two stocks that we like. And so far we have the top in the one that we like short. So it's been just that's why I keep saying it's been a good day. It's been a good day because of things have just worked out in that way that the bottoms remained bottoms. And this Tesla top is not going to remain a top. It's going to break. Tesla, very, very strong stock today. This was, I don't know why this, there it goes. I don't know why this was really left for dead earlier on when it was so red. We tried to play the 180, got out of it, but then held it all the way back in, was able to make money, and then eventually does break higher on Tesla. So yeah, good call, but nice little move higher there. So good call on that one. I don't know if you wound up punching long or not. Nvidia, I see that you just got long.
No, I haven't. You're talking about Tesla?
No, I didn't know if you were going to punch long on Tesla because you were mentioning that it was at that high.
This is that big level.
It did just break.
I hate breakouts at this time. But I should have taken it.
But then I was mentioning Nvidia because here it comes pulling back.
Nvidia is pulling back in. That's where my attention is going to be. If it holds a higher low, I'm going to get into that one off the higher low. But it is time for the small cap recap with Adair. We haven't talked about many, but let's get to some now.
We're going to get to the small caps in a second. Also, if you're involved in anything like these tech names like Microsoft, Apple, Oracle, and Dell, keep an eye out. There is Dan Ives of Wedbush speaking on CNBC right now about these names. He also did upgrade or raise the price target for Microsoft this morning. So keep an eye on some of these mega tech names with that in mind. In terms of the small caps themselves, we do still have some weakness here in IWM, the Russell 2000, still below that 200 level and definitely finding some resistance around 198.50. So keep an eye on that level for sure. In terms of small caps, not a ton moving today. The standout by far is going to be TRNR, that's Interactive Strength. This one has a small float under 600,000 shares. It's going to be 539,000 shares. Market cap of under $2 million. So definitely keep an eye on TRNR here. We also have here MIRM. This one is a little bit larger, about $1.2 billion market cap. But this company is Mirum announcing that their bile disorder treatment study has had some positive milestones met. Also worth noting, they do have a float of about 20%, short float. And last but not least, we have GOSS. This is a penny stock. This one up almost 20% now, short float of about 6%. Keep an eye on these ones, guys.
All right. All right, so Nvidia went down to 131, so we're here. And we're not punching out, so let's wait to see what winds up happening right here for Nvidia. We bought some. Here comes a nice little dip in again right there. So I don't know what your plan is with Nvidia, but it is dipping down right now.
Yeah, I grabbed it on this last little wick to the bottom, so you're going to see almost the exact same thing. It broke 131 and held 131.75. I got it on the way back up through one. It's almost identical to the last time through 131. It kind of did it twice, like it did it 3 times actually last time, but it did it twice in here. So we got the first time, then we added the second time. I think scalping the VWAP is still going to be the plan, however. So scalp trade back into VWAP here on Nvidia as it's showing a little bit of weakness. Apple, not really. It's not going to get back into that 215 just yet, and we talked about that. Okay, it's not printing past 30s. I'm just going to get some out there. Apple's still not wanting to pull back, and Tesla did not take the breakout on Tesla, but Tesla is holding that 182 on the bid. That's for sure. Tesla looking pretty strong up there, even with the futures starting to pull back. Tesla rearing its I want to say ugly head above a resistance that we thought was going to be a turning spot. But I shorted on the way up. If I'm going to short a 182 level, I want it pulling back underneath and failing. You know, it just broke right clean through it. And if you took the breakout trade, I think it went 10 cents against you if you took that breakout, at least from what I could see on Tesla. The one I wanted to short was ARM. I still have my order trying to get the 57s, but it's now pulled back a little bit too far. We'll try to get the next available pop here. It's ARM down 2%. I pivoted from AMD to this looking for the shorts simply because AMD, you know, holding VWAP and holding higher lows at this range.
All right. Yeah, we're just doing our normal stuff here. We can look at other stocks. Let's look at GameStop. I mean, we already know what our plan is for Nvidia. We've already talked about it. Nvidia and Apple will be huge stocks for me, regardless of what happens right now. Okay, GameStop moving lower. So GameStop right now, not a good day so far. As it's kind of just been trending to the downside. You had an early bump for sure off the open there. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Got to the pre-market high of 29.30s or so. And then now here we come back into 27, 28 bucks. So I don't think it's the long yet. I'm not waiting for a call to happen or anything. To me, that doesn't really matter what's happening with the call. I'd rather know when it's on so I could react to any sort of dramatic moves. But yeah, Sharif, man, Apple's now $3 in the money right there, as it will be PL1 and obviously not even close there today. But you could see right now, wow, it's pretty close. I mean, Nvidia's right there too. But we'll have to wait to see about this move back in for GameStop down to 27.30s. Would be that bottom from Friday. So I feel like 27.50 is worth it. So maybe we just park an order there and see what winds up happening if and when GameStop comes right back down in. So, all right. I know you're sort of taking little cuts there on Nvidia, waiting for this bigger move, and I'm trying to do the same thing, but holding on. So 130.90, we're just holding on by sort of small little piece of thread here as we're getting ready to break through that local bottom right now of 130.50. So again, we'll be up on Nvidia today, but if it breaks through this 130.50, then I think it's sayonara. On that, you got to be responsible at some point and get out if it does break through your level. So it looks like Nvidia right now will be a nice little downside push. And again, I just wanted to let you know there's a handful of traders that are positive today. It's not like this has been the easiest day by any stretch of the imagination. So we just got out of Nvidia. So right there, we will slap a fail on it. Green stock today. Green stock today. So for me, Nvidia's been a good one. We'll be red on Tesla, green on Nvidia, and very, very green on Apple as it's doing. And I just tweeted this out, Apple doing Apple things. So there it goes, man, 216 and change on Apple. Here comes Nvidia right back into 130 again.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, I'm red on Nvidia. Thankfully, you look at last week's trading, we'll be down on it maybe half of what an average day on it was last week. And Tesla's actually my worst stock, but I was just back in the short. I said I only want to short it if it looked weak off of that level, the 182. So it did break back down. I got into the short, and then I remember what was great about it wasn't crowded, it was Shopify last week. And Shopify was more finding it break that steep trend. And I was like, you know what? That worked so well. I think I want more confirmation of it. So here's the trend I'm going to work with. Basically what we're looking at on Shopify. This is the opening range bottom. Down here, 179.5. Draw like a loose trend line. If it's not losing this, then it's got to be underneath it. I don't want it bouncing off the trend, and I'm trying to short above it. So that's what worked well for us on Shopify. And just to go over, if you're looking at what happened in Shopify continuing to tank, it looks nasty. It was a similar thing here. We basically drew a really steep trend line on Shopify, and then when it finally violated, I was in right there on Shop. So that's what I will try to do on Tesla at these levels. Just want a little more confirmation. And for me, when Nvidia is trending down like this, like I'm always looking to try to catch a bottom, but we got to get out of this. This is actually falling like an absolute rock. I'm now back over to why not just take AMD under view up. It's like, look at it flush. I went over to ARM and didn't get it. We liked only AMD short. We went over into ARM and never got the trade. But AMD basically gave you that 56 back into 54 a second time. And I had pivoted to what I thought was a weaker name in that particular moment. GameStop still trying to make a bottom. I don't want to lose sight of this. 2 hours until they have the event, and it's cruising down into Friday's lows. This would be the area that we're in looking for a bounce and anticipating a bounce. If it does bounce off Friday's lows, then I'm going to jump into a long trade back into VWAP on GameStop. See, patience, it continues to fall.
Okay, we've got a new idea. We're back we are now into the futures. So look, with Nvidia losing that bid now back down through 130, we could have shorted SMH, but I mean the TQs, thank you to Adam and thank you to everybody out there, for, sort of just always reminding that, you know, there is, and this wasn't from today, this is just before, we've really traded the futures quite well. Now that we're underneath here, let's just go and sort of be like a little bit more technical now and try to get this downside push. And I mean, we have shares on board. If we break through VWAP right here, that's 30, then 40s. I want to use like this 200 period more as a level of concern, but here we go, pushing it back in right now, and we're singing with this now as there goes TQs. Hopefully it comes back. I mean, if the market wants to go back to lows, then I don't even know what to expect. We've also changed it, man. I mean, like I said, we're here. We're here, baby. This was a 30-cent worth risk trade for Apple. We hashtag real trading because this is one in right here, upside. The same thing with Nvidia. We were just buying those dips. We had a great trade off that one in there on that name. But there goes Apple. We've now changed it to 215.75. So we can have no less than a $2.70 winner right now on Apple. And we'll just wait. Again, we won't average into this one too much right now. We could get a little boost up here as we are bouncing off of 19.9, but I still think we can get down there. So back into VWAP. We've already talked about this trade. 74.40 is where we'll get out of this one, and it could lose. But we'll sit in the futures right now, 10:30, and just see what's going on. The market's flat. So let's go over to Adara and figure out what's happening then in crypto.
Interesting story here with regards to the ongoing discrepancy between what we're seeing in crypto and what we're seeing in some of these Bitcoin miners. Miners actually apparently reaching a collective market cap for all 14 U.S. listed miners of $22.8 billion for June thus far. This is according to JP Morgan. Best performer here is Core Scientific. They had an AI deal, and CORZ is up 117% for the month so far. So interesting story here is we have some weakness in Bitcoin, some strength in some of these miners, and you can definitely see that Bitcoin weakness on the chart here, continuing in a downward trend. We did have 2 small days of gains over the weekend, but we're giving up all of that and more thus far today, actually, at the 65.5 level for BTC, down about 1.5%. Ethereum also weaker, down about 2%, just holding on to the 3,500 level. And a lot of these other names are going to be a bit weaker here as well. BNB, Solana, Dogecoin, all down about 2%, but Ripple notably here up 5.25%. So bit of a discrepancy here between some of these names, generally to the downside, though, guys.
All right. I mean,
Yeah, although the stock I was looking at, you did that segment, was Mara, and Mara caught a bit and a half off the bottom. Like we talk about wipeout bottoms, and you get bullish after a wipeout bottom like that. So nasty, 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 break it out, and there's a bit of a short float here, consolidate above that 19 low from Friday. If this never breaks 19 again, I think I'd be looking for a long over there. Tesla, thank goodness we got out of that. Obviously, I could have just held on to it till the high, but I said let it actually break that trend down, which it didn't, and we just jumped right out of the trade. Tesla continuing to fly into the upside as we speak. That said, not everything is super strong. Still looking for any kind of a pop to be able to short into ARM as wow, Tesla is really flying at this moment. I think it may be just time to look for longs in Tesla. If you like 182, then why not flip it around and just say if it holds 182, it's a long. Just that simple. 2.5%. And if you look at Friday, and this went 183.5, and then up top was 186. There's a lot of room for this to rally here into it's a flat market, but it's slightly up. So should be playing this trend in Tesla. As long as that trend holds, I was willing to short underneath. I should be willing to long back into it.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I was saying. Like, why did we not just take that break? It would be $1 in the money, and we sat here and watched that Tesla break right there. I mean, we said that, and it came back in and filled that position. 181.60. If you like the long, is a no-brainer long. There, we missed it. All right. All right. Well, you know what, man? We could be stopped out of this TQ's trade a little bit quicker than we had thought because Nvidia's all the way back and Apple just keeps on ripping as well. So it looks like we will. And this is an early trade, so we're fine. Back up here to the 200 period. This will put a damper, obviously, on our net as there goes the futures rate back up. It's a nice move. We took VWAP again, straight bounced off that bottom. So it looks like these triple Qs will go back up to the upside. This is 3 times the NASDAQ right now. So you know what? Let's just take off, here, let's take off 75%.
Well, there's a million shares on the offer.
What is this price?
GameStop?
$74.50 right now?
Somebody's walking GameStop
yeah, okay, go
down
over there and have
with
a look.
$1 million. Oh, it just got
pay
filled.
For shorts.
Oh, goodness. So there was about 1 million shares on the offer of GameStop that was trading it down. I just saw them all the way down at 27.40, I believe, was the lowest tick I saw on GameStop, and it just flushed. I'm going to try the long off this 50 level here on GameStop. So I just got 60s out in front of 50. So there was a big order, walking it down. They finally got filled. I couldn't really tell the exact price, but the lowest I saw the offer was down at about 27.40. I think it might have even been 44. So if it gets down under, this is Friday's low, by the way, which was 27.40, oddly enough. We said if it bounced off that, we take our first shot for the long. So if it goes back under that price, I'm just going to get out. Going to look for somewhere to add on strength on GameStop. So still a very weak name, down 4% and still flushing. But it was a size order that's going to get me into this long more than anything else. Seriously, Tesla? Okay, as I was looking over at GameStop, Tesla just took $183. So I just determined that I was looking to go long off of this trend line, which is at 182. And now it's starting to extend away from it one more time here on Tesla. So Tesla continuing to fly. I wonder if I can catch something. Maybe Rivian's going to set us up for some kind of a break as I look over at that name. No, Rivian's at the low of the day. Okay, it's a Tesla story. Tesla and only Tesla.
All right. Yeah, Tesla's been a good stock for us. Obviously, we'll, as we'd mentioned, we'll both be red on that stock, but we'll see if we can get some money back into it. And then, again, we'll go another one right here, and a little bit of a reload, but not really, because this is the first time we've been short on Nvidia. And there it is, man. We make money both ways. There's the long, here's the short on Nvidia. Again, if we break too much higher than where we are right now at 131, then we will get out of Nvidia. But if our stop is 131, that's only 20 cents from where we're in. So let's start taking 30 cents as profit. So that's exactly what we did. So we've taken that now twice on Nvidia back in. So hopefully it will still continue to break lower, but I don't. That 129 and change, let's hold on to it. It's nervous moments because the TQs is right here. So instead of getting out at 40, I just said, first of all, will Apple ever slow down? I don't know. I'm going to wait for that break of the high. Because just for me we're having a great day, like I mentioned, just to get out now is one thing, and we could do that and take the L, which is fine. It is above VWAP, it is above the 200. I just want to see about this. So breaking 2 through the day's high. If it happens, it happens. If we lose Nvidia again, then maybe we get that move. And Nvidia is trying to hold 131, so let's wait. Just talking myself to hold into this trade, and then Apple just not slowing down. And we said that we would remember I said we'd rather, and I don't know, this might be backfired, but I said we'd much rather buy the dip in Apple than in Microsoft. Well, Apple's a $200 name. Microsoft's $400. Microsoft went about $2 upside. Apple, we're in a $3.50 winner now. So I think we did right by picking the right one, but it is lifting this whole market up. So we'll have to watch out. There goes Nvidia breaking higher again. So obviously we'll stay green on Nvidia, but that last move, take the 30-cent profit, lose 20 cents right there, all in all a decent trade. And then GameStop, well, we're in the money now. We were just in the money 30 cents up to 27.80. Let's put an offer at 27.80 to take that profit. And then if we break above 28, then good for that. But again, another sticky note name that we wrote down this exact level. Look for these GameStop lows in and around 27. So, yeah, good day here. Let's see if we can keep it going. But honestly, it's these futures that are going against me now that I know like. Slow down, Apple. I can't believe I'm saying that going long. And there it is right there. We'll take 25 cents on GameStop and then see what happens.
Yeah, I think what happens next is I think we can cruise. My guess is if it doesn't make a fresh low, that seller exhausted themselves. Just look for longs into 12:30. I probably would want to get out in front of this event and, whatever. It doesn't matter whether they say nothing, whether they say a lot, whether they say a little. I just don't care. I don't want to be messing around with that game. But I still see AMD weakness. So it's underneath VWAP again, so I want the 155 half to be an out. So I want to short back into this name if we can even get it. So, about Tesla. Tesla is, so now it's up 4%. And you always say, what's the next trade? What's the next level? Well, I'm not punching long up here. When it was holding that crazy trend line, fair enough. But if it gets to $186, that was literally where it dumped at the open on Friday. So we get up to 186. Tam Panda just said, do you like Tesla short at 186? I mean, So 180 went for the short there. 182 kind of got in and out because it didn't break the trend down. I think that was a good decision. You can all see I just would have lost an extra 30 cents if I hold it to the high. But 186 was a pretty big level. I mean, if you're trying to short pops, then what else are you going to look for there on Tesla? I just feel like if it gets there, I don't know, the market's strong enough that I should already be in AMD short. I'm just going to quickly jump back over to ARM to see if that is available. Like ARM can't even get off the bottom at this point. Could just short it underneath 156 even, but it's sitting at 155.20, so there's really no trade in there. And Team PJ CT there. We've talked about this name, PayPal, being a short till it's not. I agree with you. I just don't know. If you trade this every single day since the Apple event, it hasn't even had a green day since then, and it just lost $60. This just continues to fall and fall. Friday was a pretty calm day for this, only dropping like $1 or so. But you have another couple of bucks, another dollar down on PayPal, 1.6%. It's not just them. Square's having a rough time as well. All right, Tesla 185, 186 is where I'd look for the short.
All right, yeah, we're going to go back into Nvidia just because I feel like, well, first of all, we got out of that Apple. Apple did dip down into 216, so we got out of that. Good trade there. We'll put $3 on the board. Well, we put that on a couple times, but we're just going to try Nvidia here. I mean, we're just noticing like that 50 period. We don't mind retracements back to the 50 period. That's at 30s now. So here comes here comes a nice move down. We did put on some more positions on here for Nvidia. So let's take some out as we go again. So we're just going 1-to-1 here with the hopes that it does dump off of 20,000 and the NASDAQ. So that's kind of what we're shorting. If you notice that we are still short the TQQs, and we did talk about that. We like that 20,000 level. Come on, Nvidia, push yourself to the downside, and look what's happening to Apple. If that can go as well, we might have something special. I'm going to take a piece off here in the futures because it does go back down to the 200 period. So, hey, man, hands off. We are almost at the highest spot for ourselves. We just got to settle down. This futures traders, you know what? There it is again, man. Spin the money one more time. Like, we're talking about making 50 cents here on Nvidia and just sneezing at it. This is a good trade for me, taking this trade back in again. So really trusting some of these calls. There's Nvidia. It's another 50-cent winner. It's going to be a big P&L name here today, but I'm more focused on the TQs now and this futures move as we're short at 25 and not looking great here on that. So let's just see what winds up happening. Hopefully some more downside pushes in the market so we can get something out. Do we just get another fill on Nvidia? I believe we did, guys. We just got a 35 fill on Nvidia, putting another 65 cents there in our pocket. So, hey, welcome back, says 1320 Wolf. Thank you. It's great to be here. I hope the show is just as enjoyable today as it most likely and obviously was on Friday when Obi was sitting here in the captain's chair. So shout out to Obi again for all the work that he always does, of course. And yeah, so all right, let's go back over to the desk with Adara. Sector watch.
A lot of interesting trends that we've seen over the last few weeks or months getting flipped around here. We have Nvidia notably to the downside, Tesla in the consumer durable sector, meanwhile notably to the upside. With regards to Nvidia, we did have that news that apparently they had this approval from the U.S. Supreme Court to scuttle this 2018 lawsuit with regards to securities fraud. So interesting catalyst there for Nvidia, the market initially reacting to this one to the downside. In this sector, though, electronic technology notably pretty mixed. We have AMD, Qualcomm, some of these other chips to the downside, but Apple and Broadcom both notably to the upside. Another name that it's about to split that's pretty strong here is going to be Chipotle over here in consumer services. Chipotle trading on a post-split basis as of next Tuesday, so definitely keep an eye on CMG. We also have upside for Disney and Starbucks, so consumer services, pretty strong sector overall right now. We also have a bit mixed performance in a lot of these sectors, including retail trade, consumer non-durables, and producer manufacturing. A little bit weaker are going to be utilities, health technology, and finance. Lots to keep an eye on here today, guys.
A lot to keep an eye on. DraftKings hasn't had a red candle since 10 o'clock. It is straight to the upside, up 5%, continuing to churn. Although just like I'm putting this one in the bucket of what we saw in Shopify, it was just as strong, and then it got to a moving average, and then the major moving average for Shopify was at $68, and it did a curl. So 41.20. This is going to be a ridiculous trend line to put in there, but it is what it is. Like, since it's bounced, like, it's been very, very steep. Here, if it wants to fail underneath 41, I'll look for some kind of a push underneath that trend. Tesla just continues to run. I'm thinking the same thing here. We have 86 as the spot to look for a short. About the time that I'm like, oh, we got to stop shorting it here, I did not get a dip back into this trend. It just continued to break out. GME is still bouncing, no break of 28 just yet. We're going to have to wait around for that, albeit patiently. And ARM, I always say you got to be willing to buy high, sell higher sometimes. There's moments where your available trade is to sell low and buy back even lower. This can't get a bounce. The market's about to take out the highs, and this doesn't want VWAP, it doesn't want the lower high. I guess 56 is just going to have to be it for ARM. There's only so much patience you can have. If it doesn't bounce, then there's only one other direction for it to go. Don't want to be shorted at the absolute low, which is Friday's bottom, but if we can catch it at least a couple of dollars away from it and risk 50 cents, then that's going to be worth it. One of these things is not like, a few of these things are not like the other. Tesla fresh highs, but it's got to get to 86 before I'd even think about that short.
Okay, yeah, like Tesla for sure.
What a monster.
Yeah, what a monster. What a monster missed opportunity on that one for sure. But that's okay. We're doing good things over here too. We just got more GameStop. I just punched along through 2780, thinking it could possibly go. We'll see on this one. I mean, we just want to be in this. If I could even scalp it up here, 28, 50, things like that. So let's get some more into Tesla. I mean, Tesla, GameStop, our first in was 57s. So we did get a good fill there on GameStop, and that will just take some more. I just want to have some more risk on. Want to have risk on. So let's see if it goes. So we did get out of some of this. I'm going to put another bid at 35 on the triple Qs here, and I know that's still that's going to be a 5-6 cent hit. Or what am I? I'm short 29.8, so I don't know what it shows on the board there, but so we'll take a 5 or 6 cent hit if it does come in. And I'm just trying to get out of like 10% now. Each one of these was very less than that, very much less than 10%. But if we can come back in, we're just kind of bouncing now off the 200. We've done it now 3 times, so that's not great. It did pull back in. It completely stopped where we were short. Our average price was right here at 30. That's basically where it stopped on VWAP. So I can't, look at technicals and try to trade this and then not trade off of it. Even if it goes against you, you got to think to yourself, okay, if I wasn't in this trade, how is this looking? And that's sort of the thing about trading. You can make so many trades in a day. I mean, already here today, just for myself, and this is not, as far as trading is concerned, so I've gotten 130 fills. But that just means that, like, for example, here on this TQ trade, we probably have, here, I'll tell you right now, this is just one idea, but I already have 15 fills. So it's just about getting short here under the 50 period, then being patient up to day's high, taking another fill, then trying to get it back out and holding again for this bottom sort of where we started. Because if we're right, then it should fall back into here. So far, so good. Everything's been working out, and we're pretty happy with it all. So let's just continue to watch out for it. Nvidia, we only have about 20% left of our position as this fell right in, and we were lucky enough to, again, get those bottoms at 130.25. Let's see if the market comes. And then this one here, Apple, this is where we got out. So just with 15 minutes left, it looks like my whole morning won't rely on this, but I, by far, the largest notional trade here for me right now is what we have on the Qs. So we'll wait. We're not out of enough of it. I'm hoping it falls down, but the NASDAQ is really resilient here. Looks like it may want to test 20,000. We're going to be out before that happens. Tesla, an absolute beast, guys.
Yeah, it's still going higher. You got to be, if you're looking to short that name, don't compromise on price. If a stock is strong and you want to short it, then wait for yours. And that one is strong. I mentioned when Adara did that crypto segment that Mara, while down, and I get it, it's down, wipeout bottom, higher low, held 19, which is Friday's lows. It just bounced and gave another higher low. So there's your hold of 19. There's your higher low at 15. I just jumped into it, so we wanted some confirmation on Mara. I'm going to get some out into the high and then hold it into, like 19.50 is where the stock closed on Friday, so hold it into $19.50. So we're long at 15s. The stop will be underneath this local bottom here on MARA as that is continuing to go with crypto. If you're watching crypto in general, I'll go to IBIT. For some reason, I'm not getting my BTC chart's not working. But if you're watching Bitcoin, just watch IBIT here. It's breaking out this top as well. So Mara going with the move, which I like. So you're going with the move. As long as I see that strength in Bitcoin, then we're going to play this to the long side on MARA. Tesla, maybe Tesla doesn't want 186. It's starting to get a little bit heavy up here. You're now at a couple of pullbacks. Trend is still holding as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to hang on to the 186 level being the short. And ARM, I just set up, yeah, we'll short it off 156 if it gets there. And ARM makes another press into the low of the day. So we're continuing to break down into the low of the day on ARM. Still hasn't taken Friday's lows just yet. The 154 still holding on. AMD, that's also looking very weak. It's about to break its low of the day. The only thing that I've shorted today that actually worked was Advanced Micro Devices, and it continues to flush right into the bottoms. Let's go to the desk. It's time for a little money talks.
What?
We have the DXY here continuing to the upside, looking to make its third green candle in a row here, holding on to this 105.54 area, basically plotting where we did close on Friday. We had one economic data print today. It's going to be the NY Empire State Manufacturing Index. This one coming in higher than both the estimate and the prior number, -6 versus an estimate of -12.5, and the prior number of -15.6. We have some Fed speak coming up later in the day as well. Fed's Williams at 12, Fed's Harker at 1, and then after close at 9 p.m. we'll get Fed's Cook. Worth noting as well, we did have some comments from Fed's Kashkari over the weekend, generally known for being pretty hawkish, and this was no exception. The comments that he made yesterday, basically saying that he thinks a December rate cut could be reasonable, one rate cut this year, and it would come in December, saying that he won't, and the Fed need to see a little bit more slowdown in inflation before making any rate cuts. So interesting note here from Fed's Kashkari. We'll have to see what the rest of these Feds have to say, guys.
Kashkari should be interesting. Yeah, I was just saying, come on, the futures right now, because, hey, look, in honesty of trading, right? You guys always want to know, if we're green or red or anything like that. Today's is a good green day. If we were to get out right now of everything, we'd be at our highest flat spot we've been at, right? So, I mean, so far so good here as the market just continues to give us everything that we need and more right now. So let's see if these futures, not in more. And then, I just hope that we can come back in here to 74 again. We've just taken some out now, so that's making me feel some kind of way on that one. And then we already talked about being with the people on this one. We even punched in more on this one with GameStop. So now we're just getting some out. We're getting some out at the 50-period moving average. We still have more than half of this trade on board right now for GameStop. If it moons, great. We're here for it. But we're now playing with house money. So if you want to get out at the bottom of the day, be my guest. I'm not getting out till we break through 27. And that's just what's good for me. So let's wait to see. I don't even have any offers up, but now that I see where VWAP is on GameStop, why not just put something all the way up there? And again, have the confidence in the trade, and I added to the position right there. So that just show you, I thought that bottom, could be something. I'm not as confident for sure in this futures trade to the point where we're getting out for losing. This is a losing trade. Even though it shows us short at 36, our average price, I think, remember I was telling you 27 and change or 26 and change right there. So even the fact that I'm getting out right now, this is a losing trade, but the net is done quite well here. It's just if this drops, then we're going to be on cloud 9. So let's just wait to see what happens here. 74.10 and change. Good day. And yeah, let's just continue to support that those positive vibes again. We do have Sharif coming through with Adara on the midday. They're going to be talking about what is near and dear to my heart, and that is level 2, because as we already mentioned there, that's what sort of got me in this game, and that's how I became the manager. Okay, here we go. Here comes TQQs. Like when I hired Neil, it was teaching level 2. It was all about that. That's exactly what we did for hours and hours and days and days and days. Teach these youngins over here, although I am older than Neil, of course. And we do have many, many good stories about the good old days, but part of it was teaching all that. And it happened really quickly for me. And that's something that I feel like was not only due to the passion, obviously that you can see is quite evident, I hope, for what we're doing, but also for the fact that I did get and learn that ability to read that, and then was able to, of course, put up. And I can tell you the number. It was $6,000. We talked about having to make $2,000 over a lifetime or whatever here. I did 6 in the very first month. Again, picking a right stock, being in the right environment. You could have negative months over negative months, and then all of a sudden hit something and ding, starts to work, or the stock just starts to operate properly. It doesn't mean that what you're looking at is wrong. It's just sometimes stocks don't move in the direction that you've studied, or that like all of your sort of your time that you've put in, that you've seen the futures do this and all of a sudden it doesn't. You're gonna get caught in those days, man. Not every single day does the stock act the same way it did before or as per your notes or anything. I mean, I think this is a good example here with the futures. I was close to getting out here at 40. If we flip over to this screen just real quick, and then now all of a sudden we notice that, hey, 20,000, that was a big level in the futures. Let's just up this stop a little bit for the TQs to the point where right now on these fills down here, 74, 18s and 20s, we're able to turn positive on that stock. So, stick with what you're doing, stick with your guns. Nvidia's 50 cents in the money. Hopefully this future trade goes. And honestly, man, it's been just another great day. And I just want to thank everybody for making sure to watch this show.
Yeah, I see it.
The podcast is ripping up. We have level 2 trading coming with Sharif and Adara. More fun things to come as we go. And we'll have Michael Noss tonight on the recap show. And I don't know, sometimes we'll have traders in the afternoon. I'll double check the sheet. But so far, so good here today. All you really need is
I thought we had Danielle this afternoon. Well, I'll double check. I thought we did, but yeah, Danielle Shea will be coming through in the afternoon show, and then Michael Noss will be on the recap. There's news for Polestar as it tries to get back above $1 here, trading higher. The company announced a geographic expansion and plans to enter 7 new markets in 2025. I don't see in this note exactly what those markets are, but Polestar is up 28% on that news. I don't want to, whatever, I'm kind of smirking as I say that, but it's a penny stock, right? So I kind of made my bones on penny stocks, at least after I graduated. I think it was, my second month I started focusing on penny stocks because they were the most profitable when I was a trainee for me. But breaking this top out here, if it gets to $1, there's actually room to like 110, 115. So I don't think this is an auto short up there just yet. But Polestar in play, doing very good volume as well on PSNY. I just want to jump over back on over to ARM. ARM just bounced off of Friday's low. So there it is, like your first level of support here on ARM as it tries to head high, tries to bounce higher. And if it gets back up into VWAP, I think I should be at least more patient waiting for it. I'm still in GME. If it gets to the event, I don't think I want to be in it necessarily if I can profit take it and still underneath VWAP. I'm trying to grab these 60s. It was that big size seller that dragged it down. This huge volume candle here, there was one order walking it down. They got filled at 27.40. I got 60s in. I'm trying to get more at the 60 level and then take it back into VWAP, and 2 more for you. We only have 3 minutes to go. Tesla, the plan of action is still to wait for 186. So it's about to break the high of the day. It gets to 186. That's the level I'm looking for the short. Probably a little bit easier to be short at lunchtime than it is during the morning. And then we bought the second dip back into the 19 level on Mara. This is Friday's low on Mara, but it's the higher low that I want to see it hold here on MARA. You are getting a bit of a pullback in crypto, so watch out for that. If we hold VWAP, getting more out in front of the current tops. So that's what we're involved in. That's what we're looking for. You just got to be patient. Tamp Panda, which is better? I like this question, so I want to quickly get to this. Breakdown levels or retest levels? I think it really depends on your style of trade. If you're a support and resistance trader, you're probably going to say retest levels because then you get confirmation on levels that have already been good. You take bounce trades and then scalp off of them. If you're just like a pure momentum break and hold for the rest of the day, then you really like breakdown or breakout levels because you get that initial trade and then things just start flying. So just a quick example, only because it's the first thing that came to my mind. Like if you just simply took, there's your opening range top on DraftKings. If you love these types of trades, and that's kind of, if you're a breakout trader, this is what you love about them. It shows you the opening range. It holds that previous low and then just boom. It broke out. There's not even a red candle until, whatever. That's a 3-minute chart. It's probably like 10 candles in a row to the upside on DKNG. So it's just about what you prefer. I like support and resistance. I tend to like those confirmation levels a little bit more than I'm going to like those clean breaks, because the thing about a breakout trade is it's not always easy to decide where you're wrong. If you're trading support and resistance, it's not hard to figure out where you're wrong. It breaks it, you get out. The breakout trade, you got to make a judgment call as to how far you want to give it back.
All right, guys, with only 2 minutes left, I just want to say, like, we're having a great day, and look at this. This is how you continue to move forward, right? And it's like being able to be very small hit on Tesla today, considering the fact that it did this. You know, we were short early and wrong, and we got out right there. Then we made a bunch back, shorting, and then just got out on that top break. Obviously did not punch long, but right there, to be able to be where we are right now, is great considering that, you know, for me anyways. Like, I feel that was really good risk management there on Tesla, and I think that's the number one thing. And we talk about that with Brian Shannon. We talk about that with all the guests that we have on, and that is that proper risk management can save you, and that's exactly why we have those stop orders. And someone said, like, how does Sean trade all this? Does he put in orders himself? And yeah, I do. I don't put in stop. I put in stop orders manually. So that therefore they'll trigger and I don't have to look at it. Because if I'm not looking at Tesla, then, and I got to get out when that breaks, that's the level right there, 182. I just should have punched long, obviously, on that one, but then what kind of it? I mean, I would have loved to have punched long, but we would have then been on cloud 9, that's for sure, one more time. We're going to wait for the TQs. Again, we'll have one red stock that it'll be Tesla. So just to tell you guys, our one red stock Tesla is, we made 5 times that. Let me reiterate this one more time, because this never happens. Never happens pretty much on this show, period.
What's that?
Where you'll probably disagree just because, but I think Tesla, me being down Tesla 5 times more up on our worst red stock.
That's happened before.
See? Has it?
Yeah, it's happened before.
Okay, yeah, it might have happened before, but so I take that back. It's a very rare occurrence that something like that happens, and I just think that and I'm just talking about myself for sure, because proper risk management, I think, is very, very important. And sometimes I'll just be so stubborn about something that my losing trade will just be infinitely more than my winning trades. And you guys know that, so I'm just saying that today. And and as Neil mentioned, like I always looking at everything. I don't see that often. So right now, today, especially when you trade multiple stocks, it's been a good one. And we're about to lose here on the TQs, by the way. Like, if this takes out that high, we're getting to 20,000. And this is a perfect example right now that I don't even have my hands on. And when this breaks through, this breaks through. And so we're out of that right now, and get out of TQQ right now. So there it goes, back up to the upside. And now this hit now is much closer to what we made on Apple.
Guess where Tesla is?
So,
well,
187?
No, 186, 186.
Yeah, this market is at the day's high. The bad trade for me to get out of, and we've got to go to these guys in a minute right now, but was this Apple trade. Because we got out when it broke lower, but then we did not reload it at the 50-period moving average. So that's something there that I'm not 100% sure why we didn't reload that. But we did favor the short into 20,000 for the futures. I could be stubborn now and go at this again until we officially break 20,000, but the charge is on, man. And by the way, also, GameStop right now trying to go upside. So I'll figure out what this exact level is for the TQs, but it's well up now, and a break of this, and we should probably be out of this trade again if it happens. But I'm out of TQQ right now as it continues to go higher. So let's just hold out on it. Getting near that 20,000 marker is going to be something there. So, all right, yeah, good day, man. Good trades there, Neil.
All right, here comes the Tesla. Obviously, we said 86.
Was great.
Obviously, we said 86 was going to be that line. It just wicked it a couple of times, meaning it's been up and down. Friday's high, pre-market 186.5. It breaks that. We're out of Dodge on TSLA. It is the level 2 that is your gateway to the market, at least visually speaking, if you're entering orders. And that's what you're going to be learning about today and learn to trade. Let's go to Sharif and Adara.
Yes, what's up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara, and I am Sharif. And we got everybody coming on over from the other chat, but I just got to close this window and open up the other one. What's up? Yes, there we go. We got Darwin. We got Big Kyle Burdett. We got Market Sniper and Callum Mitchell Miller and Mahash Mahat, as well as Mateus Lane and Draco. Day Trader Cut joining us. Paul Goodson in the house. Kanye East joining us as well, learning the game, Bob Dub, Cairo, and a proper paradox. Fiddleback, Alex, Olivia, Ponzi, Fonzie, what's up to Ponzi, Fonzie, baby? I see you, Adam DeLuce, what's up to you, my man? Killer Cam, Elon, as well as the Piper. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you this fabulous GameStop-ish Monday?
It's not bad. Hopefully we'll have GameStop for you. Supposed to be at 12:30 today. We've got the link. We're locked. We're loaded. Hopefully they'll be able to cross their T's and dot their I's electronically today, but we'll have to see exactly what happens there. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm in Nvidia short. I know, shocker. I am shorting Nvidia. But no, basically and to be clear, I'm very cognizant of the potential change in tides, to use a strafism I'm seeing here. But no, I initially got short, and I have taken profit on this because we did have this little, I don't want to say bear flag, but like kind of, because we had this move down here, then we had this little chop and turn, we were rejecting the 9 EMA. I immediately said the plan is going to be what I've been trying to do over the specifically last week, which is just, and a little bit the week before, which is just kind of getting in, starting a position, then scraping in and out at levels I like, and then being cognizant of a potential breakup or breakdown that we can get from there. We're below the 9 EMA. If we break below 138.90s, I'm out. The closest we've gotten is 130.85s, and then we run away like a scared deer. I'm not trying to add to this unless I continue to see decisively lower highs. The 130.70 area is kind of interesting to me. Not sure if I'll get that. I have no reason to leave yet. We're not at 130.90s. Right now, we're going to be, as Sharif will sometimes say, packing our patience, maybe in a Samsonite bag, and seeing what unfolds. Of course, I'm also looking at GameStop. Pretty spicy look here. I might have to secure some shorts. But right now, we're just trying to secure the bag in Nvidia. How are you doing?
Good luck with that. Here's the look. So Neil brought this to you guys earlier. Polestar was making a big move there, topping out at 89 pennies, up 21 2/3% on the day, on the back that they're going to expand into 7 new markets by 2025. He was looking for those markets. I've got them for you now. It is France, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Poland, Thailand, and Brazil by 2025. So looking to expand. Polestar, as we've said to you many times on this show, very, very prominent in Toronto. You see them a lot, especially from where I live. And they're quite reasonably priced relative to other electric vehicles. So we'll see if this one can reclaim that $1 area that it gave back a little while ago. Polestar obviously has their association with Volvo, the big Swedish car maker there, the legacy automaker out of Sweden. So 22% to the good. I was looking for that dollar touch. Not quite yet, though. 89 pennies high. This one, I should mention to you guys, has a short float of about 5.8%. That's about 2 weeks old, give or take, right? So it could be a little bit higher or lower, but definitely not a negligible percentage of the float there shorted. So PSNY, sub $1, but keep your eye on this one. All right. Before we get to the lesson, I'm just going to show the small cap gappers that I've got my eye on today. First and foremost, obviously, Polestar, I already prefaced that. We've got GameStop and AMC on the left, but these two were quite tradable today. TRNR and SCNI both look good. Now, I got to tell you, even though TRNR is below the volume weighted average price, I'm still very interested in getting long at TRNR between that $6 to that $5.50 area. This prominent pre-market high, I'm expecting to act as a level of support if we were to make it down. We're trying to break down below 6. This candle took us all the way down to 611. So we'll see if this one does the old resistance flip to support kind of look that we've been seeing a lot on some of these stocks lately. So TRNR, let's keep an eye on that. But we also have an important lesson today. So we're going to talk about level 2. Now, guys, I got to preface this. This is not an introductory into level 2. Standardized or basic rudimentary knowledge of time and sales, level 2, market depth, the book, whatever you want to call it, is required for this lesson. So yeah, we'll try to give you some basic concepts as we go, but if some stuff flies over your head, just go ahead and use that Google search and try to catch up. So welcome back, traders. Let's delve deeper into the level 2 order book. Dissecting its intricacies to inform our small cap news-driven intraday plays. We'll move beyond the buy and sell sides, focusing on these more advanced order types and interpretations. Let's get right to it. So What kind of orders show up on the order book right away? So we have to be able to dissect these first. So first and foremost, the most basic of the limit of the type of orders is your limit order. These bread and butter orders specify a price at which a trader is willing to buy and sell. The order book shows the depth or the volume at each price level. So just by way of example, this is the order book on Polestar, and you'll see for probably this is not a good idea because it's a sub $1 name. There you go, Tesla. You'll see 186.20 and all the different levels and what the kind of size you have beside them is. Now, the size I have here in lots, not actually share size, okay? So you can multiply those by 100. So your limit orders are on there, but your stop orders are on there as well. These only come into play when the price reaches a certain level. So your stop price. So there can be two different types of stop orders. There's stop loss orders that are sell orders, and they're basically designed to get you out of the position. But there's also stop market orders as well, right? Once the stop price is triggered, these become market orders executed at the best available price. Those are also on there as well. The one that's the most trickiest is what we call a hidden seller, a hidden buyer, or an iceberg. These only show a portion of the total order size, masking larger buying or selling interest. Look for sudden jumps in volume after an iceberg orders are partially filled, hinting at a larger order behind the scenes. We've talked about this umpteen amount of times on the show. When you have a price level that you've reached, whether on the way up or on the way down, and there isn't that much size on the order book to justify why the price is not moving up or moving down, typically what that is an iceberg order. And then it's incumbent upon you to then look at the tape. You need to start looking over here to see what is printing. Is it printing at the 05s that can't move up, and you keep getting 05 prints, even though the size says only 2 or 3 or 1? That's your hint that there's a hidden buyer, a hidden seller on the ask, what we call an iceberg, and that's kind of what you need to know a little bit there, okay? So, analyzing the order book dynamics. This is interesting here. So, order book movement. Watch how the order book changes. Are bids actively moving up the price ladder? Are they chasing the offer? Or is there a stack of sell orders just above the current price, creating a potential selling pressure zone? You need to be apprised with both sides of the order book and see exactly what both sides are doing, especially movement and especially size moving up with you if you're long, or size moving down with you if you're short. You need to apprise yourself of all that. Order cancellations as well, quite bamboozling. Cancellations can be just as informative as active orders. For example, if a large buy order is pulled, all of a sudden you see 1,000 lots or 100 lots on the ask at a certain price, and then you move up to that price and all of a sudden that price is gone. Well, it could be signaling waning buying interest or waning selling interest, whatever the situation could be. Conversely, multiple ask cancellations at a resistance level might suggest sellers are waiting, for a better price to offload. So another thing you need to be apprised of there. So many different nuances. And here is basically an example of level 2 order books. And we all have this. Well, we should have this. If you're day trading, you should be using level 2. And then you can see here all the different gateways. Essentially, we're not going to talk about gateways today, but what you need to understand in a very rudimentary way is a gateway is just a street to get you to the exchange. Multiple different streets from Wellesley and Yonge will get you to the Toronto Stock Exchange, wherever the hell it is. Okay? Advanced order book patterns. Now, this is actually quite interesting here. So this was actually new to me, and I actually learned this putting together the lesson. There's something called spooning, and Big Kyle, calm down over there. I see you coming with the jokes. So spooning. This occurs when buy orders are placed just below the current ask price and sell orders are placed just above the current bid price. It's suggesting a tight trading and possible consolidation before the breakout. This is actually really interesting because I've seen this one on very heavily thick traded names where you have huge amounts of size stacked above and below, above the ask and below the bid, and you're kind of tight within this range. You move up a tick, you move down a tick. When you do get a breakout from those levels, often it is quite violent. So that is what I would say to look for if you're looking for maybe a very thickly traded name. I know the boys on the floor look at this for their buyouts. I know you were going to snick. All right, order book vacuum. All right. When there is a significant absence of orders at a particular price level, it can indicate to you potential buying or selling zones. Here's what I mean, right? For example, a vacuum below support might indicate buying interest, waiting to fill that gap. So this is actually super interesting here. I've never actually noticed this in real life, but because usually we see each one of these 1 penny apart. So you're not able to kind of discern the difference between the buyer, say, at 185.25 and say at 185.15. Sometimes if you see huge size at 25 and then another huge size at 15, that 10 penny spread right there, that's basically, buyers, it's kind of like a void, a vacuum in the buying zones, right? There's a lot of exuberance at 25, but then you lack all exuberance until you get to 15. So you need to be apprised of that as well. Move on to this. And interpreting the order book in context. This is actually super interesting. So this is specific for small cap gappers. What I'd say to you, if you're going to use level 2 with good success for these small cap gappers, make sure you're engaging in some pre-market analysis of the book. And what you're looking for here before the market opens, you're looking for stocks that are gapping up on news, and you want high bid volume at the ask price. That can signal to you strong buying pressure at the open. If the ask gets eaten up at every little attempt, every incremental move, and the size keeps getting eaten up there, you can kind of foreshadow what the open might look like. And you also want to keep an eye on the book after that news catalyst has already hit and the market has had an opportunity to digest it. Are they still interested in it? So after the news breaks, see how the order book reacts. Does the buying volume dry up after the initial surge, or is there a sustained buying pressure through the levels subsequent to the news release? So you want to keep them in mind. Are the algos just reacting to that news piece that's being released, and then we're going to come back down once human traders get involved? Or is this a sustainable move, a sustainable headline that can take us throughout the day? So you need to keep your eye on that. And basically all I would say is level 2 analysis, guys, as a final thought here, is an art. It's not an exact science, as with most technical analysis. By understanding these advanced concepts and interpreting them in context with news catalysts as well as market conditions, you can elevate your ability to spot opportunities and make informed trading decisions. Adira?
Yeah, thank you so much, Sharif, for going over that. As someone who loves the level 2 and book reading, I think this is a really helpful lesson. And I like as well that it's specific to the small cap gappers, right? Because these ones I find, especially as myself as someone who doesn't trade them and finds them a little bit, I think any life hack you can give yourself, any amount of edge you can give to help understand them better is of course a plus. So I want to shout that out. Thank you very much, Sharif, for that. You know what I will not be thanking though is Tesla. Yes, I know my ongoing battle with the Cybertruck has begun early this week. No, all jokes aside though, I got involved here, happy with how this trade was managed, just a little bit meh at it in general. So I got involved 185, just shy of 185, around 184.90s, because I liked that we had a bit of a bounce here off the 90 MA and also that previous little resistance area, right? I thought, this looks great. Got long, was going to risk into 184.70s, so basically the bottom of that candle at the time. We dropped below 184.70s. I dropped out of the Cybertruck. However, if we keep seeing this inability to get back to 185, will I go short? Heck yeah. Yes, I will. I always find, I think, it's interesting because I know I'm short biased. I'm cognizant of the fact that sometimes the short ideas aren't going to work, but I find too, it's I think my brain is better able to find short opportunities than longs. So sometimes when I try to go long, it's just, it's not always, I feel like the cards don't align as well, or the stars, whatever analogy you want to use. So we're going to have to wait and see on that. Nvidia though, happy with this short, just took it again off that 180, 130, 140 rejection after the previous bottom.
We took out 20,000. So
oh my gosh.
We were on the new contract, guys, so I just want to make that clear that we're now charting off the September 20th, 24 contract because the June contract expires this Friday. So today is the first day that the new contract did more volume than the older contract. So here it is. This is the new contract. So we did break 20,000, even though we broke it in the pre-market, even ever so briefly, a bit of a double top there on the NQ. September contract, 20,000 was breached right at the beginning of the show over here. So I just want to mention that it's a key area of technical resistance. So keep your eye on this level over here. We're not clearing it with the aggressive distance. So 20,000 just got breached. That's all I want to mention there.
Yeah, no worries. That was, I have nothing else right now, though I am hopping into that Cybertruck on the downside. Yeah, Tesla, you see me, you hear me, let's go. The plan for this, I saw another 185 rejection. That was the confluence, the confidence, whatever word you want to insert there that I needed, the confidence maybe. So we're going to get involved here. Just shy of 185 is basically the same area, I think, on the dot that I entered the short. If we break above this little wick here, actually, I guess we wicked there twice, at 185.27, that's where I'm going to have to cut the cord. I want to start piecing this out at 70s, so let's get going with that. I have no idea if this will work out, but the thing with trades is you never know if they're going to work out. You have to take it, as Sharif always says, on the balance of the evidence. Right now, the balance of the evidence and just my overall general principles with trading, what I look for is telling me, Adara, try this Tesla short. Tesla, meanwhile, is telling me, yeah, Adara, I'm going to probably not be a good time here. So good times. Thank you, Tesla. We got to the area I was going to leave, and then it rejected. So let's watch and see what the Cybertruck does. What are you looking at right now?
I'm going to pull up Meta because Meta is having trouble with the 50 period on the 5. So this is interesting to me. Even though it did wick quite aggressively into that 501.25, it's stair-stepping up and finding resistance at the 50. Found resistance at the 50 on the IB high. It found resistance at the 50 at 10:30, and it's finding resistance right now. But what I'm concerned with Meta is it's putting in higher lows with that flat top at generally 501.5, generally in that area. Somebody was asking me, pass overdose, is Meta 500 something big? Well, it was a couple of times. One, when it was sub 500 and broke 500 prior to earnings, and I'll show you what I mean by that on the daily. So you can see 500 is around right here. And so when we were breaking, sorry for all these, for all the pivot points there, just kind of look at where the colors are. That's the price essentially. We got above into that 530, and then this is the earnings day. You can see that big red candle. We broke down into 400, held 400, and we were below 500 for quite some time, using it as resistance. Now we're above it, so I would say likely to use it as support. But right now, I want to wait for a rejection because right now it's kind of just dancing with this level. But the 50 period on the 5 looks to me to be like an interesting area here on META. If I was to get in here at like 500 and 2/3, 500 and a fifth, I definitely have to put my stop almost $1 from where you get in because that's the local high there. I'd have to put it at 501 and a third. So yeah, let me know if you take it long or short. Right now I see resistance, but I also see the other side of that, which is higher lows. So that's the look there. Microsoft just printed new all-time highs, like all-time highs in its history. $444.82. It just printed right now. Definitely a bullish-looking double bottom where the right side of the double bottom is higher than the left, showing buyer exuberance. The neckline break at 443.5 confirms that, and it's heading a little bit higher. Great look right now on MSFT. It is at day's highs when nothing else is at day's highs. So Softy getting the upgrade today from Dan the Man, not Emmons, but Dan the Man Ives over there at Wedbush, liking this one. And I talked about it on the morning show anyway. I'm not going to repeat it now, but he is obviously a rock star at the moment. And he's being, well, he's been right about a lot of stuff, put it that way, lately. So we'll keep an eye on MSFT. Apple coming into off the high at 217 and a third, coming down into 216 and a quarter. I would submit to you there's support here, owing to the 10 period on the 5, as well as this price action top over here, Adair.
Did you see Dan Ives' outfit today on CNBC?
I didn't,
It's like,
no.
okay.
I gotta pull it
Dan
up.
Ives has great outfits. He also is a great Twitter follow. I've always said this because he posts really amusing, entertaining stock stuff. If you like stock Twitter, which is I've mentioned repeatedly on the show and just in my life is a really fun world.
That's fun.
But basically, Dan Ives wore like a bright pink blazer over a pink striped shirt. I love it. I want to own that outfit, so I want to shout out. Yeah, Dan Ives, Ramin is very like fashion confident, and I love it. So shout out to Dan Ives. Also, though, yeah, I mean he loves loves Microsoft. I know he said at one point one of the reports belonged to the Louvre, so clearly he still thinks that, raising their price target there to 550. So yeah, that Microsoft chart's a very nice look as well. But basically, you know what else could be an interesting look is IWM. I initially was looking, let's see what we do at VWAP, and IWM's like, I'm going to do nothing at VWAP. I'm just going to keep going. I'm like, okay, IWM. I've written some levels on I don't have a sticky note. I have a Google document called tickers to look at. And as you can see here, I wrote 198.50 and 198.20 on that document for IWM. This is the type of look I love when we just keep seeing a rejection of a level. It's going to be that 198.50, 198.45-esque. The other level I liked is 198.20, which was kind of the base of that baby range we had earlier, then formed as an area of resistance. So if we can continue to fail that 198, 198.20 area, I will go short, but I want to be cautious before I do so. Also, I had another Tesla trade that I want to chit-chat about here. So I was seeing a 1320 Wolf second. We change the thumbs up to a thumbs down if Adara keeps shorting Nvidia. Honestly, if Nvidia keeps failing 130, 140, I have to say I probably will continue to take short scalps, but I did miss the most recent one. But yeah, I just want to shout that out because got a kick out of that. I know Nvidia has been pretty strong, but was at least partially profitable in both trades, although I am down in the name right now because of that first trade. But this Tesla, though, really happy with what happened here. Initially got the long, didn't work out there. Got the short, took out half at 184.70. The plan was continue to add if we got back to 185. We didn't at the time I was in it. I noticed that we got to 184.50s. Then I was like, the book is kind of slowing down here. We're going to move back to the upside. Got out at 184.56. I would have stayed as long as 184, but I wasn't getting that on the book, so I had to say adieu. Anurag wants to look at SoFi here. So let's take a look at SoFi, short for flat bottom break. I don't really see a flat bottom break on SoFi, at least on the intraday. I'm going to be honest with you. I just kind of see a continued downtrend. That being said, we are at that level here at, what is this, 637.5, but it looks like we might want to bounce. I'd be cognizant. It would be kind of hard to find a good entry point here. Maybe these 9 EMA bounces. That's kind of the best level I can see on this. But yeah, I have to say I'm not really seeing a huge flat bottom break on this. The daily chart, also the same kind of thing here, because you mentioned the daily continued downtrend. That being said, the level I find interesting on the daily is going to be 673. We had a bottom here, not once, but twice. I would say the flat bottom break was probably on the daily chart there, but I think we're 2 daily candles removed from that now. So yeah, 673, 674 could be interesting for SOFI.
All right, guys, Dell's having another hell of a day today. DELL up almost 6%. 6%, that's not nothing. On the back of an upgrade, there's no catalyst for this other than this upgrade. Morgan Stanley analyst Eric Woodring maintains Dell Technologies with an overweight rating and maintains the 155 price target. We have a high a day of 143.37. Definitely holding up off that 10. Look at the respect Dell has had on the 10 with the 10, essentially since breaking above it over here at 10:53 a.m. Shout out to Elon in the chat. I saw you there talking about Dell, and you could not be more accurate. And you've been talking about Dell for a while, Elon. It's not the first day that I've seen you talk about Dell. Alas, Dell did have a bit of a tough earnings report. Look, it wasn't bad. It was just there was so much pent up, I guess, exuberance, expectations, whatever that it ended up selling. But most notably, this is what I want to point out. I don't know if Neil had eyes on this either, because I know Neil's been looking at Dell lately, but Dell absolutely held the 50 on the daily on that retracement. That is very bullish for me. And then you kind of get that rounded bottom. Sorry for all the Dell tickers there. There you go. See how we put that rounded bottom when we held the 50? We didn't hold the 50 strictly, but we held it close enough. We hold that 50, and now we're rounding, and now we're coming right back up again, looking to test that 150. Dell, this looks like an interesting area for an entry here on DL for a swing. Not financial advice, not recommendations, just telling you what I see. And this bottom end over here at that general 130 area also coincided with a previous area of technical resistance. I'm talking about this earnings win crest over here that topped out at about $1.30. I'm talking about this crest over here that only got to 135. So general area hold here for DELL looks awfully good for a possible swing. With respect to the day trade, obviously, I just finished yapping about how it was respecting the 10 exponential. This is the 1 minute chart though. Look how strong Dell is. It's holding the 10 like a glove. When you look at the 5, it's getting extended from the 10. It's about $1.50 away from the 10 on the 5. So I wouldn't punch long here. I'd wait for retracement into 141.5. There's price action crest over there. You have a double top, essentially at 141.5 intraday. If Dell doesn't come back there, then I don't trade it, but I don't punch in at highs. I just want to see there. Yeah, shout out to you, and Elon. I know you're always looking at that. Shout out to you. Zai, GameStop, big drop. Let's pull up GME and see what Zai's talking about there. Yes, so we come back in. At least we tried there, Zai, to do a rounded bottom, retrace off that, 27 and a fifth touch. Even though the majority of the prints were at 27 and 2/3, we try to make it back into 28 and 2/3, 28 and 3/4, which is Friday's closing print. Surprise, surprise. You hit a wall of sellers and you drop a buck. So keep your eye on GME. We definitely will. AMC also had kind of a simultaneous drop off 5 and teens right down into 5 again. So keep your eye on the pair. I certainly will. GME and AMC, definitely both on watch today. Softy, wow, what a retracement here. Don't know what's going on with Softy if this is being traded intraday by big money, but you touch 445 and a fifth and you tank below to 443.75. That's, I don't want to say uncharacteristic for Softy, but it hasn't been moving like that lately. I don't want to paint with a wide brush or whatever. But anyway, MSFT definitely off 445 and a fifth a dare.
Yeah, I mean, that Microsoft, that's an interesting drop there. We'll have to see what it does at that 443 level, which is kind of that top earlier. But I have some choice words for Nvidia, and that word is oof. No, I'm joking. So basically, I tried to go short this again. I do still think, I know, but I did go short here 131 because I watched what I saw in the book, and I watched a couple times that 131 level. So I thought, hey, this could be decent short. We could get like 20 pennies here. Nvidia decided to come back up. I was going to give it to 130.130. Get above 130.130, and I'm like, okay, we leave, right? No problem there. Nvidia shows me that I need to leave. I leave. Then immediately after, it drops right back below, and I'm like, Nvidia, you could have just done this while I was still in it, but it's all good. Maybe I should have given it to 130.140. That's a lesson for myself. Maybe I should have waited for the entry until 130.130. So there's things to reflect on from every single trade. I'm not going to sit here and be little boy blue because the stock didn't give me what I wanted. You know what I mean? So we're going to have to be pretty open about that. I think we could be coiling for a move higher. I still want to watch this 131. Basically 131.50 rejection kind of area. That is still going to be incredibly spicy to me. I just need to be trading it in a way that makes more sense. If I had stayed in it when I initially got involved at 130.130s and just continued to scalp in and out, I probably would have been fine. So that's really just some reflection for myself here. So we're going to have to wait and see how this does. I want to shout out the Freedom and Wealth podcast because they had a new episode this weekend. It was a great watch. And one of the things that was said there is about resilience. And I totally relate to that. It's like, the people who are going to give it 100%, the people who have like nothing left, you know what I mean? When your back is against the wall. And I think as someone who I feel like I have always kind of performed the best, especially in trading when I do feel a little bit back to the wall action. I think it's a really interesting point. It definitely made me reflect as I was watching the podcast and doing my makeup this morning. So hopefully we can be resilient traders up in here. Down in the day, but up on Tesla, and always bullish positivity and spirit. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, GME is going to be interesting for me as well. IWM coming back into my area of interest with that lower high and that 198, 10 to 20 rejection. So we might have to get some scalps here. Let's see what we see. What's everyone else looking at here? Michael Dell on CNBC says Darwin, so that's an interesting look for Dell as well. Because I remember that day we were like, "What's the name of the CEO of Dell?" And then we found out it was in fact Michael Dell. Oh, Nvidia Dell was at one point at 666. It's kind of an interesting omen there. Let's see how Dell goes.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention the Freedom of Wealth podcast. Thanks for reminding me about that, guys, because this version or volume 3, episode 3 was one hell of a banger. I love how they talk about entrepreneurship and the success, the mindset that you have to have in entrepreneurship, the key traits like superiority, impulse control, consistency, dedication, time management. These are all things that really help, successful people manage their time and stay successful. I love how they talk about the Musk man and Aunt Kathy as well, and the mentality that those two have, the hard skills, the soft skills. This was an alpha podcast, guys. Reframing sales as a mindset of self-improvement, outsourcing and leveraging the strength of others in your team to help you achieve the most. So I made notes on this one because it was quite lengthy, but it was an hour long. So make sure, if you are not subscribed to the Freedom and Wealth podcast, you got the Brendo on the right, you got the Katina man on the left, and you've got umpteen amount of wisdom between the both of them. Get to YouTube right now. Hit that subscribe and make sure to like and hit the notification so you can know when it gets dropped at Saturday at 10 a.m. every weekend, so you can be reminded. Shout out to Freedom and Wealth. All right, so I put in a dip trade here on MSFT to get long at 443.5. The idea for this was to take a previous area of technical resistance at 443. That's where we crested out and look to get some a bounce off there. It looks like Microsoft too strong on the day. In fact, so strong, it's not coming down into price action resistance. Previously resistance, I'm assuming support this time, nor is it coming down into the 10 exponential on the 5. 443 3/4 is where it's hanging out, the 10 period exponential, but it looks like the whole dollar right now is acting as a good level of support on MSFT. I'm leaving my order at the $0.50 to go long. I'm sitting at 55s. I'm only 22 pennies from getting filled according to this last price over here. I like this level. Let's see if we can get something there. I also liked Apple 10 exponential on the 5, and there was a couple of reasons for that. This is a price action resistance over here before we broke it using this candle with big boy volume. This level is 216.25. We right back at 216.25, 216 high teens, and we're holding this level, but these are all doji candles of indecision, showing you an equilibrium between buyers and sellers at this level. But I do think this is a good look for AAPL. And I'm interested in getting in possibly at the $0.25 if I'm able to weasel an entry there. So it looks like I might get close to get filled here in Softy as it comes into 2/3 of a dollar. My out's going to be the break of 443. So we'll load up AAPL now on this one as I'll look to sit at the $0.25 for a fill.
Yeah, my fatal flaw here, my Hamarsha, my Achilles heel, whatever literary or mythological term you want to use for some of these trades, continues to be, I don't have enough confidence. It's like I want to wait for that one extra secret sauce. And it's like sometimes your confidence is the secret sauce. You know what I mean? Not to be all philosophical and weird about it here, but basically, I did want. I actually think maybe good I didn't get involved in this, but I saw this Nvidia. I saw this little topping tail candle here. We're still bouncing off the 90 MA, mind you, but we keep rejecting that 130, 140. So I was like, I want to take this short. And then Nvidia, as I put that order in, was like, actually, no. So that was like, okay, I'm going to get back involved in this, though. I saw, again, another just rejection of any attempts to break into that 40 here. If we break above 50s, I'm out. I'm outie. I'm whatever vehicle you want to insert there. But let's see what this goes with the NVDA. This is my biggest issue, is continued to be just waiting for that one extra confluencing factor, not being fast enough. So I think I owe it to myself to attempt these trades if I feel good about them. So that's my rant on that. IWM is another one I missed just because I wasn't fast enough on the draw. I wanted to see the 198.20 rejection. I got it, wasn't fast enough. By the time I saw this, we were at like 198.05s. I wanted 198.07s. IWM's like, no, we're not going to do that. So that's all good. If we see another kind of rejection of VWAP or something, I will get involved, but always trying to stay positive because, the market does not care about your feelings, and it will just, be like a little shark alligator trying to nibble on your profits, eat you up, and you just have to be there and keep fighting. So that's what we're going to do here. SPY, creeping the itsy bitsy spider, maybe creeping up the spout here. Shout out to Obi because he's dropped that one before. We have 3 candles here to the downside on the 5-minute chart. We'll see what we do with the 90 MA. That's not always going to be a level of interest for these indices, but that, something to watch out for. But I see Sharif here and do nice little longs here on the 7s.
We'll see. We'll see how they work out here. Already wet my beak on some profits on Apple. Put my order out at the $0.25 on Softy, 445 $0.25, looking for a retracement and a hold of the 10-period exponential. That's the kind of the whole precipice of this trade. We'll see what we get here. All right, so we just took 15 pennies super quick on Apple. Apple, I feel less confident about than Softy. I feel Softy it has a better chance, I guess, of holding the 10-period than does Apple, just given the umpteen amount of doji candles on the 5 that Apple has put in. So we'll see what we get there. I put my profit taker on Softy at the $0.25, 4.4 at a $0.25. That's kind of just halfway from where the 10 is. The 10 exponential on the 5 and the high a day at 4.45 and a fifth. So we'll see if we get that print on Apple. Quite frankly, the level that I'd like to take it out at is going to be 75s. So we'll go ahead 216. We'll put 73s to kind of front run that size. It's going to have to make its way up there. The out for me is going to be the break of 216. So that's already put in there. Wow, Softy just came back down after holding the 10 period there. So we're break even on this one right now. The out for me on Softy is going to be the break of the $0.50 because, well, not the break of the $0.50, the break of 40 pennies. This is price action support over here. So it has to hold this level. Otherwise, the trade isn't right in my estimation. So that's going to be my line in the sand there. Tesla, very close to day's highs at 186 and 2/3 and coming down now below 186 to 185.
Yeah, Tesla looks kind of flat top breakish perhaps at this point. We had that sort of double top. We had slightly higher lows. It was actually that support and resistance flipping at that previous little pop here at 185. So this actually could get kind of spicy. I might, like I said, I hesitate to take longs because I feel like I have not as good of a read on where to go long, which I know is kind of an odd thing to say, but it's just, when you notice things, it's worth interrogating them. And of course, like not, resting on it. Obviously, you want to improve upon things, but I think especially with a name like Tesla, it's something I'm not going to take unless I feel massive confidence there. So let's keep an eye on Tesla. I did my Nvidia fill for the short, sad face, but it's all good. It's all good. You just got to keep going. I have a plan here, and I want to wait sure and see if the book validates that plan. But my plan, although this bottoming tail candle kind of, poo-pooing this plan, was to add to this heading up into 130, 130s. Then I can piece out as I get my rejection into 131s. Now, Nvidia 301s would be like a, that would be a plot twist that we don't have right now. But yeah, so we're gonna have to see how this actually manifests. Like I said, the confidence, whatever word you want to use, has just not been there today, which is like obviously pretty unfortunate. So just trying to get back to that level, trying to climb up to the upside on this P&L, and hopefully doing so with with Nvidia climbing to the downside. No, I want to be clear. I'm not trying to get married to like a short position in Nvidia just because. Nvidia is just the area levels wise that I feel the best about because we do have this rejection of that previous little base here at 130, 150. This is an area I liked earlier. I just didn't trade it appropriately. So it's like, Adara, come back in. Show Nvidia who's boss. Hopefully me, probably Nvidia, and definitely Jensen Huang as Nvidia CEO. So we're gonna have to see what we do here. Like I said, same levels I'm watching here. 130, 150 breakout. I'm done. Au revoir. If I see anything on the book that's kind of sketching me out before then, I will scrape out or get out entirely. But again, you owe it to yourself to try these trades. And again, you don't want to get married to an idea that doesn't work. But if you still have confidence in the idea, I think you owe it to yourself to attempt that idea. Let's take a look here at super chat from Kyle Burdett there.
Yes, Big Kyle, 199 super chat. Big Kyle Burdett SPY. 3 red 5-minute candles. Huadunk. Let's have a look at the SPY. Big Kyle, I hope you're on the new contract because we've rolled over at this office. I don't know if you did on your side or not. Let's pull up the September contract there. So yes, I see that. That's 4K. If this one closes, Big Kyle, then that's going to be 4 in a row on that bad boy, and then we could be seeing 55. The closing print on Friday for the September contract was 55.02. You can kind of see the umpteen amount of touches there in the pre where we kept rejecting off that white line, then broke it at 10.55. So yeah, shout out to you. Let me know how it goes with that short on the SPY. So I was looking to take out Apple at the $0.75. I still think I'm going to hold on to it. It is curling up a little bit. Here comes 50 pennies. There is a seller at 50, owing to the amount of times we've come into 50 and I haven't seen size. Speaking of level 2, here we go. So let's show you. Now look, there's nothing here. There's barely anything. There we go. Do we break through it? Let's watch. Yes, yeah, we are breaking through it. And you can kind of see all the size over here come in on the left, but then pushes right back down again. So we'll look for that bigger level, and I don't see any big size on any level on Apple, to be quite honest with you. So we'll have to look at the tape, and I definitely see larger size coming in on the mid print though, coming in yellow, right? So it's kind of hard to interpret when you see it as yellow because it's neither positive nor negative. All right, here we go. Into the $0.0075 goes Apple. We're long 25s. I'm sitting at 75. I don't want to say any bad words, but I'm not taking anything out here. I'm gonna wait for it to get to 75. Softy, right back up again. It held 444. I'm sitting at the $0.25 waiting to get printed. We're long 90s. The $0.25 is about 5 or 10 pennies away from here. We'll see if we get filled. There has been some selling coming in here on MSFT as of late. It's holding the 10 period, but not the same strength that it had. There we go. Now we get the print on MSFT. So that's a good print there. We're going to keep holding this one because the technicals don't say to get out. Back to Apple. We're almost printed. There we go. Now we got printed at Apple. That's a big win there for Apple. That's like an 80 penny winner. Oh, sorry, 60 penny winner there on AAPL. So we'll pack our patience with the softy because we're still holding a piece on Microsoft here. There.
Yeah, congrats on that trade. That's an awesome look there. Macro trade there on Microsoft. Also I didn't realize Microsoft was like a Jay-Z fan there with that 444 level. So shout out to that Jay-Z album. Shout out to Microsoft here. Nvidia, I'd love to shout you out, but like you kind of had to do something. We are still trying to knock on the door and break down below that 131 level. Again, I have no reason to leave. I'm still looking to add here, heading up into that 131.30. If we get above into that 131.40, 131.50, buy. NVDA, we're not going to be in sync anymore. But we're going to have to wait and see here what we do on this NVDA. I have an initial beak wetter here set just below that one, just above the 131.80s, 130.80s is where I'm kind of looking. So we're going to have to wait and see what we want to do. Nvidia precariously perching here around this 131 level. But either way, I had confidence in the trade, so I'm happy that I had the gumption or whatever word you want to use, probably not gumption, to get back involved here because you do need that confidence, and you need that resilience. So Sharif and I, again, going to shout out that podcast this weekend because what we want is traders' freedom and wealth. And so you can learn a little bit more about both. BTC looking good to move up, says TX Trader. Let's take a look at IBIT here to see a bit of what IBIT and Bitcoin. Oh, first year pushback of the week. So I think we are trying to move up here, at least on IBIT though. What I'm seeing is A, resistance at 37.40, and B, lower highs. There are lower highs here. Also, I mentioned this on the crypto update because this was such too weird of a fact to not mention, but Bitcoin miners massively outperforming Bitcoin itself. This, like all 14 US miners there collectively, I think the market cap was like over 22 billion according to JP Morgan. There was one miner up over like 100%. Last month or this month so far. So yeah, it's been an interesting look there for IBIT and some of these Bitcoin names. I think for it to move up, I'd like to see us break above that 36 level, then above that pretty clear double top resistance at 37.40s, which was punctuated actually with that baby topping tail candle over here. Let's see. But hey, IBIT, if you want to be in a range, I might be more than IBIT interested in you. So we have to take a look at that. AMD also doing something around 156. I'm going to have to get out of its cousin Nvidia before I think about AMD. Nvidia, though, within my areas, let's keep going. Happy I got my second fill. Nvidia, if you want to go lower, who am I to say no to you? How are you?
Yes. I'm waiting on Softy here. I put my order out at 72s. The front run the $0.75. The $0.75 has resistance level 1 on pivots. Not like I'm entirely, basing my entries on pivots, but we did get a hold of the IB low right at pivots, 440.72. Whether or not that means anything to you, I mean, you can decide. This is this aqua dotted line. That's resistance level 1 on pivots. So I put my out just a little bit ahead of that in case it does act as a local area of resistance. We're having trouble with the half dollar, the 444 half dollar. We come into 49s, 50s, and as you can see here, we're definitely encountering some resistance there, as you can see here on the book. I want to show this to you guys. You see this one? You see all these orders coming here on one? These are not people buying one share of Microsoft. This is what we call a liquidity algo. And what this is doing, it's testing the liquidity. It's testing to see whether other algos will respond to its liquidity grabs. It's testing to see, is there a buyer for this at this level? What kind of exuberance we have? I don't know exactly what it's up to, but it runs on Apple. It's running now on Microsoft. I've seen it on other programs as well. So I just want to mention that to you guys on the tape today, because this is something that fits in with what we're talking about, right? So at the moment, we're finding resistance at the half dollar. Couldn't break through that half dollar in the last occasion. We got up to 54s on the ask and didn't clear 50s on the bid. So definitely a bit of a seller there. We'll have to pack our patience to get that out. I'm still waiting for about 72s. You guys can't see it over here, but there's a yellow line. Oh, you can see it a little bit. That yellow line is my resting profit taker. We'll see if it gets filled or not. Apple, right back into the area where I got filled, up into 75s again, 216.75. It's at 2%. In the clear, it's not even close to day's highs. Day's high is 217 in the third, so we'll have to wait for that. It's been a good recovery here for Meta, because I'll tell you, I was really close to pulling the trigger short on this Meta 50 period dine and dash. I mean, every time it came into the 50 period Adara, it would seem to reject, and then it was able to take it over here. Well, and we mentioned that it was putting in higher lows, so that was kind of the thing that kind of held me back from really not going gung-ho right there at the 50 on MET. I was going to go short at 50 and 3/4, 50 and 4/5. Sorry, 500 and 4/5, 500 and 3/4. There you go. Touches 501 and 4/5 there as it looks to go back into break even. To break even, though, it's got to get all the way up into 504. So still a little bit away from that. So topping tail candle right now on Softy, and this is not what I wanted to see. I'm long 90s and it's coming back into 16s after touching 54s. This is a problem, okay? Now, what I'm going to wait for is to see, does it break down below the 10 period? Because it's held the 10 period so strictly for $400 name. This is as strict as it gets. I mean, to me anyway. So I don't want to paper hand this trade. I don't want to base everything on one measly candle that hasn't even closed yet, especially in light of the fact that it's just moving right back up into the 40s again. So if we break the 10 period on MSFT, I'm out, but I'd like to wait as much as I can to see if I can get that 3/4 touch there. On the futures, shout out to Big Kyle, because I know Big Kyle wants to take the ES short. This is the NQ, obviously, so not the same thing. But we are definitely consolidating at this high over here. Notably, though, we are holding that 20,000 level. And that's a big level, guys. I'm not talking about the comp. I'm not talking about the NDX, the exchange. I'm talking about the futures contract, right? So maybe not as big as a deal on the future, but 20,000 nonetheless. And we're kind of bull flagging here a little bit, if I can say so. But, you know, I'm not really one to use chart patterns on these futures, but. Gaurav, thoughts on DraftKings? Looks like an uptrend today. Absolutely, Gaurav. We'll give you our thoughts on Donkey Kong. Let's pull up DKNG over here. Obviously, this has been a big boy winner. As you know, it overtook FanDuel last year, or late last year, early this year, as the numero uno online gambling site. But marginally, though, by 1%, right? Took 33 to 32%. Donkey Kong looking awfully fantastic today. And let's find out if there's a headline for it. There is. Thank you. I don't see it. What was it?
Oh, it's more just generally for like gambling related stuff. But basically, Florida, there was another Supreme Court related thing actually with Nvidia, but also apparently, basically, Florida sports betting allowed to continue, I guess, online.
I see.
So that was, there.
Yeah, great. Thank you. That's from Benzinga. Thank you, Adara. Watching shares of sports betting companies, traders circulate. The U.S. Supreme Court has denied the petition to hear the Florida sports betting case. The gaming compact allowing online sports betting in Florida stands. It looks as if DeSantis and the crew over there may not want sports betting in their state. It looks like maybe the Supreme Court not going to give them a right of audience here, so we'll have to wait and see how that all pans out. They are the last line, though, in the legal system, so if the Supreme Court don't want to hear you, that's kaputs for you there. So 41.25 HOD. Mad respect today for Donkey Kong and the 10 exponential on the 5. This looks like a great entry, Gorev, off the 10, but, definitely topping out here. We've used that 41 and a quarter as a bit of a local top for a hot minute. Quickly, before we send it back to Adair, I just want to check on Softy. Again, we moved back. How high did we get there? We got into 68s. I'm sitting at 72s. I didn't get filled into 50. We go.
Yeah, so basically just put this in the chat, but the GME meeting started playing what I can only describe as the most easy listening instrumental soft rock I have ever heard into my ear. I'm going to drop the link in for this GME meeting. I want to shout out Sharif. Thank you so much for finding this link for us to watch this meeting. But right now it's going do do do.
Is it working?
Yeah, I'm hearing some soft guitar rock. The meeting has not started yet, but the guitar rock, for better or worse, has. So that's a sign. Hopefully, Kitty's crew, well, not Ron Kitty himself, but GameStop and their people, Ryan Cohen and crew, are maybe making their way soon. The meeting's supposed to start in about 37 minutes. But you know what has actually also started is this continued downward move here. And Nvidia, we're below the 90 MA, which is like one of my favorite indicators. So I'm pleased as punch with that. I want to talk about this because I think one thing, and I think this is valid, people in the chat were basically saying, Nvidia, maybe trying to move back towards the VWAP area. So I want to explain what I saw that made me take this trade. Why I like this trade and why I was so consistently aggressive with this trade was because I did see this continued failure of VWAP here, and not even just VWAP. It's actually also confluence with that previous area of support here that we had at 131.50s, 131.40s. So I said, Adair, I think you owe it to yourself to attempt this. That's why I continue to go with it. I'm down in the name right now, but we are in the money for this current position. I'm okay with adding if we get to 131.08. What I'm looking for is lower highs in the book, which we have certainly been getting in spades. We have not been back to that 131.10 level in a little bit, so we're gonna have to wait and see what we get. If I don't add to this position, no skin off my back. I'm not gonna, cry over spilt milk or lost shares over here. As Drew said, you're always gonna be angry as a trader.
Oh, yeah.
So sometimes I'm gonna be like, I didn't get enough of a position, but I have to, you got to be happy with, as Neil often says, you get what you get and you don't get upset. I'd love to see Nvidia break below 130.80s. Yeah, Nvidia, I see you. Keep cracking lower. And if that's where the cookie crumbles, I'm down for that. I want to get out of this by 130.60. That was an area of resistance earlier, and resistance and support flip-flops can happen and have pretty frequently on Nvidia today. I also want to shout out your Microsoft trade. That was a great look there. Honestly, congrats. Shout out to Sharif. Also, the same easy listening rock song has repeated, so I guess that's the only song they have for this conference. So I'm gonna have to listen to that for the
Maybe
next
that's the
35
only song they paid for the licensing for.
That would actually track. Where they had some dude strumming his guitar in the bedroom. I don't know. It's a sound. It happens.
I want to shout out Octavio. He knows what the assignment is, guys. He wants to hear about KAV on the afternoon rundown, and this is your opportunity to have your say. Every day between 2 and 2:30, the Big Kahunas will give you their look on the ticker of your choice. You just got to make sure that it reaches the top 5. So go ahead and solicit your friends in the chat to join you in voting for the ticker of your choice. Get into the chat right now. Hit exclamation point, type in the word join, space, the $, and the ticker of your choice. I'm assuming we'll have a lot of Nvidia love today, a lot of Apple love that it's back 2% in the clear again. Maybe even Microsoft as well with the Dan Ives update there with Wedbush. So make sure, go in the chat, do as this animation tells you that Fabian so kindly put together. Join and exclamation point join, $, and the ticker of your choice. All right, I'm happy that I did get out of this softy trade, as it was, definitely showing that it had possibly kind of, I don't want to say topped out or anything like that, but I ended up moving down my my resting profit taker from 72, and I got it out at 62. So I had to forego 10 pennies there to make sure that I got the out. And, it looked like a good decision, but right when the price action comes right back into those highs again, then you start questioning yourself. One thing I'm definitely not doing is questioning myself for not having gotten into the Meta short. Meta has been an awesome recovery, 496.01 low of day, and now it's a 502 touch. that we just got into. So a nice $6 recovery off the lows, and it was one quick candle that got us all the way down on the IB low there, and then a nice slow, steady recovery. Doesn't it always seem that way, that the recovery is a little bit slower than the tanks, the Huadunks? Alas, we are at the 200 on the 5 right now and encountering some resistance. I'd like to see how we trade at this 502, between 502 and 503, because that was the consolidation area range in the pre. 502 to the low side, 503 to the high side. Pivots is at 503.5. Great recovery by Meta, but I'm hesitant to want to punch in at highs just because I don't really feel like I have a good understanding of the chart. Apple, look at this rejection over here. It tried to take 217 again. It got to 217.07s, and then it dropped over $1. Look at that, and it's still going. So breaking the 20 period here on the 5, breaking the whole dollar level at 216, and it looks like it's poised to come in for that VWAP, maybe touch or glance or whatever. We'll have to wait and see how long or how deep it gets down there. This is inaccurate, obviously. It didn't print 218 today. That's a dark pool print on my chart on a platform that I rarely get dark pool prints on. Let's see if that showed up on P-Pro 8. It did, but the P-Pro 8 wick is a lot higher. That Pre-Pro 8 wick came into 220. My platform wick came into 218. In either case, both of those are wicks. Now, I got short here on Apple because, again, this is an uncleaned up stop. So I have to get out of that super quick, get out for flat there. So we got in, got out, and that just kind of helps me remind myself you need to clean up your stops that don't trigger. So I've done that, Adair.
Nice, yeah. I'm pretty sure my villain origin story is going to have to be hearing this GameStop song over and over. We're now on round 3. So yeah, shout out. I'm very happy for that meeting to start. I'm keeping the sound on because I want to be able to ensure I hear if anyone starts talking, but yeah, it's a song. It's still going on here. Let's see how Tesla goes. I am long Tesla. Why am I long Tesla? I like this 90 MA hold here. I said earlier I thought this could potentially be a flat top breakout. Not sure if we're going to get that, but I still feel good about the long regardless because we have had these higher lows. I'm risking her into 185.27s. That was the area I liked initially as a stop for my short earlier. And also the other reason I liked it is because would basically be like a lower low on these recent candles. So that's where I want to leave. Dawn Cotton, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Where do you guys think Best Buy goes from here? Yeah, I was saying to Sharif this morning, Best Buy does, definitely not the worst buy here. Yeah, I like this. I find this chart interesting because I think we could kind of go, I don't know why I got the for that, but I'm pleased to have it. Look at this top that we have here at 90.30, right? We have some wicks above, below. Oh, the GameStop song started again. All around here, I want to see what we do. It looks like right now we're trying to break lower here at the 90 MA. So I think this could be either a rounded top here, especially with these topping tail candles, or we could continue to push higher. I'd like to see a candle close above that 90.30 area on a closing basis for the 5 minute. Let's take a look at the daily chart as well for Best Buy because, let's see. Your question, I think it might be, kind of also beneficial to see what we're doing in a daily chart. Right now on the daily chart, Best Buy, this is a flag breakout if I've ever seen one. With this gorgeous bull flag here in Best Buy, top and turn, bounce off the 90 MA beautifully. And it's a really nice look here, I have to say, Dawn Cotton. So I think this is great daily chart, continuing to push to the upside. The next level I would see if we fall, I'd watch to see what we do at 82.70. Why 82.70? We had a bit of a flat top here earlier before falling back down. So, resistance and support, flip-flops are definitely known to happen. If we do indeed have that break here below that 83, if we bounce at that 82.70, that could be a nice look. Also nice look is Tesla. I am pleased to sponge about. Let's see what we do here. We are about a penny away. Yeah, we got our first fill here. So please just punch. I'm happy I added to this position. Right now, I still have room for 2 more beak wetters. This is a nice look. As long as we have higher lows, I'm not going to leave this. My biggest issue has just been taking 2 small positions and then trying to add it in opportune moments. So I tried to be have a bit more foresight in terms of the position sizing over here. I want to get the next piece out at 186.20s. Not sure if we're going to get that, but if we want to get that Tesla, I'd be pleased to punch with you. If I see anything in the book I don't like, I will scalp out. I also did get out of the Nvidia short, which I have not talked about since I last talked here, but like I said, the level I wanted was 130.70s. I noticed we paused a bit, 130.60s. We paused at 130.70, so I got out there. If we keep projecting the 90 MA, I will take tape scalps short on Nvidia. But right now, my focus is on Nvidia's Mag 7 cousin, the Tesla, the Cybertruck, the one and only. That level you got out of Microsoft, that was a really good call. I just want to shout out that Microsoft.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah. I've since switched here to Amazon, and I want to make my point. I'm going to get to space in a second, Bala. I know that you want me to look at space, and I promise you I will. But I just want to talk about Amazon for a second over here. Not something that I'm going to put a resting order at. You guys know how I roll. I need proof that this is going to actually hold this level. But the IB low on AMZN is 181.35. We have come down into this level. The lowest print so far since that 35 has been 37s. That was at the candle that we put in at a quarter to the hour. We're at 45s right now. But, you know, this is still showing you lower highs, lower lows, still well below the 10 on the 5, the 10 exponential on the 5-minute chart. I need proof, as Neil would usually say, getting it on the back end. So this is going to have to show me a couple of green candles that make higher highs and higher lows to prove to me the respect that it's going to have, if it has it, for this IB low level. I already have kind of one check mark is that it's holding up at the IB low, meaning that there are buyers that are interested in it at the IB low. Now, are the buyers strong enough, exuberant enough to help this stock overwhelm the sellers so we could curl back up maybe into that VWAP area, 182 and a fifth, whatever it's going to be. You know, we'll get what we get, and we won't get upset with this trade because we're trading it off lows. If we trade, it's down 1.17 on the day. Anyway, keeping my eye on this one. I like the fact that it's at lows. No news catalyst, I believe, today on Amazon. I'm going to double check that super quick. Amazon accused of audiobook monopoly. That's old news there. Just looking down, Broadcom related stuff. Not anything specific to Amazon today that I would, you know, say, yeah, that justifies this big move down on AMZN. So keeping an eye on Amazon here, I could definitely be persuaded to get in if this curls right back up. But let's go to Meta for a second here, because we were talking about this consolidation area in the pre possibly being an area of resistance. And lo and behold, it comes into the IB high. The IB high is this 930 candle over here. The high is 502.57. And this high that we just put in right now, 502.47. So yeah, that's kind of look. As we mentioned during the week when we talk about the implied balance high and low, these are zones. They are not prices. They have prices attached to them, but by not definition, but by use and practice, they are zones. So you should be looking. If I can show this quickly, Ramram, before we send it to Neil. If you're looking at this high over here, you can't be just like, 502.57. I'm going to put a resting order to go short at 502.57. It may not make it up there. And case in point, this candle up here. So I'm looking for a possible retracement down here on Meta. Not saying it will, but just alive to the fact that one could come. Neil Roberts is ready for his lesson of the day.
Welcome to the lesson of the day. Go long Tesla. No, I mean, obviously today Tesla is an absolute beast, so there's no chance. Let's think about this. If you're looking for an opportunity to learn from something today, if you were not, say, long Tesla at any point, then it behooves you to ask yourself, how could I have been in that position? That's all I want to think about today. It's not, oh, wow, woe is me. Or you could have made some money scalping short at certain levels on Tesla. There's nothing wrong with that. But the stock is up 5%. It's trending up. And when you're without longs, the question should always be, how could I have been into the long? Where could I have gotten into it? How could I have used all the work that I'd already done on Tesla to maybe make some better decisions and be a little bit more profitable on it? That is the goal of trading. That is what we all aspire to overall. So the first thing I want to say is, if you've done all the work, whether it's overnight or Sunday for the entire week, all your charting and your key levels, which I know a lot of us do, you don't throw that out the window. Because what can end up happening is you'll find your levels that can be really good, And even if you use them in the wrong direction, they should be able to inform you of something you can clue in on. So let me just go to the higher time frame chart first. Let's start it out by Tesla, very tight range recently. There's your 50 period on the daily, bouncing twice off of those bottoms. Weak on Friday. I mean, obviously shorts were really, really good at 182 breakdown on Friday, and that was a previous support level. So it stair step down. The 180 was a good short in the afternoon. That was a good level as well, and probably should have recognized this close here going back to the 12th. 77 was also a bottom. So if we're doing our diligence, I didn't draw the 177 line in there. So there's your obvious key levels. We're talking about all multi-day price levels here on Tesla. 180 was huge resistance before it gapped above and then lost. The consolidation down here is going to be the key. So 77 into 180 consolidates. Well, if you've heard me say something on the show, it is that a false break of a huge bottom is usually pretty bullish. So it's easy enough to slap a fail on looking for shorts on Tesla. But here's what happened right away at the open. It's pre-market fair, but it's a false break of Friday's low and then holding the 177. That's a bit of a bullish mark. Now, I didn't sniff it out. And in that situation, if I'm shorting the 180 level, I'm just going to short it and I'm just going to lose, and we're going to take our out, thankfully, and not fight the stock. When it gets to the next level up, here's where I think there's the opportunity for you to start looking at something a bit different. Now, I did ultimately short this, and I did half of it right. And the half was getting in, not waiting for it to break the high, just getting out of the trade. And the reason I did that is because I just said, well, if it's bouncing off one level and bouncing off two key levels, okay, well, what's happening in this consolidation? It had a trend line up. And then I told myself, okay, well, at least at a bare minimum, I'm not going to short that level unless it breaks the trend line down, which it never did. So it's all these small steps that you can make. In this case, it just saved me from losing on a short. It didn't make me money on the long, but it saved me from losing again on that short trade because I observed something in the strong trend that required confirmation for me to go against the grain. The next step there would be simply to trade it in both directions. Because if you have a very key level, like the 80 was, like the 182 was this morning as well, you should be willing, if it sets up as a day trader, to trade it in both directions. Now, I wasn't in this particular case, and that's why it's a learning lesson for today. But if I was, I have no problem saying 82 is a key price. We're trading right in there. Trend is hold. If it breaks trend underneath, I short it and give it back to 82. But you can also just look for that long. It's not mutually exclusive. You can reverse that trade. You can be long at 82 to this trend break. It's less than $0.50, and then reverse into a short, which has plenty of room in the other direction. Now, the key is it's not automatically reverse your trade if it breaks your key price. Look for something which gives you confluence. And it's that simple trend that I look to follow after the open that gives me that confluence had it broken to the downside. Well, it can work in both directions. That same trend can give me the move to the upside. Now, there are times when reversing or taking a trade in the other direction off a key level is a lot easier than others. I'm going to give you an example of such. This would be, Mara. Let's go to the 15-minute. I always like to start from a higher time frame. So Mara, if you look at what's been going on down around $19 on the 50-period moving average of Mara, it's at $18.80. So here's your 50 period. You've been bouncing off of it, a couple of wicks underneath, but for the most part, it's held that level pretty decently. And you look at what has happened when it has bounced off this level, and it's pretty gorgeous. You have maybe a wick bottom here and then a rally of $1. You have it fail underneath, immediately recover, and then when it breaks, run up to the upside. Now, fortunately, one of the reasons I'm in this trade today is because I had this long on that day. But then you go in on Friday, and it bounces off to 19. So it's already shown you when it fails underneath 19 at the open, it's a pretty good short. When it regains 19, it had already been a good long. This is the definition of a level. It's already shown you what it does here at that particular price. You just jump in with the trend. And if you miss it the first time, do not be afraid to take the second trade. So in this case, it would have been 3. Here's it breaking back out and taking out 19 there. There was a nice little consolidation higher first, but then right off the 19 level into 19.5. Admittedly, just as we were ending our morning show. You know, you do a few hours on air, and the first thing you want to do is get up and go to the bathroom. It bounced off VWAP and reclaimed 19 for a third time. So you want to take all of that work, just to recap, that you've done, whether it's overnight, whether it's in the morning, whether it's over the weekend, of finding those key stocks at key levels that you know you want to trade of. And then look for reasons why you might want to go in both directions. Stock is weak underneath a certain price, shows you a long setup, higher lows, a V-shaped bottom, a failed break at the open, and a recovery. Those types of things can be bullish. So if you like to short in front of a level, if it does those things and breaks out that top, you reverse into a long. Something like Tesla, where I like the short levels at the 182, but if it showed me a clean upward trend after the opening range was set, well, then I only short the 82 if it breaks the trend at that price. Otherwise, look for a long off of that trend at that key price. Always be mentally agile. Use all of the work that you've put in to find the right stocks and the right levels, then be mentally agile enough to trade them in both directions if you need to be. That's the advantage of day trading, and it's your lesson of the day. Be willing to go both directions, especially around those key price levels. They're good for a reason. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and awesome as always. Neil Roberts, every day around that noontime. He does do his lesson of the day, so make sure to catch that if you're interested. Before I send it back to Adara, I just want to say I'm in TRNR here, not as a breakout trade. So this is a small cap gapper, and you know I have typically a rule with these small cap gappers where I don't take breakout trades when the price level is south of VWAP. This is going to be a range trade based on key areas of support. I see this pre-market kind of high, this crest over here acting as a level of support. Ironically enough, we did break down well below the volume weighted average price and then found a bit of support there. I don't want to overstay my welcome because this is, you know, it may hit, it may miss. So my out is going to be below the low of this candle. So the break of 540 and ends it, and I'm looking at scalp in front of 6. So if we get that print just south of $6, I'll look to de-risk. If we break to make a newer low below this, I'm out. So we'll have to wait and see how this one ends up resolving. But this is kind of just a trade based on support and resistance there for this small cap gapper, not a breakout trade there. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I am maybe shocker, maybe not taking Nvidia short again. Why? Because I said earlier, that 130.60 was going to be my hard cutoff for the short. We did bounce at 130.60. However, the recovery from that bounce can only be described as meh. Like we couldn't even get to 131 last time, and I know this because I was in the short last time as well. That 130.60 breakout into 131 was like massive. It was vicious, and it basically took us in this candle right to that area that we then rejected again. So the fact that we don't get anything close to that this time, no viciousness, no swiftness, no aggression, I'm like, yeah, Dara, I think the short might still be in. Really small position. I don't know why I said really like that. We're going to have a really small position to start. The plan is to basically nurse this Nvidia into a full-grown child, breaking down maybe around that 130.60 area. Going to add basically as we continue to, you know, I still like the same level. It's going to be around that 130, 130. We're going to have to wait and see what we do. If we get to 131 and reject, I will add here. Basically, though, just again, practicing having that confidence and confidence, if you will, and just trading things when you see them, not getting too skittish, not getting too scared if you like the idea. AMD, I had this short here, got involved at just below 156.10s. We bounced off 156, unfortunately didn't work out. If we keep seeing these lower highs, I will try to short this again into VWAP. But yeah, it didn't work out. Timing wasn't great. All you can do is just say that, you know what happened and move on and keep going. Resilience is great. Also, the TRNR was, that was an interesting look earlier today. I think this was like the best small cap gappers. Hope you print, as you always say to me.
Thank you. We'll have to wait. Hopefully, we'll play it here. I want to mention for everybody out there, Carvana is having one hell of a day. And this is a name that I want to mention, even though I didn't have eyes on it, owing to its heavily shorted float. And so this one could become awfully parabolic and squeeze. Great look, touched 100 exactly on the day. $100.05 is the low. And right now we are printing days high currently. $106.73, well off the lows. So $6.68 move off the lows there, and we're not done the day. So CVNA Good look, good recovery, holding all the exponentials, moving averages on the 5 and looking to move into high of day. Couple of things here that I want to mention. With respect to trades that we mentioned, we would be interested in earlier. Meta, short, exact level that we said, which was the IB high. It was off it by 2 pennies. So the IB high was 502.57. This candle got into 502.47 and it's still going. Watch out for 500 as support, okay? 562 right now. Watch out for that support level. It could also touch VWAP at 499.5. So keep your eye out for META here. Great retracement off the top. Amazon, the exact opposite. We were talking about the IB low, not the IB high, being that level of support. Lo and behold, I come back from the break and we're printing 2 candles to the high side right here, breaking the 10-period exponential, and we're on our way into 181 and 2/3, 181 and 3/4. This was a zone though, and this one definitely made a newer low. So a bit of a tougher one, I would say, on Amazon than maybe on META, because META kind of almost held the zone exact. So yeah, I want to mention both those two for anybody who's interested. With Meta though, I definitely keep my eye on a hold up at the volume weighted average price or at 500. Just be cognizant of those areas there. All right, let's see what we get here with TR. So let's see what we get. And we'll print there. So great trade so far on TRNR. And now we're about 30 pennies in the money here as it squeezes up again. This is not a breakout trade. I want to make it very clear that I'm not breaking my rules by taking TRNR long south of VWAP. My rule is I don't take breakout trades where I'm looking for a key area of retracement, then it holds off that level. This was a support and resistance trade based on the pre-market high over here, and I just wanted to show you guys exactly why I got in. Look at this level over here. That is the pre-market high. We did not print any higher than that level in the pre-market. Then the bell comes and we start skyrocketing. We sell off. You think this is by accident that we hold up at this level over here? This isn't by accident, guys, all right? This just is something that happens in technical analysis, and exploit it to your advantage. That's what the look is there on TRNR.
Oh yeah, sorry, it took me a second there. Congrats to you though on that trade on the beak indeed being wet. I'm still in Nvidia 1320 Wolves, like, I'm gonna hit the thumbs down. No, yeah, guys, like I said, I got involved in this, and I said I was really cognizant of that 130.60 bounce, but when we got that bounce and did kind of, it wasn't like a big trampoline bounce, it was kind of more of like you know, like the little kids get in the trampoline for the first time, they don't really know like what to do. What is this? Why is it moving? That's what Nvidia did in this first bounce. And it was, to use an OBism, distinctly different from what we did the last time we bounced off that 130.60. So I said to Dara, you owe it to yourself to attempt this, right? So we're gonna attempt this. We're flat on it right now. Nvidia, I did add just below that 131s. That's what the plan's gonna be. Like I said, we're gonna be more cognizant of this 131.30, 131.40, but confidence is key. Resilience is key. Resilience was, again, mentioned in that Freedom and Wealth podcast. Yeah, we're always feeling confident over here. So let's see how NVDA goes. Also, Tesla. So yeah, Sharif was saying to me, he's like, yeah, Tesla broke new all-time, or not all-time highs, but daily highs, sorry. Yeah. Nice look for TSLA. Why did I get out of it, you may ask? Yeah, so I got out of this because I realized I was like, Dara, you are not a high of day trader unless there's a range heading into that you like. This Tesla, you're gonna paper hand, you're gonna get weird about it. Just take your wins now. Be the type of trader that you are and stick, try to trade your book as much as possible. Shout out to Sean, who also says that frequently. So I wanted to trust myself there. I am a bit more of a scalper. I like to use a Sharifism of Dara Panera trades. So I decided to stick with that for the TSLA. Best name of the day by far for Tesla so far. If I see anything else I like in it, I might take it. But right now, nothing standing out to me. However, what is standing out to me is GameStop. GameStop right now, they're still playing the weird, easy listening guitar bedroom pop music right now. The strumming is continuing. Sharif heard the strumming and can confirm that it's a sound, is what I'll say about that. But yeah, so GameStop, I might try to get shorts in this at some point. I want to see what we do. I will not be short into the meeting. I might be short after the meeting or long if anything sets up. But right now, all I see is lower highs and a bit of a flat bottom here at 27.66. Let's see how this goes on GameStop. Will the GameStop, will it restart? Will it be paused? Will the mode change? Will the setting change? We'll have to find out here as this meeting is set to begin in 9 minutes. But you know what begins in almost 2 hours is our new rundown segment.
Oh, yeah.
And how do you participate in that, you may ask? Vote.
Yes, you got to vote. Otherwise, you don't get to have your say. Sean just got back from his walk and talk. I don't know. Do you guys know what he's traded? I don't know. But you won't know unless you throw your tickers in there and find out if he traded it. So get into the chat right now. Hit that exclamation point. Type in the word join, space, $, then the ticker of your choice. Whether it's GameStop, Apple. He had a banger on Apple. He had a banger on Nvidia. What else did you trade this morning? You traded a bunch of stuff every time.
We're still in game.
He's still in GameStop at the moment. So get into the chat right now. Have your say every day on the afternoon rundown. Yeah, and that's the look there. So I'm short here on AMZN for a 20-period rejection. So this one did reclaim the 10-period. I'm looking for a 20-period rejection. My out's going to be on the break of this high over here at 86s. So 181, 8, we'll put 88s. And then we're going to cover the entire position there if it keeps heading up. I've got a beak wetter at low 60s. TRNR, let's go back to that one. And I did get printed there, so we're all done now on TRNR. And now I'm going to be smart enough to clean up my stops on this one because I don't want to get in trouble like I did last time. So TRNR, we take off the stop there. So printed nicely on that TRNR trade. I don't want to overstay my welcome on that. Again, it is not, this is breaking my rules, but not really because I didn't take it for a breakout trade, okay? So we're done that trade. We take a quick scalp, wham, bam, thank you, TRNR, and we're out of that.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, sorry. No,
do you wanna,
I don't have anything to say.
Yeah, no problem. So again, I'm still waiting. I'm short 71s here on Softy. Sorry, not Softy, on AMZN. I'm going to take out everything if it breaks the high of this area. It's going to have to hold the 20 period. We'll see what we get there. Day trader cut. I went long on Amazon, bought some at 185 calls, LOL. My friend, we both can print. There is enough room there where I can scalp a little bit and then the move ends up going in your favor. So I hope you print. Goes without saying. I already just wet my beak there at 63s, took some out there for a little bit of winner, 9-penny winner there. We're going to have to wait for a lot more than that to do any damage on it, but this was a 20-period retracement. I just want to make that very clear. I hope you print on it. No doubt about that. Shout out to Day Trader Cut. Yes, I see people in there getting their say. I love it. Tracksuit. He wants to know about Polestar, but my man, Tracksuit, you can only vote for one. So I saw a tracksuit that you put in Polestar, Nvidia, and Micron, and I love your exuberance. Trust me, I do. I love it. But Streamlabs will only let you put in one ticker, so just submit one of those bad boys, not all three, but I love it. Monty's having his say. Monty wants to know about the SPY. Can you blame him? It's at highs. What else? Who else is voting in there? I see a bunch of people voting. Suprez, he wants to know about IREN, not one that I know about. Maybe the big kahunas know. Drew wants to know about AMD. Ron John wants to know about Tesla. So does John. Get into the chat right now and get your say, Adair.
Actually, I forgot about IREN. There was a catalyst on this one today. They were circling some support from my financial magazine, basically saying that IREN is it's going places. Apparently, there's some AI connection. So nice look here for IREN continuing up the 9 EMA. Obviously, I am not a big kahuna, but I just know that name, so I wanted to mention it. Nvidia decided randomly, it was like, yeah, I've had enough, Adara, of you waxing poetic about how I'm feeling 131, okay? I'm gonna not do that anymore. And I'm like, okay, Nvidia, you can try. We're still, though, finding resistance at 131.40. It's shocking. It's again, I don't want to use distinctly different again, but it is, in fact, distinctly different. So I'm saying in this trade, like I said, 131.40, let's see what we do. I've always, like I said, I was always open to adding to this position, but I don't want to add into oblivion. That has definitely gotten me chopped up. In the past, it's gotten me tilted, so I want to see what we do here at 131.30s if we have like another little move down from here. We're bouncing off the 9 EMA now. I'm fully aware I could get stopped out of this, but I do owe it to myself to have that commitment to the trade, and if I don't have a reason to leave, I'm not going to. So yeah, Nvidia, you hear that? You hear that, Nvidia? So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens there. Nvidia's like, yeah, I do hear you. I'm gonna probably keep trying to go higher. I'm like, that's fine, Nvidia. You just could have told me that. So let's see what we do here.
The future's pumping and so is Bitcoin, yeah.
Everything's pumping.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Okay, so I just want to cover this, Adair, because it's just big moves right here. Future, more all-time highs. As you can see there, we had a consolidation area top, 20,025. We really blew by that. aggressively, and this is on high volume relative to the intraday. You can see the volume bars increasing there, and they're really picking up. So we always talk about volume as a good confirmatory tool, and so keep your eye out on the volume there, breaking through all-time highs, well above the pre-market high, well above that consolidation area top. Now, getting far enough away from 20,000 that you can confidently say that if we were to come back into 20,000, there's a good chance we could use it as a level of support. Can't always say that when you just get by it by a superficial amount. This, I would submit to you, 65 points here, 20,000, 65 and a half, high a day. That's a decent amount of a move here to kind of say, okay, yeah, we've gotten far enough away from 20,000. We could use it as support. We'll have to wait and see, obviously, but great move up here on the future. And simultaneously, as the future was going, and it's still going, by the way, which prompted me to stop out of my Amazon trade for the last little bit there, which I'm happy about because it's bringing everything else up over here. But here is BTC. BTC got a pump up too, but as quickly as it did pump up, it sold off. So that green candle up there from 65.125 into 65.7. Yeah, it ends up being a bit of a nothing burger there, and it looks like the real move was on the NQ and the ES. So good retracement there. With respect to anything else that's being done over here, let's have a look at Tesla. Great look today on Tesla, obviously coming into the 10 period yet again. Every single retracement to the 10 period has held up. We'll have to see if this one will be the first to break. The 20 period's at 185.50. But I'll just send it to you for a quick sec while I set up for the lesson.
Ooh, yeah, lesson time. Also, guys, the pop is still playing for GME. Every time the song's pause, I'm like, oh, could people be talking now? And no, my nightmare continues. So, yeah, I don't know if Ryan Cohen or anyone's watching this, but guys, next time, we don't need music or like different songs. You know what I mean? I think this song will... I could probably quote the song in my sleep now, and there's no words, it's just strumming. So shout out to that. Nvidia here, shout out to anybody, 1320 Wolf, anyone long Nvidia here. We are pushing higher up into VWAP now, so great look there. Again, I stand by the attempts to short. I saw stuff I liked on it, I got involved. And we pushed into 50, so I got it right before that 50 break. So stay with my rules, please just punch. Sometimes you are going to a little bit cut up, you're going to lose stuff. I'm down in the day right now. But again, you owe it to yourself to try things. I'd rather try and have it not work out than not try and always wonder, what could have happened? So there we go there.
So true.
Pushing into 132s on the book. This could be a spicy little breakout. But you know what's always spicy? Is learning. We're going to talk about our lesson of the day. Shout out to Sharif.
And if anything happens with that GameStop thing, just obviously interrupt me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I will.
All right, guys, we are talking about level 2 all week, but some of these lessons are going to require you to have a bit of just, background information, a little bit of just, introductory knowledge on level 2. So if that isn't you, just bear with us. I just wanted to show you quickly here what the level 2 looks like in real life. This is kind of what it is. This blue stuff over here, you see this screen? This is what level 2 is. And all level 2 is showing you is the gateway. The gateway is the street, okay? So I'm right here. I'm in Toronto. How do I get to New York City to execute my order? There's multiple different avenues that I can take. Those are your gateways. Each avenue has its own nuances. Some are cheaper, some cost more, some are more liquid than others. Apprise yourself of it. That's what the street is. So when you see MPID, that's your gateway. Beside your gateway, you have the price, and you're going to see the price layered. You see 182.03, 82.02, 81.01, and it goes all the way down. And then next to that, you see SZ, that's size. And that is basically lots. That's not 4 shares. That's 400 shares sitting at that level, okay? And so one number there represents 100. And then next to that, you can see the time. That's not really that important. But I want to show you, look how the window doubles. So you see the same thing on the left side as you see on the right side. That's because you have the bids, people who want to buy, and the offers, people who want to sell. And the difference between the highest price someone who wants to sell at versus the lowest price someone wants to sell at, and the highest price someone wants to pay for it, the difference between those two numbers, that's the spread. As you can see on Amazon right now, that's a 1 or 2 penny spread, meaning that the cheapest someone is willing to sell Amazon is $181.98. Okay, 199, excuse me. And the most expensive anyone right now on the order book is willing to pay for Amazon is 97. That's obviously not a fact of real life because somebody could be punching in long right now and you have to look at the tape in order to see it. So that's all that it is, okay? You have the street, the price, and the size on the level 2. The street obviously is the gateway. I'm just simplifying it for you. With that in mind, let's now start the lesson of the day. So welcome back, traders. Let's delve deeper into the level 2 order book, discussing its intricacies to inform our trades. Intraday, we'll move beyond the buy and sell sides and focus on these advanced order types and interpretations. Let's get right to it. So first and foremost, there are 3 types of orders that can sit on the level 2. There are limit orders, stop orders, and iceberg orders. Limit orders are your run-of-the-mill orders. These are the bread and butter orders. They specify a price at which a trader is willing to buy or sell. The order book shows the depth, which is the volume at each price level. Stop orders, we know what those are if you trade intraday. These come into play only when the price reaches a certain level, which is known as the stop price. They can be 2 different types of stop orders. One can be stop loss orders as sell orders, right? Or you can have stop loss orders as buy orders. You can have stops that buy as well. Those are not that important for our purposes at the moment. What's really important are what we call iceberg orders, hidden buyers and sellers, people who don't want you to know the full size of their buy or sell order, and typically they really have a reason for that. So they only show a portion of the total size, masking the larger buying or selling interest that's hiding below the surface. In this case, when an iceberg is in play, you're looking for sudden jumps in volume after the iceberg orders are partially fulfilled, hinting at a larger order behind the scenes. One tip I can give you, and I'm just going to digress for a second from the lesson, is when you're sitting at a level, let's say 181.96 on Amazon, 97 on Amazon, and you can see right next to it says 4. So I know on NSB, the gateway NSB, there is 400 lots sitting at that price. Now, if we come into that price and there's the same amount of lots that is just showing there on the book, despite the fact on the tape, I keep seeing prints coming in at that price, that means to me that I know somebody's hiding their order below that and it's not reflecting on the book. What they can't hide it from, though, is the time and sales. It's always going to show up on the time and sales. And so that's, say it again? You cannot hide from the time and sales, the Katina man says, and I have to agree with that wholeheartedly because on this, it will show. So if you don't see it reflected here, your eye needs to shift to the left immediately to know, is there an iceberg hanging out there? So that's what I want to say about icebergs. Now, moving on. Analyzing the order book dynamics. This is also very important as well. So, order book movement. Watch how the order book changes. Are the bids actively moving up the price ladder? Are they chasing after the offer? Or is there a stack of sell orders just above the current price, creating potential selling pressure zones? So what I mean to say with those 2 examples is buyer exuberance so great that the order that was sitting, say, at $150, does it keep moving up? Does that same size that was sitting at $150 keep moving up to $150.50 and then $151? Does it keep following up the size? If that is the case, then you know buyers are typically in control in that particular scenario because you see the size, that backstop, that support that you want, that big order to backstop you if the price stops, it keeps moving up with the order, with the price. So keep that in mind. Number 2, order cancellations here can be just as informative as active orders. So for example, if a large buy order is pulled off a certain level, it could signal waning buying interest, right? Conversely, multiple ask cancellations at a resistance level might suggest to you, for example, sellers are waiting for a better price to offload. So if you get into a certain level right there and then all of a sudden people are pulling their orders, well, this one is kind of nice and trying to say that there's no manipulation, that sellers are looking for a better price. But in reality, some people will bamboozle you. They'll quote stuff. So what they'll do is they'll put a big sell order at a level, you see it on the level 2, you're like, uh-oh, I don't want to take on this 10,000 lot sell order. And then all of a sudden the price comes close to it and that 10,000 sell order is gone. So, that is spoofing. It's illegal, but people do it all the time. And here is sorry.
Meeting started.
Yeah, you got to interrupt.
No, it just started though. That's why I gasped.
Right.
Yeah, sorry,
No problem.
it just
Go for
began.
it.
Literally, he just started talking, guys.
All right, is he, there's no video, it's just audio, huh?
Yeah, it's just audio. Right now, there's just like the opening remarks, so I have nothing to say yet, but I just gasped because he literally just started talking. Don't worry.
All right, so interrupt me when you need to,
Yeah,
okay?
I will.
Ram, remember what we did over here? I don't know if you want to do that, but I have it here, so if you want to leave the text of what this Catman and his crew are saying, you can do that if you want, okay? I'll just leave it there for you, Ram. So these are basically screenshots of what the time and, what the order book looks like, but I've kind of already shown you a live version of that. Thank you, Adair. So, advanced order book patterns. Let's talk a little bit about these because these are interesting as well. There is something in technical analysis or not time and sales, in order book analysis called spooning. And this is interesting, right? So yeah, I know, Katina, man. What can I do? This occurs when buy orders are placed just below the current ask price and sell orders are placed just above the current bid price. It's suggesting a tight trading range and possibly price consolidation before breakout. So you see people straddle it. I guess that's another word you could use it. Straddling the price level from the top and from the bottom, and then it trades within a 2 or 3 penny range. Typically, when you get a breakout of the range, whether to the high side or the low side, it can be quite violent. So you always want to be on the lookout for spooning. And I mentioned this in the morning version of this lesson. You see this a lot during these buyout trades where there's umpteen amount of size above the ask and below the bid. But there's not just one type of advanced order book pattern. There's something called order book vacuum. When there's a significant absence of orders at a particular price level, it can indicate potential buying or selling zones, depending on the context. For example, a vacuum below support might indicate buying interest waiting to fill the gap. So for example, let me just show you over here. If this had been the case, and I'm not saying it is on Amazon, if the spread right now is 1 penny, we have 182 on the bid, 182.01 on the ask. What if there was a 25 penny spread there between the ask and the bid? And on some illiquid stocks, you'll absolutely see 25 pennies and even more. Well, what is that telling you? That's telling you the buyers are like, no, we're not so exuberant as to want to chase these sellers all the way up to where they are. I'd rather sit at 181.50, and if I can get printed there, all the better. And so when you see stuff like that, those create buying and selling vacuums where there's no orders above the ask for a certain price or below the bid for a certain price. You need to be apprised of that as well, because if you're going to get long, there's nobody to backstop the drop until 50 pennies south of you. So same thing goes short. If you get short at, say, 182 on Amazon, and obviously it's not going to be the case, and there's no seller to backstop you till 182.25, obviously that's not going to be the case, then you need to know there's going to be a 25 penny vacuum between your entry and where the biggest seller is sitting behind you. So that's very important, especially for illiquid stocks. Not so much for these liquid stocks. And last but not least here, interpreting order book in context. This is really here for small cap gappers. If you're going to trade these small cap gappers and you want to have a look at them in the pre, what I would suggest to you for your pre-market analysis is to look at the order book before the market opens, especially for these small cap gappers gapping on news. Look for high bid volume at the ask. High bid volume at the ask price. It can signal to you strong buying pressure at the open. And then also look at the book subsequent to the news dropping, the post-news analysis. After the news breaks, see how the order book reacts. Does the buying volume dry up after the initial surge, or is there sustained buying pressure throughout the levels, even subsequent to the news release? So keep your eye on that, and I hope everybody prints.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm just listening to this meeting. It's been odd so far. It's mostly just been a normal meeting, but some oddities include the fact that the meeting was called to order by their general counsel, which was kind of a weird look to me. I don't know if that's common. And then also, Ryan Cohen said, as my dad says, actions speak louder than words. And thank you, shareholders, for being here. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, just interesting stuff right now. We just set our highest volume candle to the downside. They're talking about how Deloitte's here, and they're going to be doing some voting and elections now. How did you turn on subtitles for this?
I downloaded this app.
Oh, okay.
So anything that runs on a video, it will just automatically transcribe it for me.
Okay,
yeah.
that's good to know.
Ram put it up there.
Oh, appreciate that.
Yeah, so anytime, look, if I switch screens.
Oh, it goes away, but then
it'll come back in a second. Oh. Yeah, give it a sec, Ram. It should come back. Okay, I guess not. Oh, this is what I know why. There it is. There it is. Now it'll do it. Put it back.
I like that.
There you
That's
go.
cool.
See? Perfect. Okay.
Thank you, Sharif.
No problem.
But yeah, so this is what's going to happen. Conference introduction, which happened. Then we have meeting call to order, report of notice, mailing, business of the meeting, presentation of inspector's report, meeting adjournment, and conference conclusion. I don't know what the difference between adjournment and conclusion yet will be, but we'll find out. So there we go. That's what's going on with GME. Give me some more news on this conference, please, GME. Right now, yeah, just some chatting is happening. I didn't interrupt while the lesson was happening because nothing major was happening. They were just kind of yapping. But yeah, right now they're introducing everyone, Mr. Chain, Mr. Ashel, which is an interesting spelling of that name. So yeah, we're going to have to see how this goes. I also got short the SPY while this was going on, and I want to explain why this happened. I like doing my tape reads here. I noticed we were kind of getting a little bit weak here at 5:45. 30s, I think obviously this could change. Also, I didn't even realize I got part filled here. Okay, that's good. So I still have a third of this position. I have no problem adding if we continue to kind of see this 545, 30 area. I'll scalp in and out, no qualms. I'd love to see us break below 545s. If I see anything in the book that is freaking me out, I will leave. But right now, we are just chilling here in the book, chilling like a villain, and hopefully collecting some little profits. I did give up some of the gains from earlier on. Yeah, like I said, the Nvidia trades were not the best. Shout out to anyone who's long Nvidia now. Great look for you guys. But this Tesla was kind of the bigger issue. Well, no, I'm still up on Tesla by a decent amount, but it was just me trying to go long here. Like I said, I have an issue with longs. I should be way scalper with my longs. Wasn't here. It's all good. If we keep projecting the 9 EMA, I will hop back into that Cybertruck to the downside. There's a woman talking now. She's talking about corporate governance.
Okay, great. I just wanted to mention what the agenda. Did you mention the agenda?
Yeah, I did.
You did?
I went over the
Okay,
agenda.
fantastic. I want to hear what this presentation of the inspector's report is going to say. That's going to be interesting there. It seems like some sort of, I don't know, due diligence, disclosure, something like that, inspector's report. So I'll be all ears. I've got it in my ear too. I just have it muted at the moment. And then I guess when things really hit the fan, I'll put it and we'll start listening to it. Guys, newer highs here on the NQ. Give me a sec. Do I have this live? Yes, we just printed newer all-time highs on the NQ September contract. We're on our way to 20,001. So we already took 20,000. We talked about that big boy level. Again, this is the September contract. It is not the NDX. It is not the composite, right? So when you hear different levels for the NASDAQ, you need to apprise yourself of what I'm hearing. Is it the NDX? Is it the futures? Is it the actual composite itself? Each one has different prices and different components. So yeah, 20,000, 92, 75, all-time highs on the NQ June contract, or September contract, excuse me. Tesla is on my purview here because for the first time, essentially all day since the bell, Tesla just broke the 20 exponential on the 5. It hadn't even broke the 10. Now it's broken the 10. It's broken the 20. It looks like it's on its way to 185. VWAP gives us plenty of room if you're gauging. If you're looking for VWAP here as your beak wetter for a short, well, it gives you plenty of room through that 185 break if it breaks 185 all the way down to VWAP, which is currently trading in the high 183.50. So interesting look right now. We might get a cross between the 10 and the 20, the down cross, sooner rather than later. Tesla looking to come off highs. Interesting look here for Apple. I mean, how long did this range trade manifest for on AAPL? Look at the lower end of this range, 216 and a quarter, essentially holding above the 20 period, but the 20 period only factored in later. Really, what it was a flip from resistance to support. So this consolidation area top that we put in on Apple between this candle and that candle, now we're using the top end of that range as support. And now we're coming back into 217. Every pop into 217 today has sold off. The best we've done on the day was that 217 and a third. This candle is wrong. We didn't get to 218. 218 is not the high of the day. It's essentially 217 and a third. We're on our way to 217 right now, so good movement here. Let's look at Apple, though, on the time and sales. The future's flying, and it just broke 21,000 for the first time ever in the history of all the North American markets, and I can say that confidently because no futures contract for the NQ has ever been this high. How high do we go before retracing? We're definitely using 20,000 now as support because now we're using 20,100 is behind us now on the way to 107s. I have no news midday to justify this move, but Meta's at day's high. Microsoft is at all-time high. Apple's breaking 217 again. Google has just woken up. It broke that 176 area resistance, and Nvidia, well, it's not at day's high, but it's definitely off the lows. What a move up for the futures today. It looks like 2021 all over again.
Yeah,
Jeez.
this is what a look here for these markets. Tesla, I've noticed every time the future goes higher, Tesla is like, do I have to? I want to be an individual. I want to stand out. Like Elon Musk is my CEO, okay? I do not have to play by the rules. So Tesla trying to get a little bit lower here. Bouncing right now at 185. You guys know me. There's a short around every quarter. No, all jokes aside, though, we're still rejecting the 90 EMA, as Sharif said there. So I think Tesla could still be spicy, but I don't want to hop in unless I see stuff I'm absolutely obsessed with. Right now, a little bit down in the day. Did lose on that SPY trade, but happy with how I executed it. I wanted to look for 40s. We broke above 40s. I got out. Right now, we're at 45.75. So very happy with where I got out on that. What else? Oh, yes. Okay. GME. There's someone, I put this in the chat. I was like, yeah. So basically what is happening right now is there's some lady saying that it's basically, I guess, a proxy vote saying that they want there to be more transparency with regards to the makeup of the board. Like, some of it DEI related, but mostly just like what is the experience? How long have they been serving for? What's the tenure? Apparently there is a pretty nice pedigree for this in S&P 500 companies. But yeah, also it's pretty funny because I put this in here and then 1320 Wolf said, what is the purpose of transparent makeup? Hashtag Ulta, which I got a kick out of. But yeah, they want to see like who the board is composed of. But Kyle Burnett, 199 super chat, saying, bro, who needs news? Stocks only go up! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. If I detect a little bit of befuddlement there, I think it could be the bearishness. I'm also naturally bearish, Kyle Burnett, so I do feel your pain. I just got caught up a little bit in the spile, Burnett, so yeah. It's all good there. But yeah, always looking for new opportunities. GME also, these people apparently looking for new board opportunities in terms of how the board makeup is represented or whatever. So here we go.
Are they complaining about that?
No, it's just someone says that they want to vote for that. They said that there should be more transparency.
Oh, I see.
Like, what's the makeup of the board?
Oh, fantastic. It's probably time for me to turn that back on now, Dara, since I can hear as well. So we're going to unmute this tab so we can hear as well. There we go. Fantastic. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. What do you say? You've got a tale of two worlds right here, Ram. You got the GME and AMC at lows tanking, and then you flip to big tech, and then you see this. Almost all-time highs for a lot of names up here. So great look. Nothing to complain about. How to trade this, though, I don't like punching in at highs. It's not my style. So I'm looking for technical areas that I can look to say, okay, well, if it comes into this price, I'd like to buy it. On Microsoft, I'd like to buy it at 445 and a quarter. That's a consolidation area top. If it comes down into this area here, Softy's been awfully strong on the day. Great looking chart pattern. One measly 10-minute period here that it retraced, and then you saw it held the 10 all the way up. Meta is well off the bottoms. Meta's about to go. If Meta goes another buck and change, it's going to go green on the day. This name was well read today. Same thing with AMZN. This, I'm really lamenting not having done better on Amazon. We talked about the IB low being an area of good technical support, and you would have had a great winner. I would have had a great winner if I had taken that long, but I didn't. Apple's obviously having trouble with 217, even though it got a nice spike up there. I won't be convinced otherwise. 217 is a resistance level here on the day on Apple. Multiple topping tail candles initially through 217. Then you got another attempt at it at 10 to noon. And then we just got another break of 217, but alas, right below 217 again, showing you that the buyers and sellers are, battling with one another at those levels. Let's look at some of these small cap gappers. Oh my goodness. GameStop keeps going down. GameStop is now 14, almost 15% down on the day. It's just broke 25. Let's load up GameStop over here, see where we could find technical support. If any, let's zoom out. Where is the local area low? Right here. Okay, so 25 was a local area low. That takes us back to the 12th. Below that level, we're looking at 23. That is the low on the 11th. So that's a level I'd keep an eye on, obviously. But we've broken through the resistance level on the 13th and the resistance level on the 12th. Sorry, support level on the 13th, support level on the 12th, and now looking for that support level from the 11th to come in if we keep heading down.
Also, Ryan Cohen apparently has been elected along with some other people for the share board of directors for GameStop, so that might be why we got a little bit of a baby pop there.
Yeah. He's got a cult following, obviously. People really like Ryan Cohen, obviously the guy from Chewy, and jumped into the GameStop bandwagon after the meme craze there to kind of turn around the company.
Yeah, he's chewing on some of those that meme excitement there. Shout out to Ryan Cohen. Also, I know we need to address this. Guys, yes, I know, I'm short Nvidia again. I want to clarify why. I like Nvidia. I have no issues with Nvidia. I was so excited when I was able to trade Nvidia again. The reason I'm short is purely technical, and here's why I got involved. So we had this rounded bottom. Yes, I see the rounded bottom. This is a scalp short. We're only taking this to 132s, and we're also going to be getting out the entirety of the position. My issue today has been unless there's a range where I'm kind of seeing a little bit of chop and churn, there's no reason for me to be keeping a piece for the dream. That is not my style of trading. It also sounds like this conference might be over because they're playing the weird easy listening rock again. So that was blinking, you miss it. Interesting look there. But yeah, Nvidia, I'm trying to get 30 pennies here, risking also about 30 pennies. I want to see what we do in this wick here near 132.60. Let's see how this goes. NVDA or NVDA? We're going to find out in a couple seconds. Gonzalo G, I apologize. I'm going short Nvidia here. But yeah, no, I seriously stand by this position, so I owe it to myself to try it, and that is why I am involved in this. And right now we're actually in the money, so let's see how this goes.
Nice. I hope you print, obviously, goes without saying. I'm just looking at the scanner here to see if there's any small cap gappers that are making moves, because quite frankly, really, aside from Polestar, I'm not impressed with any of them. I know GameStop and AMC are moving. I respect that. I'm keeping them up. They're on the side charts. You can see GameStop over here, AMC over here, but this is the one that I've got my eye on, okay? Because I don't mean any disrespect to AMC and Jimmy, but I see this company growing right in front of my eyes, not closing down stores in front of my eyes. So Polestar absolutely held up beautifully off the 50 exponential on the 5. That's 78 pennies and right back into 75. We're still well south of 89, and I definitely want to see what that trade at 1 does. Now, if you're wondering why Polestar is making the move that it's making, they're announcing the country, or the brand is expanding to 7 new countries, 7 new markets. Obviously, they can sell their products to. We'll have to see how it trades, but definitely a good day for it, up about 24.5% better, it was definitely up a lot more than that. Bottoming tail hammer candle coming in on GameStop here. So the buyers could be coming in here. So wow, 24.22 LOD, and here we go to the high side on GameStop. This is one hell of a bullish candle here on GME. Now, could we get a V-shaped retracement, possibly back into 28.75? Or that area before we broke down 28, that's $3, $2 and change, from where we're currently trading into 28. But this is, I don't want to put too much stock into one candle, but this one candle alone printed 6 million shares. So volume confirmation, check. Candlestick pattern, check. right? Hammer candle, bottoming tail, yada, yada, yada. You guys know the whole drill. Now we'll have to wait and see whether this one recovers. The trick with this one, though, is it's difficult to place your stop, at least for me. So where would I place my stop? There's no way I would give my stop to 24.22 to the bottom end of the candle. I just couldn't do that, right? Not risking properly, as well as the liquidity on the name. Anyway, so where would you put your stop? I personally would have put my stop right here, 25.24, and it shows you how much I know because I would have been stopped out already. So such a tough name to trade. I personally don't know how to trade these ones that well. If it sets up technically, you know, like for example, if it comes into 28 again, where we know it was having trouble, maybe we'll get short. But yeah, GameStop definitely a bit of a tougher look here.
Yeah, I want to Killer Cam here, kind of summarizing it on GameStop. There was nothing really good or bad to move GME. Yeah, it was really just people talking about markets. That's kind of summarize what was going. I guess that's what we do every day, but they were talking about GameStop specifically. So interesting look there. Yeah, guys, I got out of Nvidia. Please just punch with that short. And I want to clarify, this is always going to be a scalp. You know what I mean? It was just going to be a scalp off that 132. Like, I get Nvidia's on the upside, but I had my reason for getting involved. And one thing I've definitely learned from sitting on this desk, from Neil, from Sean, from Sharif, from everyone in the back as well, is if you like an idea, go after that idea. You owe it to yourself. I like the short. I had no reason to leave, so I stayed in. So I ended up taking out 22 pennies. I didn't like what we were doing on the book around that 132.10, so I got out 132.08. Please just punch. Also, I would like to say, there were words I was going to say. Yeah, voting. If you want to be a part of the green screen segment featuring Sharif, whose mustache is not a ticker still. I've seen people have gotten more chill about that, but just in case anyone would want to vote, that is not a ticker, but you know what it is? Microsoft, GME, AMC, Meta, Amazon, Google, any of those, any of the above. If you want to vote for those tickers, get involved. You have until 1:50, which means you have about 53 minutes left to do so. So if you want to vote and have the big kahunas talk about your stock, that's the way to do that.
Yeah, the only way. Otherwise, you don't get your say, and then Sean's not going to tell you about his winner on Nvidia, and Neil won't tell you. Winvidia, exactly, right? So shout out to everybody there. I hope you guys vote, and you can only vote one time, so choose wisely for the name that you want to vote. All right, let's have a look here. GameStop still not off my radar for a possible trade. But Cootie Love, you got to put a space, my man, between the word join and the dollar sign. Otherwise, it won't trigger with Streamlabs. Bora Hut, the Stash Nation, baby. Shout out to you, Bora Hut. But yeah, Cootie Love, retype that bad boy with a space between the join and the dollar sign there. GameStop is still not off my watch at this level because of all these bottoming tail candles. This looks awfully bullish here. I mean, if it retraces to the high side and starts printing candles to make a new high, you know, we may have to get involved here. So I'm going to pull up a couple of different names over here. So one, we're going to pull up GME on this trading screen, and then we're going to pull up Polestar on this trading screen. They're both on New York, I believe. No, Polestar is NASDAQ, my mistake.
Always messes with me because it's PSNY and
it's
Q, isn't
right?
it? Right?
Yeah, I know. That's actually a good point. 85 pennies seems to be a bit of a tough area here for Polestar, so I'll keep my eye on that. But GameStop, man, it keeps retracing. Oh, if this can't, well, we know already the candle at 1250, that hammer candle, that already closed green. The current candle is also green, but it hasn't closed. It's got another minute or so to close here. If that closes green, you'll have two bottoming tail green candles at the bottom end of a trough. I mean, just dying to get in at these levels, but just not my kind of trade. But yeah, I'm watching AMC, very similar looks, bottoming tail candles into 4 3/4 as it wants to curl right back up. So yeah, GameStop moving now, subsequent to the shareholder meeting. Did you hear anything really that kind of got your attention, or was it just, would you call it a nothing burger?
It was a nothing burger. It wasn't like a big cheeseburger, a big, smash burger, bacon burger. It was pretty much a nothing burger. Unlike the Disney shareholder meeting, which, like, you guys know I was all over, with Nelson Peltz having his saucy, sayings and refusing to kind of only use the allotted time he had.
Really?
Yeah, he kept talking. They're like, Nelson, he's like, they're like, Nelson,
Why did you keep?
So Trian, he did not want to let it be Anne, so he kept talking there. But
That's funny.
this was a lot more of a chill meeting than that. There were no funny Nelson Peltz related antics. Shout out to Nelson's son-in-law, Brooklyn Beckham. But because it's my favorite fun fact ever. Nothing going on there. Really excited with the meeting.
All right. Okay. I put in a dip trade at 25 in case this wick's down again on GameStop. I'm probably going to remove this order, but I left it there anyway. The candle that just closed at 1 o'clock is also green, not as hammerish as the prior candle, but a green doji nonetheless with a higher low and a higher high. I'm talking about the 5-minute chart on GameStop. So even though there's a whole lot of volatility, and that's to be expected, this candle's green, this candle's green, and this candle's green, each with successively higher highs and higher lows. Does that mean anything to you? It means something to me, even though it's so wide ranging, but you had to expect that. There was a lot of, interest in this name, and subsequent to the meeting being done, volatility was likely to come in, and that's exactly what we saw. So I'm waiting here till we can get some less volatile candles. You'll see the same similar look, on AMC as you're seeing on GME, just obviously at different price levels. By the way, I want to mention that whoever was trading AMC again on Friday pushed it down by 1 penny so that it closed at $4.99. That is yet another day AMC could not close above 5. That has been a thing for a while now. 5 has been an elusive level on a closing basis for AMC. You see like the outlying days, sometimes it'll close above 5, but most days it won't. Look how consolidative it's become ever since those 2 outlying days. I guess to be expected because the news really here is about GameStop, not AMC. So kind of moving in sympathy and definitely still stuck within its own. So good luck for both those names. Small cap gappers, unless your name is Polestar, there's really nothing on my radar.
Yeah, not much there. So this is okay. Tesla. So I got short 185. That was not the vibe. What I should have done was, if I'd initially gotten short what I wanted, which is at 185.19, this probably would have been fine. Alas, it wasn't. I was a little bit overzealous. I was watching for this into 40s, into getting at around 45s, which is fine. It is what it is. A little bit disappointed on myself. I was not scalping enough. Still up on Tesla, but not by much. And I'm down on the day. So I think this is, it always sucks when you give up gains. It's going to be really honest here because we're all about honesty. But you know what else? The Freedom and Wealth podcast talked a lot about resilience. So you got to, when things hit you, to quote the Big Sean song from 2017, bounce back.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what you got to do. When the profits go down, bounce back. So we're going to try to be like Big Sean here, trying to make some trades. And the thing is, like, you're going to have up days and down days. But what happens is how you react to it. You just got to keep coming. I was not scalping enough today. This Tesla trade was something I felt kind of weird at the beginning. So it's like, Adara, why are you getting in? Why do you feel the need to be involved? Questions I should have asked myself before getting involved. But it's all good. We can reflect now and grow and learn. Yeah, gimme, though. Giving me, not FOMO, but that's an interesting look there for sure on GameStop. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I put up my order on 25. And just to build on your point, guys, I really want to talk about some of the things that Sean and Brendo talked about on the podcast. Again, they're not talking trading. We're not talking about entries. We're not talking about how much money we made on the week. No. Well, we're talking about the right mindset. The Katina man and Brendo were talking about success in entrepreneurship, about believing in oneself, developing key traits like superiority, impulse control, consistency, dedication, time management, learning from successful examples. They talked about Elon Musk. They talked about Kathy Woods. They talked about balancing both hard skills and soft skills, like technical abilities and interpersonal skills. I mean, I had never worked in an office until I came into here. I had no idea if I was going to be able to get along with people. I mean, I didn't know. Sure, I got along with friends, but yeah, well, it's not bad. You know what I mean? So all these things that you take for granted, you don't really know if you're going to be able to execute. And they talk about a lot of them. They talk about outsourcing and leveraging the strengths of others in your kind of circle to help you, proceed or to become better yourself. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I absolutely loved it. It's one of my favorite pods, and it should be yours as well. A lot of effort is being made into it. If you like that kind of thing, if you like talking about that kind of thing, you're going to listen to the Freedom and Wealth podcast. All right. Keeping an eye here on GameStop. It came down in a 25 and a fifth. And this area was the area where it closed above. I'm sitting at 25.05 looking for a dip trade. I got to tell you, I'm going to be super, super tight with this one. If I do get filled, it's going to be a scalp. And here we go, 25.13. This is going to have to hold 24. I'm going to say 92. I mean, I really don't have I have to give it to 24.20, and I'm not doing that. So we're going to have to sit 24.92, and it looks like I'm going to get filled real soon here, 24, and we'll put 80 for the remaining outs there if we do get filled. So we're going to have to wait till we get filled, till we send off that order, but I'm looking for a 25 hold here on GameStop Adair.
Whoop, Sharif, get that game started.
Oh,
Start that
nice.
game. Yeah, so shout out to Sharif there on that. My weird puns aside, as always, we hope you print. Nvidia, I'd love to say hope you print in Nvidia, but Nvidia would have to kind of move first. Yeah, guys, I know I'm short Nvidia again. But seriously, we had a lower high. I saw this and I was like, Adara, you got to get involved. So I did. I was looking to get out half the position at 131.60s. Not sure if I'm going to get that. We're about 10 pennies away from that right now. So Nvidia, if you want to show me that you've got some, mojo in you, I'd love to see that. Right now, we're going to get a half at 73s, just because, I see stuff in the book. I have to respect that. I like that we broke below the 9 EMA. Right now, though, we're trying to climb back above, which obviously not the vibe. I just have not been trusting myself enough today. I've not been trusting my read enough on the book. There was a time when I was in a Tesla long that I felt really heebie-jeebie about it, and I should have gotten out right there. And yet, for some reason, I didn't. So it's really just about, being more open. That's when I find I trade the best, is when I'm way less focused on P&L and, I want to get this profit target, and more just what do I like? What looks nice? What looks interesting? That's just definitely needs to be more the vibe. Drink some water. And I'm flat on this right now. There's also I am still in this position. I'm still involved at 131.93 or 95, 131.95, still involved. Really though, it's just it's about trying to trust yourself more, whatever your trading style is, as Sean always says. You've spent time developing a style, so trade your book, trade your style, trust what you do. And I think what I do are probably these scalp soft levels. That's what I feel the most comfortable in, so I owe it to myself to trade that way. We are out of NVDA, so please just punch with that. Like I said, still down in the day after some snafus, mostly just with not trusting myself on Tesla. But you got to keep on going. Not to digress too much, but yeah, the Tesla initially went well, then it didn't go as well, but you still have to take trades you like. But if you don't like a trade, then why are you doing it? That was the big thing I had to ask myself on TSLA. Simon TG, what's interesting is Shop going back up. Let's take a look at Shopify. Yeah, Shopify, we saw that one had a bit of it stopified last week. It's a great look. I didn't see any catalyst on this last week. We had that upgrade on Friday. It had that big move up, then it fell down. Shout out to Obi and Neil for taking that. Sorry, guys, tired. For taking that short there at the end of the day, yesterday in the afternoon show on not yesterday, Friday. Wow. On Shopify. It's a nice look there. Right now, they're trying to recover. We did run into a bit of issues initially at the 65.30 level. Once we had that chop and turn and that last push down here, nice move back up here for Shopify. Great recovery. Let's look at this daily chart to see how the Shopify is looking here. Oh, okay. This is so fascinating to me. Look at the $68 level. Support. Then there's that resistance that's shouted again to that short there that Neil and Obi had, but. Yeah, this daily chart seems to be ruling the roost over here on Shopify. Shopify does not want 68 quite yet. It does not want any of that smoke. So this support resistance flip-flop at 68 on the daily chart could be very, very clear. Let's see how this goes. This is an interesting look here for Shopify. But also, too, it's basically time for our lesson of the day. Before we get to that, though, you only have 40 minutes, only the length of a drama episode of television before streaming, to vote for this stock. So how do you do that? Whatever stock you like, a ticker you like, think about it really quickly, make a wish, and then go right in the chat. Wow, right now, ! Join space, $, Apple, Tesla, Google, Nvidia, GME, AMC, Shop. I don't know, whatever ticker you like, you go in there right now. If you get enough votes, as Sharif mentioned, you can do some campaigning. You can raise some funds there in the chat. Get all your buddies there working with you. And if you campaign hard enough, maybe your stock will be included in our little list. Yeah, we're gonna chug some coffee over here, and then we'll do the lesson of the day.
Yeah.
How is the GameStop?
I got in and I got out immediately. So obviously the stop there was not appropriate. That was not the appropriate level for the stop, because as quickly as I was in, as quickly as I was out, that was really a mistake on my part for not being alive to the liquidity or the volatility, excuse me, of this name. However, we do have on the 1 minute chart, a higher low. I don't want to call this a double bottom. It's not a double bottom, but it's a higher low. Now, what I'm all eyes on is 26. 2 times we made our way into 26 subsequent to the meeting being over, and 2 times we rejected a bit of a, you call it double top at 26, a bit of an area there where there was a liquidity grab. You could see that. Now, if we get prints on a closing basis above 26, I'm going long GameStop, and I'm going to give it room. So this one will actually be a breakout trade below VWAP or not. I don't think GameStop, really adheres to any of these rules. This is a meme stock, and they march to the beat of their own drum kind of thing. So here we go. 50s showing up right now. There's definitely a seller at 50s here on GameStop. Let's see if we can break some decent size. It's still rejecting off that 50 area. And then once we break 50, I'm all eyes on 26. And I'm unsure how I'm going to enter this trade, but I am very interested in $26 as an area of either a breakout area or rejection area. I don't have shorts on GameStop. I'm sure I can get them if I really want to, but I'm thinking more of a retracement here. Let's watch. It's down 11.5%. Likely to sell the news event, you know what I mean, with this whole meeting, but the technicals are telling me higher low with a 26 top. So if we get above 26 and we have a higher low, I don't care if sell the news or not. We're going to take this the way we've been trained how. So 26, I'm looking for a break. Wow. That's just the bamboozlement on this. It's going to halt down $1 like that. Wow. That was nuts. So that just was at 25.56, and in 1 second, it dropped to 24.70. That was intense, and now it might halt at this level. No, false halt, continues to go down more, and then guts bought right back up. Okay, that's it. I don't know how to trade this.
Your game is stopped?
Yeah, I don't know how to trade this. I have no idea what this thing wants to do. It's compressing, right? Higher lows, lower highs, but other than that, I really have no idea how to trade this. This is not my kind of cup of tea. I mean, I'm just going to get cut up umpteen amount of times trying to take this. Even if I take it above 26, what's not to say that it won't do the same thing it just did? Breaks above 26 by 15 pennies, drags me in, and then tanks. No, that ain't it for me. All right, Polestar though. Polestar looking awfully good right now. It's almost at day's highs. It just got into 888 and a third high a day. This double top that we put in, 89 pennies, we're really close. What a V-shaped retracement off the 50 period exponential in the 5. PSNY. This might be a multiple day mover. This is not a stock that's around for a good time, not a long time. It's sub $1, but it's a legitimate company. So if this is the move we're getting today, I want to watch this for a multi-day play, possibly. 89 pennies high a day on Polestar right now, Adair.
Yeah, Polestar definitely not seeing the Death Star right now. Nice potential continued movement up there. They have a store at Yorkdale, do they not?
They do.
Yeah, they do.
That's where I saw them yesterday.
Oh, I don't go to Yorkdale enough. Nice.
Not Yorkdale. Shops on Don Mills. Yeah,
You don't want to Yorkdale though, right? Oh no.
Lucid.
Oh, that's.
VinFast and Tesla.
Yeah, VinFast might have been what I was
I
thinking.
saw a VinFast on the road yesterday, a VF8.
How do they look on the road? I've never seen one in the
I like the
road.
VF9 better than the VF8, but it's also $100,000.
Yeah.
So it's a bit more expensive.
Yeah, you might Vin slow down on those prices, I guess. But
Absolutely.
Yeah, nice look there for VinFast, VFS. But let's talk as well about, I don't have a good transition for this, the lesson of the day. So let's make a VinFast move here into the lesson of the day. So let's delve deeper into the level 2 order book and discuss its intricacies to inform our small cap news-driven intraday plays. We're going to move beyond the buy and sell sides and focus on some advanced order type interpretations. So not to say this is not for the faint of heart, but if you do want to go look at some past lessons here, we do have, I don't know if we've done past lessons on order books, but I think we definitely discussed them at some point. Also, you can look at them. If you Google order books, you can do that quick research there to be part of this lesson. We are going to get a little bit more in depth here with this lesson. let's see how this goes. Let's talk about dissecting these order types to start. So for one, you've got limit orders. These are going to be basically just bread and butter basic orders specifying a price at which the trader is willing to buy or sell. And the order book is going to show the depth or the volume of these at each price. So how many orders do we have at this price? How many at that price to show the extent of the interest at these certain levels. Let's look at stop orders as well, because these are going to come into play only when the price reaches a certain level or a stop price. So they can either be stop loss orders or sell orders, which are priced below the market price to limit losses if you see a sharp drop in the price, or stop market orders, which are buy or sell orders that happen once the stop price is triggered. These orders are going to become market orders executed at the best available price. Also, did you see what D. Westermeyer just tagged you in the chat? Because it's one of my favorite puns I've ever heard.
Yeah, every move up on GameStop, stonk is a dead cat bounce. Yes, D. Westermeyer.
That's like right in my alley.
Yes, I'm going to have to give him the awesome for that because that's actually really good.
Yeah, or dead kitty bounce.
I wanted to mention one thing quickly that I misspoke about, and it really has something to do with level 2 that Neil wrote in the chat, and something that I misspoke about on GameStop. So can you show my screen for a second? Ram, thank you. Neil wrote, because GME is SSR, when the offer stacks up, it isn't a halt. It's just that aggressive short seller orders are waiting for an uptick. Yes, I didn't have eyes on the fact that it was SSR. I should have known based on the fact that it was down over 10%. Thank you, Neil, for pointing that out.
Yeah, thank you, Neil, for that. Much appreciated there, because it's something worth noting as well, the SSR. But also worth noting are iceberg orders. So these are going to only show a portion of the total sides. They mask larger buying, selling interest. It's kind of like hiding in plain sight. It's a masquerade ball. You have the little mask on. It's like, oh, is this like Joe from down the street? No, it's a giant market order. That analogy worked better in my head. But so these are basically going to be these secret orders hiding below the surface. You want to look for sudden jumps in volume after iceberg orders are partially fulfilled, because that could hint at a larger order behind the scenes, something deeper and darker below the surface. So let's see what happens here. Also, thank you, Darwin, for putting this in the chat. Some news with Tesla. I need to look into this to double check this, but thank you, Darwin, for putting this in there, saying that apparently there's going to be the $7,500 federal EV tax credit. According to Tesla, I guess Tesla's saying this, that the new Model 3 long range qualifies for the full federal EV credit. I'm going to have to look into that. Thank you, Darwin, for sharing that with us over here. So let's look at so the next part of this lesson, analyzing order book dynamics. So order book movement, you're going to always watch to see how the order book changes. Do you have any bids actively moving up the price ladder or chasing the offer? Or do you have a stack of sell orders just above the current price, creating a potential selling pressure zone basically? Is there anything in the movement or the numbers of what you're seeing in the book to indicate cause for concern, alarm, or some potential bamboozlement? Now, also, what about order cancellations? Because cancellations should be just as informative as active orders. If you see large buy order pulled, that could signal waning buyer interest. The buyer's getting kind of bored. That could be a change in sentiment. And also, conversely, multiple ask cancellations at a resistance level could suggest that sellers are waiting for a better price to offload. So you can really get a nice sense of sentiment and what these participants are looking at or looking for if you look at the order book. Here's some examples of order books that I found online here. So it really shows, again, the different gateways, which are worth noting. You know how sometimes if you go to a stadium, it'll be like your ticket is like B12, B14, whatever. Well, the market has gateways too, different ways that you can enter with your ticket so you don't get bamboozled by everyone else in line and you have your own way to enter. That is what the order book is. What about advanced order book patterns? Well, one of them is going to be called spooning. It's going to occur when buy orders are placed just below the current ask price and sell orders are placed just above the current bid price. And this is just tighter trading, so the orders are all spooned together, like you know how you line up all your spoons in your dishwasher, like cup to cup to cup. I don't know, but it looks like that, but with orders and not spoons. And it's just some tighter trading and some potential price consolidation before a breakout. So Tesla, speaking of breakouts, hi Tesla, I guess that one looking to make a new high of day here. Some other advanced order patterns here are order book vacuums. So if you have a significant absence of orders at a particular price level, it can show that there's some potential buying or selling zones happening here, depending on the context. So for example, a vacuum below support could indicate some buying interest waiting to fill the gap. And if you have a vacuum above support, maybe there's some selling interest going on there as well, or above resistance. So how do you interpret order books in context? So you want maybe some pre-market analysis. Shout out to Neil talking about pre-market analysis in his lesson of the day, how you can look at and find specific levels to play off either direction.
I just want to point out that 218 has been breached now on Apple. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
It was a level that was we know that was a high day earlier. Even though it was a quick wick, it just got breached. Just want to point that out. Shout out to Katina, man.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I guess the buyers are getting the Steve Jobs done over there. Tim Cook and the.
Well, they're cooking
side?
all right, Adara.
Oh,
They're cooking.
Tim cooking. Okay. But yeah, so for pre-market analysis, you might want to analyze the order book before the market opens, especially if you've got a stock gapping up on news. And a high bid volume at the ask price can signal strong buying pressure at the open. So you see, Neil and Sean will always take those, or not always, but they'll often take those trades right off the open. It's like you have to find a way. How are you seeing sentiment? Ordering the order book, right? And of course, practice always makes perfect. It's an art, not a science. So you want to take your time, but I do want to shout out those right at the open trades can be very tricky. And a lot of that is because what are you seeing in the sentiment in the order book? What about post-news analysis? So after you've got a news break, see how the order book reacts. Is there a whole bunch of frenzied selling or buying? How are things looking? Is there a lot of interest, or are buyers and sellers kind of meh? Well, you're going to have to wait and find out. You want to see how the order book reacts, and if you see strong volume, dry up after initial surge, do you have sustained buying pressure that can show you if this is news or just news? So worth noting there, you want to see those sustained moves, and you also, always want to practice, because practice makes perfect. How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice.
All right. Thank you for that, Adara. Fantastic explanation there. As we mentioned while Adara was doing the lesson, we did breach 218, but as quickly as we did breach it, I hope nobody took that breakout trade, because you're about 60 pennies out of the money right now, as it does breach 218 and then make its way all the way back down to 217 and change. But look, I would say to you, there's a good level of support at 217 and a quarter in and around this area here, because it's a consolidation area top that we couldn't breach for whatever reason earlier in the day. So let's see if it holds up at 217 and a quarter, that general area there on AAPL. But a great move for it on the day, well above 2% on the day. Now, the other Mag 7 name that is continuing to do things and do things well is Tesla. And I got to tell you, I was very surprised that we broke this 186.50. I thought that would have been kind of the level on the day. I still am suspicious that we close above 186.50. That was the top that we put in on Friday, and it looked like one hell of a U pattern that was shaping up there, where we kind of put in that rounded bottom and retrace right back into that key air neckline resistance area. So 187 and a quarter right now is the look on Tesla. And this was a bamboozler. I mean, like this one right here, like what is this candle? Why did this candle stop at 184.50? I mean, let me look at multiple time frames here. Am I missing something on another time frame? Maybe I need to be trading Tesla not on this. Okay, it looks like it held up the 10 on the 15. Look, to me, I'm not trading it on the 15, I guess. I need more screens. Anyway, so Tesla just printed day's high. Sorry, that whole long spiel. 187 and a quarter high of day on Tesla. It's not the only one that's at high day, though. Goggles as well printed another high day, 177.52. It's at high days as we speak. GOOGL. I can't believe Meta actually went green on the day. Meta was 496.01. Now it's 504.78. It's almost $10 off the bottom. And that was one hell of a move that it went down, or it gapped down already on the day. Then the bell came and it tanked even more. That's how strong this market is. 505 incoming, it looks like on Meta, 504.78 right now. It also printed high day. Well off the high days on Amazon. Amazon's definitely one of the weaker ones on the day. Softy, though, had this trade earlier on the soft one at 444. Seems like an eternity ago, because that was almost $4 ago now that we had that trade on Softy. It's at 447 and 3/4. Every uptick here and a new high day is a new all-time high on Microsoft. It's never been this high. It keeps growing. It got the nod today from Wedbush. It got the nod from Big Danny Ives. And as you can see, this is how much he's respected on these markets lately. Kind of like Kathy Wood in 2020 and 2021. Remember that? When Kathy was like the rock star? Feel like Danny Ives is kind of that right now. Him and like Tom Lee. Yeah, big time respect for those two guys on Wall Street right now. So MSFT at day's highs. Nothing else to say about that. Definitely Nvidia taking the day off. Well off highs. It was, it got, the IB high was the highest high of the day, 133 and 3/4. Having trouble with 132.5 intraday here on NVDA. Let's flip some of these small cap gappers, see what GameStop did, because we were looking at that earlier. Yeah, GameStop printing, continuing to print lower lows, lower highs. This 24 and a fifth was the area low that we got to subsequent to the meeting ending. Do we hold up around here? I mean, there is price action resistance here, support, but I mean, we're still printing at day's low, so I guess if you get in here, you'd have a tight stop. To me, it's not for me. Hey, Davis, did you get the nod from Bill? It's Big Kyle. Bill Kyle Burdett. That's funny. I like that. Big Kyle, I don't know how Big Kyle feels about Microsoft. You'll have to ask him. Big Kyle and I have never talked about Microsoft. But I don't know. I think he just wants to see the world burn, baby. He just wants those markets coming down. No, I'm not putting words in Big Kyle's mouth. Great dude. Goes without saying there. Let's see what else we talking about here. Pass overdose. I'm long Meta 497th August contracts 550 target holding trend. Shout out to you, man. I think you had something once Meta took 500 again. And I think that it's above 500 now. Yeah, pack your patience. I hope you print and goes without saying. GME halted. People are saying no, it's not, my man. I'm looking at it right now, as you can see. Time and sales, the book moving. Ram. I'm not even being rude. I'm just telling him it's not halted. Ram. By the way, if you guys, I know you, but Ram's alone today, guys. The Chilean nightmare's off, and so Ram's on the ones and twos on her own, and she's killing it as she always does. Ram always kills it, and you guys can also kill it today too. Make sure you have your say every day on the afternoon rundown. Get into the chat right now and vote. I saw a whole lot of people voting earlier, guys, and if you don't vote, you don't have your say. I like how, there we go. Where was the last time people voted here? I just got to call out some people for voting. Yes, Austin H. voted for Adobe. He wants to see what that Anu View voted for Apple. I like that. MGT wants HIMS. He wants to talk about HIMS. Monty G, he wants to talk about the SPY. Gurkan, he wants to talk about EQIX. Get into the chat right now. Have your say every day. The Katina man is locked in. He's ready to look at your tickers.
Yeah, whatever ticker scratches your itch, talk about it. Also, I got short Nvidia again, happy with this trade. The plan for this initially, which was only partially successful, was basically, I wanted into 132s. I did not want to overstay my welcome. That's what's gotten me burned in some trades early today, Nvidia and Tesla. So I wanted to be cognizant, also a bit the SPY. So I wanted to be cognizant of that. Basically, the plan for this was get involved 132.30. That worked. And then just continue to scrape here 132.20s. And take 10 pennies every couple seconds. Unfortunately, basically, once we got into 132.20s, we kind of didn't look back. So that was a little bit unfortunate for my initial plan. But hey, I was like, you know what, Adara, see what we do heading into 132s. Got it at 132.06s, took 24 pennies. Please does dang punch to combine a Shrafism and one that I use sometimes. So let's see how this goes. Also, I want to look at Adobe, because Adobe was rangy last week. I did miss the opportunity to trade that range. But today, Adobe kind of an interesting look as well. Sort of a combo of a V-shaped retracement and a bit of a rounded bottom, continuing to bounce off the 90 MA after finding a nice bottom with some wicks to back it up here around 509. So nice look here. If you got long Adobe 509, you're a cool $9 in the money. So shout out to you though, $9 club. Interesting look here for ADBE. So yeah, nice look for Adobe. We do have Nvidia breaking lower out of the short. You know, you have to do what you have to do. Like I said, I found that if I try to hold things for moves, that's when I make really questionable decisions. So I've been trying to do that a little bit less. Still down to the day. You know, I did end up giving up some of the gains in Tesla, which was unfortunate, but you have to take trades you like, regardless how they turn out. So happy. The only one trade I'm kind of disappointed in, and that was one of the times I got involved in Tesla, but generally happy with the decisions made. In Tesla, I'm actually still positive on. It's just, you know, you want to make sure you're making decisions that make sense. IWM, initially I did want to take this short, but I felt like it might be a little bit it wasn't IW meticulous enough, I thought. That being said, had I taken this pseudo-topping tail rejection of 199.40 and just scalps it would have worked out. If we keep seeing lower highs here, specifically break below the 90 MA, the short could get a little bit spicy.
Man, I just don't know what the hell to do here, because everything is just at highs. I look at Meta. I can't believe this. We're going to hit 506 on Meta. That's $10 off the bottom. What a retracement. And my crazy, you know what, was thinking about going short at the 50 over. Remember that story? We were yapping about how the IB high rejected off the 50, this candle at 10:30 rejected off the 50, and then we were going to get short right at this candle at a quarter after 11. We were thinking about shorting. The GameStop's up. Okay, so let's pull up that. The Katina man says GameStop's curling back up there off the low. So the low right now on GameStop is that $23.79 up into 24.5. A nice move off the bottom there. Still below the 10 period though. Keep your eye on that 25.12. There's a 10 period there. It's been rejecting off the 10 period all morning. Well, not all morning. I guess maybe since the meeting started. This is when the meeting started there. It started around 12:30, right?
Basically,
Yeah.
at 12:30.
Yeah, and so when you can see the 12:30 candle, that's really kind of the move that started this whole thing down. So true to form, we do sell the news kind of thing here. You got to watch out for that sell the news thing. Sometimes it'll bamboozle you. But anyway, yeah, great recovery back into 24.5, still south of 25 on GME. Polestar well above that volume weighted average price, still in 85 penny territory, but it did reject off the high. It was trying to break through 89 pennies. It got up to 88 and change, a bit of a double top right now, but I wouldn't be looking for a double top here. I think this is likely going to be a sustained move. It's just my guess, and that's all that it is. It's a guess. Yeah, as you can see, the futures all-time highs, 20,167. We're printing 59s as we speak right now. Still very much at day's highs on the futures. Day's highs on a lot of these Mag 7 names: Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Apple, Tesla. They are all literally at day's highs. Really the only exception here is the monster Nvidia for a change. It's not the one leading the market. It's actually flat on the day, and we're not done the day. That's what's funny, is this thing could like squeeze into the later part of the day as, you know, market on close orders or whoever wants to come in and buy up this monster. Topping tail candle right now at Meta on 506.5. So I'm not going to get short anything here, but something to note there on Meta, the topping tail into that 506-ish area. 448 coming in here on Softy. I think we broke that level. Wow. Another move up for Softy. Another move up for Gold. We're going to hit 20,200 today, Katina, man. I got to be honest with you. It's 20,170. It's 20,180. The market is all gas. No breaks right now. We were at 19.9 at the low. We're going to hit 20,002 at the high. That's a 300-point move on the market. There was no CPI today. There was no FOMC. There wasn't even jobs. And the market is moving up and to the dang right, and it's taking all the Mag 7 names with it. Apple right back above. Go GameStop, says the Katina man, but Apple's right back into not all-time highs. That's wrong. I was about to say all-time, but 220 is all-time. GameStop is coming into that $25 area, Katina man, but I would say I'm all eyes on that 10 period. I want to see if we break the 10 period on a closing basis. It's a whole different ball of wax here, or whatever other item you want to talk about on GameStop.
Yeah, I'm a little bit, IW. I couldn't think of it where that starts with M. I'm disappointed in myself for this IWM. Basically got short. I know I said I was going to wait here, but I did like that we had this kind of chop and turn. I said, risk into 60s is fine. I had the planned addition there at 199.51s. Initially wouldn't give me that, so I was like, cool, great look. Then we push above 60s, I get out. Now we can't break above 60s, so I'm like, okay, IWM could have told me that before I got out. But it's all good. You try, you learn. Things don't always work out. Not proud with some of the trades later today. I think it's a little bit, been tired brain speaking, which is not the best, because Sharif has seen me when I get tired. It is like not coherent, so good times. But we're slightly down in the day still, but again, always trying to find opportunities that work. There are some trades I'm proud of. I think it was getting a little bit messy later in the day because some things didn't work out that made for some questionable trades. And again, not actively displeased as punch with anything, but there are some trades that have me going grr a little bit. But this Nvidia, this continued rejection for Nvidia, this inability to break above 132.30, Nvidia, if you keep doing this, I will keep shorting you. That is a promise and a threat. I should have been keeping my eye on you, Nvidia. Like, come on there. So I'm going to stop talking to a stock and instead just keep my eye on a stock. Thank you, Aaron Scott Matthews, saying IW amazed. Well, I wasn't. I guess I was amazed at how much the trade was bad. But thank you either way, Aaron Scott Matthews. I have another one now to use. Fonzie saying shorts be like, and then the emoji where they have the sick head. So I do agree with that. As someone who honestly, I have a really hard time trading long successfully, and that's what got me cut off on Tesla a few times. These days are kind of harder for me, so I just should be more cognizant of that. Not feel pressure to take trades. It is all good though in the hood. And I want to shout out Anjan for the €2.5 euros. Thank you. Super chat. Accenture and HPE earnings this week. HPE not this week. HPE, those are earnings from a couple weeks ago. But I know ACN has earnings because I was talking about that in the week ahead. ACN could get a little bit interesting. They had a bit of a wipeout on their last report. It was not the vibe. Today, actually, intraday volume not. Almost a chair pushback. I like this intraday chart, actually. This 286.20, we had this chop and churn, flew to the downside, then came back up, rejected. Now we're trying to bounce off the 90 EMA. 286.20 could be interesting here on the intraday. Let's take a look at the daily chart. See how we do. Okay. Again, not a pushback, but we got pretty close. This chart's weak. This is a very weak chart. We have lower highs, and we have a flat bottom here at 281. So let's see what we do. This is a pretty nasty, gross, whatever word you want to use, tail here in the intraday. This 90 EMA rejection with this wick here. And okay. Yeah, I have to say, Accenture, I would have to say, I would say Discenture. I would say this is a chart that I do not have a lot of positive thoughts for just in terms of its technicals. Let's see if they can improve the earnings, turn it out here, because right now, this chart looks like it should be flipped around to the upside. Not a great look, in my opinion.
All right. We had Fed's Williams speaking at 12 and Fed's Harker dropping hot lines at 1. I'm going to read you what Harker said. I'm not saying that they were the cause of the market moving up, but the timing seems interesting here. Here it is. Let's start with it. Fed Harker, 1 interest rate cut this year is my base ram. And he goes on to talk about it. That's vis-a-vis Reuters. Then goes on to say, Fed's Harker says, if my economic forecast plays out, I think 1 rate cut would be appropriate by year's end. 2 rate cuts or none also quite possible. Depends on date. More data is essential to come to a decision on rate cuts given choppiness so far this year. Over the ensuing months, I will continue to closely monitor data on inflation, labor markets, and economic activity. All right. Then he goes on to say, Fed's Harker says keeping rates where they are for a bit longer will help get inflation down and mitigate upside risks. Monetary policy remains positioned in restrictive territory. Latest inflation data quite promising. Okay. But falls short of confidence needed. Has not quite dissipated. Uncertainty, long-term stubbornness of shelter inflation remains a concern, as does service sector inflation. Now, I want to talk a little bit about shelter inflation because there seems to be this growing body of discontent amongst analysts about how shelter inflation is calculated. A lot of analysts are saying that it's almost lagging 12 months, while some analysts are saying that it's indicative of current prices. So I guess you'll have to take your side of the pick there. But one thing that is for certain is that this market just broke 20,200. We just broke, we are up over 300 points off the bottom. Off the close, we're up 258 points on the new NQ September contract, clearing that 200-point level by 5 points. Softies at all-time highs. Goggles is at days high. So is Tesla, Apple, and Amazon, and Meta. Everything except Nvidia at days high right now in Mag 7 world. Let's go and see what the other big names are doing. I'm talking about some of the cybersecurity names. Okay, well, they seem to be they have like a high beta. No, not doing much today. So it really is the breadth today, I think, in some of the, it's the chips. It's the chips in the Mag 7. That's really all that it is. I mean, look at this, guys. Look at the chips. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 names out of like 25 in my chips watch list that are red. And then you have the likes of Micron up for almost 5%. You have Broadcom 5.5%. ASML 2. SMCI's up 7 1/3. So yeah, it's the chips and the Mag 7 that are really keeping this market up and pushing it to highs, because I don't see rotation here in some of these other names. And I'm looking at all the other sectors. None are as green as the ones that I just listed. So I'm not really surprised. Are you surprised the chips and Mag 7 are keeping everything up? No, I'm not either.
No.
Yeah, so that's the look there. Let's keep looking at some of these names here, Adara. Do we have any areas of technical resistance to look at, Ram? I mean, we know that 220 is the all-time high on Apple. We got there a few days ago, I believe. There it is. So we're not that far from that. The double top there at exactly 220.20 and 220.12. So 220 possibly incoming here for Apple. Other than that, I mean, how do you chart this kind of stuff? A lot of them are just blue sky setups.
Yeah, I was just going to put this in the chat, but I can say it out loud too. Yeah, this Nvidia, their 132.30 resistance intact. This is resistance coming up to earlier today. Now, if we break above it, of course, that could be gross. That could not be a vibe. I can recognize that. But we haven't broken above it yet, so I have no reason to not, continue to short. I like this look. So let's keep going. 2 super chats here. Thank you very much to Daniel Edmonds. $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Apple has time to test the 220 and reject today or explode, just like roulette. Pull up that Apple chart. Also, big Cal Burdett, $4.99 super chat. Looks like, based on what I'm seeing, Sharif is in the works too with this, but I'm going to read this out. Sharif, can you show 1320 Wolf the pick I sent you? We got nothing else to do but punch highs and pray. So Sharif's going to pull that out. I will pull up Apple for Daniel Edmonds. Yeah, we could get this 220. I mean, Apple really doesn't show any signs of stopping. This is a great look here. We had this 217, slightly lower high, top and turn, top and turn, top and turn. I was considering going short, and Apple's like, please don't. Continues higher here, breaks above that 217.20 area, pushes even higher, continues to the upside. So, I mean, Apple not looking back. Nice pample? I don't know. We'll have to see what happens from here, but this is a nice looking Apple. As I said, the Bulls definitely doing their Steve Jobs. Let's put it that way. We could push up into 220. I don't see any resistance here, of course, on the intraday chart. But yeah, I think you're right. It might be a matter of time here. Daniel Edmonds, it could be roulette. We're going to have to wait and see what the markets decide to do here. But Nvidia decided to go back down. I have 2 B quarters set to get out the entirety of the position. One's at 132, other one's at 131.88. I don't know if I'm going to get either of them. We're going to have to do some book watching. But we also got another super chat. Thank you so much to DJ Marshall for the $10 super chat. 20th super chat in the live stream. Thank you very much, DJ Marshall. Brought 3 SPY 544 calls, June 17th contracts for 89 cents at 10:12 a.m. Still holding it. Pamp it. I mean, yeah, you certainly should be pamping it. You are a cool $3 plus in the money there, DJ Marshall. So yeah, I guess that DJ could have spin that, I don't know, Pamp It Up, I don't know, whatever song there. Great look here on the SPY, continuing to bounce here off that 9 EMA. I have no words except for congrats to you. Also, thank you, Nvidia, for giving me one of my B quarters. Let's see if number 2 comes through.
Shout out to big Kyle Burdett, always doing the absolute most in a good way. He wants me to show this picture to 1320 Wolf. And be honest with you, I want to show this picture because of the kiddos. The kiddos are just so cute. Yeah, it's right there, Ram. So absolutely cute. I love her with her little doll there. And Big Kyle, you know how much I love Azure Blue. And so your shirt right there, thumbs up, double thumbs up on that shirt, Big Kyle. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. Are those cloves of garlic? You can tell those are potatoes that the little one has right there, Ram. But how about
garlic.
these ones?
He does say garlic.
Yeah, so these are garlic. You can see that in Big Kyle's hand is garlic. The kiddos got the potatoes right there. You can definitely see that. Shout out to Big. Oh, you can zoom in a little bit better. There we go. There we go. So yeah, this is it. 1320 Wolf, my man. You need to see this pic. Now you've seen it, baby. Shout out to Big Kyle. Absolutely, one of the OGs there in the chat and a family man. Love that. Big Kyle Burdett. All right, let's have a look at these here markets right now. Below 20,200 right now, to expect a little bit of resistance at that 100-point level. And what we're seeing on a lot of these Mag 7 names, I don't want to call them topping tail candles because they're really not, but they're showing a little bit of selling pressure at this level. I'm seeing it on Apple, Microsoft, and Meta. Did you have something to say?
No, I'm just doing things with my hands.
And Google, no worries. and Google as well off the highs. The one that's really not off the highs, at least it looks like for the moment, is TSLA here, man. It is still at these highs, printing current high of day right now. TSLA 187.31. The high of day is 41, so it's 10 pennies off the high. With respect to Apple, because, well, it's up big on the day, the number one winner in Mag 7 world is Tesla, followed by Apple. And so I'll be looking, look, I'm interested here in a 218 hold on Apple. 218 was a line in the sand. If we come down into 218, it'll be awfully close to the 10 period. It's the consolidation area top that we rejected off earlier at 1155. It's the whole dollar level. So I want to see what we get. If we get into that 218, I'm going to go long on AAPL, even though we have a bit of a double top off that $0.75. Great look for Apple. Look, I was talking to Brendo this morning at the big desk, and here's what I said to him. Because you guys know I'm holding Apple. You guys know it's my biggest position in my account. I'm not going to disclose the share size, but it's by far my largest position. Now, here's my thinking, and let me know what you guys think about this type of thinking. Maybe I'm off a little bit, and if I am, let me know. So if we are to make the assumption that there will be a super cycle, whatever that's defined as, Neil, because I know we don't have an exact definition, but if there's going to be a large upgrade cycle to the iPhone 15 Pro or the 16 as a result of the needing that M1 chip for the AI features, well then, are we expecting everyone to upgrade, in Q4 of 2024? Or are we expecting, for there to be 3 or 4 quarters of people upgrading and the revenue reflecting that every subsequent quarter? Because you can make the argument that analysts can price in a certain amount of upgrade cycle. So they can say, okay, well, the iPhone 6 was the last time there was a super cycle for the iPhones, and here's what they did percentage-wise. And they could forecast that going forward. And if that's the case, they can price in. So the market will discount future revenue. But what we know in reality is that there are surprises, both high and low. So you can surprise beat, surprise miss. If you're of the camp thinking that there will be a super cycle and there'll be a surprise beat like me, I need to hold this at least 3 or 4 quarters subsequent to the release of the AI features for me, in my opinion, to reap the full benefit of this swing trade. So despite the fact I've been holding it since August and it was supposed to be a swing trade, not a long-term hold, I'm likely going to have to hold it a little bit more so that I can realize the full benefit of the super cycle. What do you guys think? Is that what you're thinking with respect to this? Are you thinking we don't even get a super cycle to begin with? And if we do, is it anemic, not like the 6? So I just want to throw that out there because there's probably others thinking like me as well. How long do I hold this? What is the move here on Apple? Tell me what you guys are thinking.
Yeah. I'm curious. I have not updated my iPhone in many moons. Case in point. She's always making fun of me for this. My phone is so old that it doesn't know what Wi-Fi is anymore. And in case you're wondering what that means, I can no longer connect to Wi-Fi. Instead of the little blue circle where Wi-Fi connection option is, it has the dots, it's blacked out. I cannot connect to Wi-Fi, so I think maybe I can use the super cycle to my benefit. Right now, though, I'm going to hop into this Google short, and then I'm going to encourage everyone to vote. You should all vote for the ticker of your choice. You have 2 minutes left. If you haven't voted yet, scurry along, huddle along into this chat, ! Join, $, whatever ticker you like, Google, Nvidia, Tesla, Apple, AMC, GME, go in there right now. You have to have a space in between join and the $, or otherwise, unfortunately, your ticker will not be accepted. And we want everyone's vote to count, so put your vote in there right now. Why did I get short Google near high of days? I'm going to explain. This was really, like I said, trying to trust myself a bit more, and nothing I saw in the book or the chart was telling me this was going to be continued long. Now, why did I like this short? Look at these wicks here. We're trying to break above this 177.80-ish area decisively. We can't really do that. I'm going to watch out here for what is this, level 71? So this is going to be really tight. I think it might even get me out right now. So we're going to have to, yeah, there we go, we're out. I really just, it's about trying to have this, no risk, no reward, right? You want to risk a little bit there, risk about 6 to 7 pennies. Didn't end up getting it. What I wanted was that break a little bit below here. I wanted it into this 177.40. I didn't get that. My issue today, because I am right of the day, and I wasn't initially, my issue was just not trusting myself, taking trades that were kind of antithetical to my personal style. So tomorrow I need to not do that. I know what works for me, and it's going to be my scalps, trading these key ranges off of certain levels. If I just stuck with watching Nvidia continue off these levels and I had taken those trades a little bit more effectively, that could have been all right. So I really need to do some reflecting when I get home, do some journaling, do some thinking and figure things out. Tracksuit saying, don't feel bad, I have a Pixel 6. Yeah, I mean, a 6-volt maybe. But yeah, no, I guess a lot of people behind in the times there, so I do feel a little bit better there. Yeah, I am very, very late to iPhones. I do have a 12, I just haven't switched it over yet. So good times there. But yeah, super cycle could be a nice move for everyone. I really need to look at that. Also, Michael Spadafora mentioning a ticker that I haven't looked at in a little while. It was one of my old favorites voting for here, so hopefully you get to look at Eli Lilly, Michael. But in case you don't, I will pull up Eli Lilly because I saw you mention that in the chat. And anyone who mentions Lilly in the chat is a friend of mine. Eli Lilly here, interesting look. Volume, Lilly, you get volume now? I can't believe I abandoned you when I went live. Okay. Eli Lilly casually at almost $900. Lilly needs to get a permanent spot in my side chart back, I think. Oh. But look at this. We had this pop here into 888s. Look what we're trying to bounce out. 888 there. 808 drum make you put your hands up here for Eli Lilly. Showed it to like a G6. Pardon?
Is that all-time high? I can look, don't worry, because it might crash your chart.
Oh, that is true, it might. Oh no, we wicked up into here before,
We're
shockingly
really close,
enough.
though.
We're getting very close. This is a great look on Eli Lilly. This little leapfrog from one lily pad to another, leapfrogging to the upside. But yeah, I mean, Michael Spadafore, shout out to you for voting for this one. Don't know if Lilly will be one of the tickers selected, so I wanted to take a look at it here. Interesting look, continued volume. Apparently the CFO today mentioning that they still have more plans for weight loss drugs. Not a huge surprise, but certainly a bullish look here for the stock.
Well, absolutely. I think people dread injecting this drug. So the sooner they can make an oral version that has efficacy and that doesn't just lose all its metabolites into the liver, I think that's really going to be the big step here. Guys, GameStop just did things. It took 25. It broke the 10 period on the 5 RAM, and it touched. It was really close to touching the 20. The 20 exponential on the 5 is at 25 3/4. We just rejected the $0.50 right now. We're at the $0.50. I shouldn't say that. We haven't rejected it quite yet. We're definitely there, but we're well off lows. 23.79 LOD on GME. Now it's recovering here. VWAP on GameStop. Look, I'm not saying that should be your profit target, but you should be apprised of where it is at all times. 26.50. That's $1 above where we're currently trading right now. We're at 25.50, but there seems to be a bit of tug of war happening here between buyers and sellers at this $0.50, and that happened last time as well at 110. And essentially between 110 to 112, we got into 25.50 and rejected. Right now we're above 50 again, but only on the ask. Now we get on the bid. Okay, so now we're moving up here on GameStop, and the 20 period is incoming in like 10 pennies. So GameStop into 25.75. Great recovery, $2 off the bottom, the Katina man, and it looks like it may want to touch 26.50. VWAP. But to be quite honest with you, to go green on the day, and I wouldn't put anything past GameStop here, quite frankly, at all. To go green on the day, we got to get above 28 3/4, about $3 off that level right now, having been down most of the day, 11%. AMC as well, waking up, as it does typically with GameStop. Sympathy plays with AMC here coming into the 20 period as well. You are not going to see the same type of aggressive moves likely on AMC as you will on GameStop because it is moving in sympathy with GameStop. The catalyst here is GameStop specific, not AMC. Anyway, there we go. We just touched the 20 period on the 5 there. So 25.75 quick wick into the 20 period exponential. Same thing with AMC. So fantastic move for the apes today on the day. I hope all of you guys are printing. Just because I don't believe in the long-term viability of the stock doesn't mean I don't want you guys to print. I absolutely want you guys to print. It's just, it's just not my cup of tea. Fantastic look though off the bottom there. GameStop continuing to go, hanging out at $0.0002. We do have price action resistance as well. At 26, you had a bit of a double top there. The first one, 5 to 1. The second one, 1 after 1. So definitely around 1 o'clock, we kept rejecting off 26 bucks, close to it now as we print above the 50 penny area. But as I see from the side chart, unreal. These markets are unreal. I get GameStop's moving and everybody's excited about it, but this gets me more excited. Everything here except Nvidia is at day's high. Well, Apple was almost at day's high. I mean, I'm for real though. 509 on Meta, 450 coming in on Softy, 178 got broken on Google, 184 got broken on Amazon. These are all high of day. 188.75 on the Cybertruck. Unreal day for the longs. This makes me happy. Better than any small cap gapper that could go up 400%, 1,000%. I love these all-time highs on the markets because this is the kind of thing that makes generational wealth.
And it's so fun to watch.
Yeah.
Like I know Neil said this too in the market recap about earnings. It's always more fun to watch something go up, right, than watch it tank. And so I think, especially when you have the whole market moving, it makes you pleased as punch. It does make you really happy.
Yeah, this market's taken something. I don't know where it was on the weekend, but it's all the way up.
All the way up, do, 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 do. Yeah, I think this market worked out really hard, did those push-ups, went to the gym and is like, hey guys, I'm gonna show you, I have biceps now. There you go. So crushing that. Shout out to the markets, I guess, in general. Yeah, I got involved long Nvidia. You may be like, Adara, you've been shorting Nvidia all day. I like levels, I'll take them either direction. If I see my previous 132 resistance try to form a support, will I go, 132.30, sorry. Will I go long? Yeah, heck yeah. I mean, I'm flat on it right now, more or less. Still like that 132 level. We have not broken below 132.20 since I've entered. So I'm pleased as punch with this right now. I want my breakout. Levels I'd be interested in are going to be heading into that 132.60s or 70s. I've said this before, I do not stay in positions beyond the midday just because this is the only time during which I trade. I have other stuff I do after the show ends. So wherever the cookie happens to crumble, as the show comes to a close, a conclusion, a natural exit, or I make my exit, I guess, that's when I will have to make my exit from this trade. But, Nvidia, if you want to give me more than flat, I'd be okay with that. Don't fall, just do your thing, 21. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You also want to shout out, too, I was talking about Eli Lilly. I think someone was saying in the chat, yeah, with Lilly just traded the sim. So I want to actually address this. Because I've traded Lilly in the sim, I have no problem if it ever does moves. I would probably take a really small position, tight risk management in the trade. I think that's what the sim is for, is it kind of helps you build up those reps so you feel more comfortable taking things in the live. So yeah, I mean, Eli Lilly to me is not, I mean, this spread is $1, so that's not something I'd be down for. But yeah, I never have any qualms, especially if it's something I've practiced trying in the sim. If I see something I like, I will take it. So that's going to be, I just want to say that.
I think these markets making all-time highs are rubbing some people the wrong way.
Really?
Why are people getting upset that the market is making all-time highs?
Oh, yeah, they are.
Why? Look, I mean, I get you're a perma bear, unless maybe you're just kind of FOMO because you didn't punch into any. But it's just not the Mag 7 that's going, guys. The chips are very strong as well. Like we made the point very clear. The breadth is a bit of an issue here. I looked at some of the cybersecurity names. They weren't running, although they have a high beta. But the chips are all running. AVGO is up 5 3/4. SMCI is up 8.5. Micron is up 4 2/3. Intel is up over 1%. AMD's been a bit of a dud lately. We've kind of made that point. Obviously, we have to wait until they realize some profits there from AI. AMAT is up 2 1/3. Like ASML is up 2%. These are all expensive stocks. I get it, but it's not just the Mag 7. Chips are also strong, but I do take your point. Breadth is becoming an issue again, like it was in the later stages of 2023. We'll have to watch if that changes there, but I'm going to send it to you as I see everybody on the green screen in 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sharif, for the lesson of the day. I was always putting that together. And shout out to Sharif, who you will see in the green screen in his blue polo in under 2 minutes. Crazy how quickly time flies. Someone's saying Nvidia coiling up like a snake. I don't want to say hopium, but I do hope so. We had a bit of a coil there off the 90 MA. That being said, I thought we'd get that 132.30 breakout, and Nvidia's like, what made you think that? Like, just because I stopped rejecting here does not mean by any means I'm going to bounce here. And I'm like, well, you could, Nvidia. So I'm going to stop talking to the stock, see what it does. Right now, I like the long. I have no reason to leave the long. We're still, for the most part, above. Oh, okay, there we go. And as I say that, Nvidia is like trying to get off a little bit, get off its high horse. We're going to take out part of this position here. 35s, pleased as punch. Still will have about 60% of the position in if I get filled here. So nice look. Yeah, Yoel Reyna, I got a kick out of this comment. Oh no, the markets are going up. Why would we want to make money? No. Yeah, I guess there are people, as somebody who's more short biased, it can sometimes I find it be a little bit harder to navigate these moves. But as Sharif said, and as Neil always says, it's always more fun to watch stuff go up, to root for things on the way to the upside. So yeah, shout out to everyone making money in these markets, no matter what direction you're going. There are always some great opportunities in every stock, in every market. So yeah, shout out to that. Nvidia, if you want to make up your mind, so I know whether to leave you or not, just let me know. But what an interesting look here. So many exciting things to look at. Soon, though, we're going to have to be looking at the big kahunas and Sharif on the green screen. So we're going to have to bid you all adieu. I hope you guys have had as fun a day as we had. It's been a great day in these markets. And we will see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel for some more level 2 action. Right now, though, you got Sharif on that big screen, guys.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you have your say every day. We got the big kahunas. They're locked. They're loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers that you voted for. But before we jump into that, let's see how the futures are doing. As you saw me talk about on How to Trade on the Midday Show, we are at all-time highs. Whether you're looking at the triple Qs or the futures contracts, you can see that graph light right there on your left side of the screen at all-time highs. We'll let the big kahunas cover that in 1 second. But GameStop was all the rage today because last week, the shareholder meeting sadly got canceled due to technical difficulties. Today was the day to reschedule that, and it did take place without event. But as you can see, it was a bit of a sell the news event as the meeting ended and the stock went down and to the right, guys. What is your look on GameStop?
Quickly, before we get to that,
Short Apple. Obi is short Apple?
Oh, are we short Apple?
Obi.
Uh-oh.
I do not advise that.
Somebody gonna get hurt.
Somebody are gonna get hurt real bad.
I actually thought I didn't realize it was his actual position was on. I just thought it was showing the face incorrectly there.
No, I looked over because it's GameStop, and right now we are $1, almost $2 now in the money off the bottom of GameStop. So we had lost on it. Now we're well up. This will be one of my top P&L names today, despite losing it. So we were going 27.50, out 28.50. I mean, that's $1 right there early on GameStop, but it breaks through the 200 and does not continue. So then the fade happens. Whatever. I mean, we all knew the earnings call didn't mean anything. The earnings are already out. So apparently it meant sell. So, I mean, there it goes all the way to the downside. We waited sort of for the wash, and then, you know, you got to have bigger stops on GameStop, right? I mean, at least I do. And this is fine. So we were up or flat I think we were up here, but then we tried to average it back in there, took some profit, then lost it when we broke through 26.50. But then you see this little wash bottom there. I wasn't here when this was happening, which is fine. So I didn't have that opportunity to get long there. But then when I came back in and we sat back down, and I just said to myself, GameStop is moving. So let's go over and find out where we could possibly find a bottom. And again, being a support and resistance trader, we say that all the time. That is exactly my style. Not breakout, nothing. I mean, I'll do everything, but this is my number one where we put in the most amount of shares. So we did have the biggest position of the day here on GameStop. And we put it in right there based on this bottom. It does break, but I'm always giving GameStop at least 50 cents. So my stop did not trigger. And then right up to the upside, take 20, that's that 50. Then we're at $1. Now we're at 25.60, $1.30. It does touch 26. And then look, being a supporter resistance guy, it's right back there to resistance again. So that's why we take that out. Maybe we'll take another one at 26, but let's see. Maybe it goes up the rest of the day into the close and we figure out more and more about this name. So I know it doesn't show me longer in anything, but I'll take a fill and then get that updated for you right now.
Yeah, if Palantir breaks 25, you'll see that pop in for me. I actually did have that first wipeout, like this one in here. I was long earlier this morning. There it goes. Palantir just broke $25 because Palantir is an absolute rocket ship. But I did have that first wipeout, but I trailed it, and it was nasty. Like it broke 25. Like I scalped some out in front of 25. There was a huge sell order that came down at like 40s.
Made it funny
on Palantir. On GameStop down here. They were walking it down, then it released. I was in the long. It was tracking through 26. I'm like, okay, well, it's about to break 26. If it fails 26, I'll just trail it like 50 cents underneath. and then wicked that entire thing out before pulling back in underneath 25 and then all the way back. So it was pretty nasty the way that move happened, probably cleaner the second time through. It's a double top here at 26 even if it can break that. Otherwise, I'm just looking for the next curl. I wasn't at my desk when this one happened, but if it does another, by curl, I guess I should say bounce, like wick bottom for bounce. Curl usually you refer to when a stock is rounding up and going down. I'd be looking for bounce play somewhere in where it did last time. And like I always say, if you're trying to play something in the other direction, sometimes jumping into the latter name instead of the former name can be, the sympathy play can be the better way to express a short. AMC's still under $5. AMC's afternoon top is exactly Friday's low right now at $4.90. So if GameStop never breaks 26, AMC is like a short, I think, at this $4.90. But you need to see it get back up to that $26 level on AME. Would not be short. GameStop, I'm not probably going to short, but if I see something like a curl and a flush in GameStop, I'd go over to AMC underneath the $4.90 level. I paid for locates in both this morning.
Susquehanna analyst Christopher Rowland assigning Nvidia a price target of $160, about a $30 premium from where it's currently trading at right now, liking its moat, liking its market dominance, and the like. It was a bit of a kind of a consolidative play today, still up on the day, about 0.25%, but definitely not participating in this big market move that we're seeing the other Mag 7 names play out, guys. What is the look on Nvidia?
And, well, I mean, Nvidia was...
Can't do all the work.
And Nvidia amazing for a minute there because we were long and it went all the way back into our level and we were like, oh hell yeah, we like what we're seeing down there into 130 and we took that back up and we were really doing quite well on it. It came back, then we lost 130 and we got out at 130.50. So that was actually turned out to be fine. Then we shorted it back in. That was good until it broke. So what I was going to get at was it was really good early. If you played the short, you could have won there. You could have won on the long. I feel like it was a great stock early. It bounced off 130. So if that was sort of your ending spot there, obviously you didn't punch out. I mean, it only went down 40 cents against you. So I feel like that's not appropriate risk. I would hold that a little bit longer. But again, to each their own. So I could see how it'd be frustrating. Sometimes I've made that bottom wick, and that's the worst. So tough one, but it was easy to get out of. The minute we broke that 131, we kind of barcoded, came back in. There's your 130 again. And now it's kind of just a little boring for me right here. It's why we flipped over to the futures, and we'll talk about the futures once we're done the rundown. But yeah, so far so good here with Nvidia today. It's a positive stock. It was my number one idea here today off 132 long, but that didn't hold. So we tried it early. We were pretty patient with it. I'm pretty pleased with how we traded it as we're almost back, and we'll talk about the TQs, how we sort of screwed that up on the short, but then flip long. We're almost back to our highest spot we've been at all day.
Yeah, with Nvidia, for me, that obviously the dip at the open, you got to time it really, really well. But in the afternoon, or I should say like at lunchtime and later on in the day, it's just been a little bit better. So I was red on it all. Pretty much most of the morning, we had a couple of good bounce plays, but went about 2 for 5 on our longs. Then went into like short 131.5 down in here. It reclaimed VWAP, so we did a scalp trade into 132.50. We're mentioning that to a couple of people on the midday. At this point, your opening range top is 132.5, and it's just rejected it a couple of times. If this busts out 132.5 and wants to join the rest of this party, then I want to be looking long, but I want this to break out. It's either got to bounce off VWAP or just give a break out of this opening range, which could happen any second now on Nvidia. Just because it's asleep now doesn't mean it has to be asleep for the rest of the afternoon. Like, this is still Nvidia. You know it can go.
What a recovery for Amazon there. It absolutely held the IB low. We were talking about that on How to Trade Midday show today. But look at that recovery off the low. It has been uninterrupted to the high side. No real catalyst today, but this one did come out midday. Amazon AI tested at major UK train stations to combat crime. Robocop, is that you?
Oh, RoboCop has one of the single greatest. Well, it's a pretty violent opening, but it's a pretty intense opening. I love it. It was a classic movie. The remake is a little bit hit or miss. That's the best I'll give. But there's nothing hit or miss about the reversal on Amazon. On a 15-minute chart, Amazon doesn't have a red candle since midday. Like right at noon, if we can come to the chart, right at noon, you got a bottom, and then look at this thing trend into the upside. And the crazy part is it's not at a key resistance spot or anything. There's a lot of names that are, like, they're at levels that I just don't even like. But Amazon in here, so just go back to, this would be the 11th. That was the bottom at 184.5. Then on Thursday, you had resistance at 184.5. If anything, that just lines up a consolidation over 184.5 as a spot to go maybe jump off a second time through here. So Nvidia keeps on getting really close to breaking out that top. But where I'd say Amazon holding 184.5 on a 3-minute chart or a 1-minute chart is going to look like a nothing level. But you pull out that 15-minute and the consolidation above here still has room to go. So Amazon catching the market wind that more or less everything is at this particular moment. I'd be looking for a consolidation long up in here. 184.5, get it from the 15-minute. When in doubt, zoom out.
All right. Look, I don't know about Amazon. I mean, I just went straight to the upside. We don't have the futures on here. I don't know why. There's more futures traders, really, maybe that are watching this show even than equity traders. I want to thank all of you guys for that. And I actually tweeted this out already, is that today we are able to reverse into this, and we just said this is the life of a day trader, like literally life of a day trader. You know, we were short the TQQs there at the 75 mark, and then as soon as we broke 20,000, we're able to just accelerate this to the long side. And again, this is why we're right back to, you know, we gave some up because we were short. We were short into here. We talked about that. This turned out to be our worst stock as it broke higher. Nothing we could do. We got out, we got out, we got out. But now we're still in this, and now this is $3 in the money and over almost 250, more than 250 handles now in the money from when we punch long. So we scalp it out. Like, we know who we are. We always talk about that. We taking dollar clubs there, $1.50. Now that's $2.50. Let's see how high we can get here on the NASDAQ. I mean, up and away. You want to talk about resilient. I don't even know. Like I said, every day you don't even want to check your account because you'll be so happy with it. You may sell some, and then the very next day, literally the very next day, you're going to regret doing it again. And then you're going to buy and buy, and you never know where to get back in. So I just think, and again, Freedom and Wealth podcast would be a good place to start on this, but it's just a matter of being confident in where this market goes. We already know the rate environment that we're in, and it's a cutting one. They're not going to be raising anytime soon. It will be a cut. The next one will be a cut. Earnings keep on showing their head, and it keeps on working. Stocks that haven't provided good earnings get slapped, and those that do get bumped up. Microsoft had one of the best reports they ever had, all-time highs. Just took a minute, right? Amazon, you just saw that chart. And here goes the NASDAQ back to the upside. Whatever name is lagging, it will just catch up. So I like this trade. We are pretty much out of it. I don't hold things this long, but I just wanted to show everybody not just the ability to reverse it, but sometimes you got to flip the script and figure out, hey, when we're breaking these levels out there, and here's the 20,000 right here. This is what we were shorting, right? I mean, it's the exact same trade. So there's the NASDAQ, here's the TQQs. So we're doing the same dance. Short, breaks 20,000. I mean, I waited for it to break 20,020. So that's why I'm saying we're only 240 handles in the money. Yeah, it's a little small one, but at the end of the day, it's this move, right, that you're waiting for. Look at the 50 period. We'll be in the rest of this for a minute, but still decent trade there. The 50 period cost us a little bit on Apple, and maybe we'll talk about that after. How's Apple not on this list? But we love Palantir. I don't know where my hat is, but we've been Palantir for a hell of a long time.
I couldn't find it on Friday.
It might be in my car because
I was actually looking for it on Friday.
I wear it out to the bar. You know, it gets a lot of attention.
Sometimes
they're like, "Oh, you're a Palantir investor."
You gotta let the people know.
You know, yeah. You know, you gotta let people know when you're a Palantir kind of guy.
Seriously.
So let's go back over to Sharif and find. I don't know. I think it must be.
Because it was. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Anyways, all right, Sharif, what's up?
Another name, Sean, at not all-time highs, but at day's highs, Palantir, as you just prefaced, shares are trading higher after Argus Research this time initiated a buy rating and a price target of $29. Palantir, multiple new government contracts this year. They also have the AI twist. What is your look, guys, on said Palantir?
Well, I can tell you, like on Friday when Sean wasn't here, it was when Palantir essentially went red to green. That was somewhere, it was right around this, right in here, like about right at the end of the show, the morning show. Palantir dipped off VWAP and then did the just trend in the entire day. And we're like, oh, where's the hat? We should have it on the desk or something because Palantir is going ham. Well, it went, I don't know, just whatever whatever ham squared would be, and that's what Palantir did today. When we talk about breakout trades, this through 24, hindsight's going to be 2020, but opening range top, $24.01, and then it consolidated right here at about noon at 24 again, went like 10 cents up and down, and then you can see the rest is history. There was a weird little break in here at 24.80, which ended up being like a local high, so kind of had that break in at 25. The 25 break hasn't worked, but it's still trending very strongly to the upside. When you look at the higher time frame, what's essentially not to like? It's the recent breakout of local highs with nothing standing in its way till this $25.50 level, which last I checked is still another couple points away from here. So strong look for Palantir. Even if it were to dip, like this trend is intact until it gets back into last week's resistance levels, that's in the low 24s at this point on PLTR.
All right. Yeah, just okay, the futures are what they are. Look, we've been long Palantir for a minute. We've been putting on our sticky notes that we love 22, 23, 21. I mean, all the time when it was down here. We rarely wrote down a short chance for Palantir, but yeah, this might have been a missed opportunity. Can you get it again? Sure. I mean, there was some negativity surrounding the name when they talked about the inclusion of CrowdStrike, GoDaddy, and
KKR.
KKR. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that those aren't even in there already. So my hat's off to them, and next is Palantir. I mean, the stock is holding. It used to have like a meme stock kind of connotation to it because it would fly around some days, 10, 20%, and just like when BlackBerry was going or some of those other names were going, they all were kind of flying around, and Palantir did catch some of that drift for a while. But again, a direct listed company, over 25 years old. I think it's now 6 quarters, might only be 5 quarters of EBITDA profitability, which qualifies them. And we talked about that on their earnings calls. And they've been getting bumped up, but it does get faded when it gets to these highs. I just wonder until there is an actual, and they're going to be in many, I mean, S&P 400, so on and so forth, small caps, mid caps, all that kind of stuff. But I mean, I'm just thinking that it'll start to stable out a little bit, and I feel like just continue. Take out the highs once we finally get some sort of an idea that that's what's going to happen. So I think we wait for that. We wait for their next earnings call. I have no idea when it is, but I like Palantir long. The daily is pretty sweet, man. I mean, up another 6% today. You have to like the stock, and guess what? I like the stock. So down to the 200 period, held this morning. That's the only point of reference that I have right now. So I'm going to try the long maybe at 24.50 if it does pull back. But yeah, the market, I'm not sure it will do that. So Palantir continues to be one of those names that is, in my opinion anyways, and we just talked about this with getting FOMO, I'll steal Jim Cramer's line here. This is a hold, don't trade stock if you have it in the long-term portfolio, IMO.
Chips very strong today, and Micron fits that narrative quite well, very close to day's high. Cantor Fitzgerald commenting on the name today, loving it. Not really surprised. They are commenting on the price target, $180 bump. They're maintaining their overweight rating. As you can see, it's trading in the high 140s, which adds a decent premium based on that price target of 180, guys. Any look today on Micron?
No trades on Micron. We're trading a lot of the other chip names, I should say. Not a lot of others, but Nvidia, AMD for me is going to be the way to have gone. When you talk about this whole super cycle or what's going to happen with AI, at least for Apple, there's other sides to that because you're going to get AI embedded in PCs. ARM benefits from it going into all small devices, but Micron certainly catching some benefit here. And the chart's going to speak for itself. It's another all-time high for Micron. It was a not clean breakout this morning because if you had... So sometimes, if you had that opening breakout trade on Micron, then your day probably stunk unless you got out right away. That said, and I got to, you know what? From now on, I'm just realizing with these really, really strong stocks, if ever there's a reversal trade at the open where it fails a breakout level, stays green, and then in the afternoon it comes all the way back for a V-shaped recovery, that same level that it failed at the open is probably a good long spot. We saw that happen with, Palantir actually did that recently, believe it or not. And then today with Micron, this 146.25 where it got to, you zoom it forward, like there's your wick, there's your huge rejection. And this is what it looked like. This is what the dip was in Micron when it challenged that same opening range top. 146.30 prints, it goes up 20 cents, it pulls back, and would have been 10 cents against you. If you took the opening range break on a $146 stock at the moment, it went 10 cents against you in that consolidation and then just trended higher. So you think about the mechanics of what happens here. It's a big short in there that probably traps a lot of people shorting underneath VWAP and all that good stuff and shorting underneath the market high or the range high. And then it's just a monster breakout trade for Micron from there. So these late day breaks and stocks that are trending up, that's going to be the key. Stock is trending up here. I don't think you like that on a stock. It's trending down for obvious reasons, but big mover there for MU. And like you say, it's a blue sky setup. I just saw Darwin say a firm spike. Really? Because a firm short, would have worked this morning for sure. But a firm getting a bit of a spike. I don't know if this volume spike has anything to do with any news, but even a firm catching a bit of a bid. This was gliding down like all the payment names the last couple of sessions, and it's catching a bid here. I still like the short this week in front of 32 on a firm, though.
For 32, didn't it get way up there, 38 and change or something?
Oh yeah, it was
Apple
34. The Apple news, just to finish the thought here, only because it was ridiculous. On the Apple news, it went up a couple of days in a row. So it was at 32 and change, went all the way to $38, broke out this huge channel, then just started fading back underneath. So like that trend to the downside, it really only broke it for a day, and then it's been a sell. That's why I like the short. If you get that kind of a trend break on news, on Apple news, and you can't hold it, ooh, that's not good. I mean, you get the Apple bump, you're supposed to sustain the Apple bump. Otherwise, to me, there's something wrong with the stock.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's why I was like, I'm actually surprised. My memory is definitely pretty weak, but remembered 38 for some reason. But here we go here. Make sure you try to escape the rat race and check out our latest podcast with Brendan and myself. It was a pretty good one, I think. Here's Apple. We just tweeted this out not too long ago, and I'll just because Micron's there, I know Apple was a close 5th or 6th to come through, but we wrote down here on today's sticky note that we wanted these longs in Apple, and I just tweeted it out. I guess we got out of these 213 Apple shares a bit early, face palm. And that's where, and I did the tick replay on Trade Ideas. And again, hit Trader TV 20 if you ever want to have a quick check on that. But at the same time, I just wanted to say okay, right here. So I did the tick replay because I was like, why the heck would I got out right there, right? And there was a 50-period moving average cross that happened, and it's like, if we had just held it, you might have got stopped out there on that 50-period as it's looking right now. But then we could have realistically, this is the 50-period break right there. So I feel that we got out at 215.70, and the out could have been right here, 216.25 or so. So we didn't do exact justice for that, but man, oh man, like what a barcoding opportunity that was there at 216, only to continue to go higher there for Apple. So we're out of this. This is by far my number one P&L name. And we took this pretty early. I mean, not that early, I guess, 9:50 in the morning. I guess that's not that early, but look, we already had a developed bottom. So we already knew that was something that we wanted to look for. So when that hit through, boom goes a dynamite back there to the upside. So, yeah, I mean, sure, it would look cool to still have it on, but you gotta follow some of your rules, and that sort of leads me to the TQQ trade, which, look what we're doing right now. We talked about not getting out of it. We take the long here against the 50-period moving average. So this long on the break, we went long. Once it broke, I went long. I'm like, that's the one thing about these futures. I'm not gonna fight a market. I'll fight a stock because sometimes you think that the reasons for it to go up or whatever don't exist, and you don't see the catalyst for it. But the market catalyst has been here for the last couple months, and we've seen what's been driving it. And Nvidia, and now Apple gets on board and says, just climb on this back, and so does Microsoft. There's too many tailwinds right now in the NASDAQ to not want to reverse it. So I did it anyways with a little bit of a tight stop, and that's just been, what a ride to the upside. But we should have, if we were looking at this, I just want to tell everybody, this might have been a stop out area. But look at it's held the 50-period. I'm not going to reload something that's up 4%. And of course, remember, it's triple levered, but the NASDAQ is still up that 1.43%. I'd rather see it settle down somewhere. But for right now, there's been a big recovery here for the NASDAQ today that was at one point, I don't know if it was, well, it was red. as we were trading it. I just don't know how red. I think it got to like 0.3 or something like that.
It wasn't that. It was red for sure.
Yeah, maybe 0.2. I don't know, something like that. But now you've retraced up 2% basically from those bottoms. So I've definitely learned my lesson fighting trends, man. I want to thank AMD for costing me thousands of dollars probably to learn that lesson. But you know, you can't make money if you don't give yourself an opportunity to lose money, and that just means like you're not going to make $500 if you don't give yourself an opportunity to risk that much money at the end of the day. So it's like take those lumps on AMD to hopefully learn your lesson in the future, so that that $500 hit can turn into $5,000 at some other point, because you're confident now and you've learned it on a smaller scale so that you can get better on a bigger scale. So that's part of what this trade here on the TQQs was. Just try not to stand in the way of stuff, and then like learning about Apple and Nvidia and all that. Like that's really helped some bulls be able to be more confident holding stuff, because it really hasn't slapped you yet.
Yeah,
there will be a time.
Oh, there's going to be a moment.
There's going to be a moment where these things are going to be down 20, 25%.
Even, but speaking of AMD today, even AMD's back up at the highs. It's not green yet, but the way the market's going, AMD might. And you know, I wanted to short AMD today, and thankfully we got out of the way of this one at 156.5. But look at the trend up. It's super strong. I don't know that it's got the juice to break through the 161, 162 levels that have been plaguing this stock, because it's relatively weak. You can kind of see the difference between this and a lot of the other chip names. It should speak for itself. The 50-period moving average has been essentially like an anchor on the stock right now. So if it can't break away, then I consider it relatively weak. There was news on Affirm, just that Apple is discontinuing Apple Pay Later ahead of its new features. So, you know, before they roll out their new features, in the new release, they're going to get rid of temporarily Apple Pay Later. That's why Affirm got a bit of a bid there. I guess the algos really like that, but I don't see that as gigantic, because in the long run, when there was the announcement earlier, the stock went from $32 to $38. So if it's not back above 32, or at least maybe the 32.5 when I zoom in a little bit closer, on the daily chart it kind of looked like 32, but it's more like 32.5 when you go to Friday's highs. So yeah, it's probably a ways away from Affirm getting into any kind of a resistance level there. I thought maybe it was spiking a little bit more than that, and there would be an Affirm short, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case at all. I chuckle, but you know, what are you going to do? And there is a small cap name that I had on the eyeballs, which could possibly break out today. That's going to be Polestar. The news this morning was simply they're getting into like 7 new markets that were in Europe. The volume's okay, it's done 36 million, and it's near the highs. It just needs to break some of these tops to make a run at $1. So you have an 89 top. It's on the radar, but unless it starts going soon, might have to go by the wayside for sure. Nice skin in the chat asking me about GameStop for the rest of the day. Well, if GameStop doesn't break 26, I'm short AMC to 490. Like AMC doesn't break to 490. You know, it's down 3%. It's GameStop that had the catalyst today and is moving a little bit more. But this double top here at 26 on GameStop, you know, if it never breaks that, then I just want to short this 490 area on AMC. So that's the play I'm in right now. I was looking for like another wipeout bottom, where that's the best chances to get the long have been when you get a huge hammer candle down like this one and then a bounce. This kind of worked, but then I had it right before the event started, so it was kind of like it did the hammer down and was bouncing, but then they started the shareholder call and then everything just sort of dumped, and then you got that one there and then another one here. So that's what I would look for. Just a huge volume move down where it reverses on GameStop. Those have been your best long opportunities, and I feel like that one would have been better if they didn't start that shareholder meeting, because they sold the you-know-what out of it the second that meeting started. It's like someone was just waiting to do the sell program when they turned it on.
Yeah, we're just talking a little bit in the chat there as well. I think finding out sell programs and like when momentum is stopped, I think is so important. I mean, and that's what actually goes back to the midday show when they're talking about reading the tape. You know, it's like a lot of times you'll be able to see, like, you know, it just stops, and on GameStop, like, just stops going up. and it gets hit down. See, it's like gets hit down, then 5,000 shares shows up, and then now all of a sudden maybe it gets to 24.90, and that 5,000 comes there. There's another 2,000 with the 5,000 still there. And then there you go. There's 90s. You see, so like as we're talking about this, it's like happening right in front of our face. So it just needs to like wipe these levels out, and then maybe now you have a recent bottom at 24.85 or whatever that bottom was. So now you could scalp 20 or 50 cents maybe back up, and then now you're noticing again having a hard time going. So you kind of just, for me to sit here and do color commentary on a GameStop like this today would be probably entertaining for some of you guys, but a little boring for me. And we have less than 10% left of this stock right now. So we got out right here at that level. We took more shares. I told you this was the largest position for me of GameStop on the day because we actually had not confidence, but we had a level. Whether or not we were confident about it was the amount of share size. It is going to be a positive stock, even if this goes all the way back down. So we didn't have a huge amount of shares, but we had enough to turn this sort of a flat scenario here for me, which was still a little bit up now that I look at it, into a decent sized winner with the ability to hold it back. So right now we actually have a bit of shares left on this name, so we'll wait to see here where we go on this. We have 15% left. Sorry, not a bit of shares, but 15% left of GameStop, and looking to see what's happening next on that. So yeah, reading the tape's so valuable, as Neil was just mentioning there as well. So check that out. The other stock before we get into it. Oh, Adrian, that's what it was. I wanted to say like,
Hey, yo, Adrian.
Hey, yo, Adrian. I always scale best advice. Yeah, I mean, I try to scale out. And so what I just said there, I asked Adrian for a little bit of help because he was not a little bit of help, but just like his opinions, and because this has really been the game changer for me. And it's about exactly what it says here. It's about learning, and again, what's up to Adrian there? It's about learning how to hold your trades. Be a subscriber, join the chat. Hit the like and subscribe. The hardest part is knowing when to exit fast, when to hold. The balance between conservatism and aggressiveness. So then I just said to him, like, those words are great words, and I mean, you could host a show. So that's why I asked him, what kind of ideas or suggestions may he have for a kind of trader like I am, seeing the kind of mistakes I make and the wins I make. And he says, "Stop kidding me." No, but I'm being seriously. Trying to transform good ideas onto proper trades here. So VWAP, 9 EMA are fair enough for him. And I feel like the more you keep it simple, the easier that it probably is. So I do like that sort of advice there, a 9 EMA on what time frame I would just say for that. If you're talking about a 1 minute chart or whatever, that would help for that. But other than that, VWAP is true on no matter what the time frame is. So just a matter of where you start it. We have anchored VWAP. A lot of people will start it right at 930. Anyway, it's accumulation of all the volume with the price and then wait it out. And then that's what the VWAP is. So it doesn't matter if you're looking at a 15-minute chart or whatever. The volume would just be in that 15 minutes, which summed up would be the same as 15 one-minute candles. So you get the same results there. Wait a minute, Apple shares.
What's happening?
Oh, Affirm share. Was the news about Affirm that Apple was not going to use them?
No, essentially it's just that Apple's discontinuing Apple Buy Now, Pay Later ahead of their new
right.
The new
so
release.
That would be good for Affirm.
That's good for Affirm. I mean, definitely in the short
well,
run.
But if they're using Affirm for that, then it would be bad.
We already know they're using Affirm for. By the way, this MBIO is breaking a big level. Macro. What is this thing? Mustang Bio Macro. No, they have some product which is like macro and then like 20 other letters. But 70 is a huge break on this. Just quickly, there's your daily chart. You guys can see 70. So it's done 900 million shares today. The float is 21 million. So suffice to say it's doing a little bit more than the float. I'm going to have a breakout trade here, but I'm willing to play this a couple of ways. If it dips back into previous highs, that's like 62 to 64. So 65, sorry. So like 62 to 65, I'd look for a dip buy trade, and then I'm going to have a 70 break on Mustang Bio. Great name. But the phase 3 drug, yeah, there was like it was positive. Oh, sorry. It was a phase 1 and 2 clinical trial of MB106. There's a name for it, but I can't pronounce the name. So good news for MBIO. It's just a low float, relatively speaking, runner trying to make a run at this high of the day, up 415%. But that's what penny stocks can do.
Oh yeah, penny stocks can do that.
The magic of the penny stock. And the crazy thing is, as you were talking about the level 2 and tape reading, what I found is there was a day where FFIE was doing, I mean, it did over 1 billion shares as well. And I remember it's so different penny stocks that do that kind of volume now than when I started trading penny stocks like 20 years ago, obviously. But I find that you have to like watch the tape on those massive days so you can get a feel for how they move, like what kind of gateways are people using, how is there spoofing and all that kind of stuff, and you get a better feel for it. But this is just going to be a clean breakout. I'll probably give it back to like 68 on a break of 70 here on MBIO. Still not much happening on AMC. Apple doesn't seem to want to break that high of the day. I guess, you know what, if Obi was high at the high, if Obi was not high, if Obi was...
Yeah, he's out of it now.
No, I was going to say, but if he was short off of the high of the day, it's double topped, 218.75. That's actually been a good short up here. But, you know, Apple's still a rocket
I think
ship
the short. I
to
think the
upside.
short. I think the short could be okay. Actually, I just put another bid down here at 24. I just was like, okay. I mean, we've already gotten it out. GameStop's been good. If it does come back down, I don't know if I mentioned it to everybody. I will reload that off that bottom again. So that's a trade if it comes in, and I want to talk about it now before it happens because I don't want to forget about it. The red name of the day for me is going to be Tesla, and it's just because of this. But I'm feeling pretty good about it again. You know, we talked about this earlier, to not have your big losers close to your winners. And for me, that's been a problem. And today, we felt good about what we were able to do with this, and that was to get out of the way. Made money. We did, let me see if I can zoom in one more. And again, just being like humble and telling you guys, like, this is, neither one of us or anybody here has a problem showing you if and when we lose and to just describe what we were thinking and what we were seeing. So, I mean, this one here, we were going short into 180, but the thing is we didn't actually start to short this thing until 180. So we had to give this a little bit of room. And I feel like on Tesla, I have to at least give it $1. I mean, $180, we didn't even start shorting it till 180. So we had to give it at least $1, and that really worked out. And then it came back in, and that way we were taking $1.25, and we started making money. Then we started getting a little bit, I don't want to say cocky or anything like that, but as it started to go up, we didn't understand why. So then I started saying, oh, well, I'm going to go short here and use 180.150 as the high. So we got stopped out the first time at 180.150, but it made the high. And then I was like, oh man, I'm so mad, not mad, but I was like, okay, well, we missed it by like 4 cents. We made the high by 4 cents. And then I took the short again and made it all back. And then we took the short again and was just getting printed. But the best we were getting was like 70 cents. So 70 cents, 70 cents. And then we took it again, and then eventually it broke higher. So, you know, we did have a decent position on because, hey, it's 10 o'clock. If we're going to be right and this is the high, then we'll be completely fine, and then we'll really start to stack it up, right? But at the same time, that did not happen. So we had to, you know, be careful with what we were doing and what we were looking at, and got out of the way. So that was a good trade for us there. And I was even saying to Neil, I was like, damn, it's too bad because both of us were thinking that this stock was strong, and we had an opportunity to go long there, and we didn't. And that's, you know, it just touched 189, like, crazy stock, nice pullback to the 200. And not only that, I was going to talk about it, that this was also an opportunity if it came back in, and it looks like it's coming back in maybe quicker than I thought it would. So, yeah, Tesla today, good stock, great stock, up 5%, but the NASDAQ's up 1.5%. So,
yeah, it was frustrating because, well, there's a reason why I use this one as the lesson of the day. I try to make it something that we learned that day. I just find it's a lot more interesting, especially for everybody. It's like, well, it's fresh in your mind, and you just made that mistake, or you could have done this thing better. Why not talk about it that day? And it was 100%. Maybe not the 180 reversal. I don't see a world in which I take that one. It's the 182. You know, the second level, the first level that I like for a short, I'm going to be short that level. The second one, it's like, hey, well, if we're breaking both of them, maybe it's a little bit of a long opportunity. I don't know if you get VWAP, but does it even need it at this point? Friday's high. Really, Friday's high, just going back here, is like 186. Okay, at the open range, pre-market was different. But 186 is Friday's high. I guess it could bounce off that. This MBIO thing, it was about to break 70. It went to 69.5. It pulled back. It just bounced off 60 here. I got 60.88. because why not? If when I'm typing a price, a lot of times it's like if I'm doing a fraction when it's back above 60, I'll just do 8.8 or 4.4 or 2.2. But holding the 60 level at least for now. If it doesn't, I'm going to jump out of this trade. I don't want it pulling back into VWAP. Like VWAP is 25% away on this stock. I see a lot of people talking about Meta. Meta has been absolutely flying like everything else out there. The only issue I have with Meta, first of all, love Meta, it is at a pretty big resistance spot. Like last week, it failed a 510 up to 517 and then put in a lower high at 510. And it has been an absolute mess at the $510 level. Like it's just been up and down at least 4 or 5 times, like breaking 510 back below, breaking 510 back below. I just think you need to hold a bid above the $0.50 before this is truly through this resistance spot. So I don't want, like it's hard to take a breakout at such a high when a stock looks like this and it's at a big level on the higher time frame. So it needs to clear out some bigger highs and then we get involved. Mark, AVGO is a boom. We just can't wait for this thing to actually split and then we can be involved in a $180-something stock or maybe a $200 stock by the time they do it instead of an $1,800 name. Broadcom, like the stock, but we're not going to be day trading it usually because of that issue. One thing that I had this in my note this morning, and I think it's just got to be more mentally flexible for myself with this strategy because CrowdStrike's going into the S&P 500 at the end of the week. And if you just look at the last couple of, I'm only going to show you a few days in here, but it's been having these big bottom turnarounds when it gets to about $380 or so. It's like, yeah, it dipped so far, and then it just gets program bought. Doesn't quite get to 380, so you don't get the big action on Thursday or Friday. But then today it does breach the 380, and you get that program buy, and then even more gusto. It's going into the S&P 500. There's going to be buyers of this stock. So I think the next time I see a dip at the open, just maybe up until Friday at least, look for some opportunities to get in the long. And I like this one. You can probably look at KKR for that as well. I don't like that concept as much for GoDaddy because it's essentially going from like a smaller index into a larger one as opposed to just being a straight up ad like KKR and CrowdStrike are.
All right. Oh yeah. So I want to talk about the TQQ trade, but this is really what for me what it's all about. I just get a message 3 minutes. Go with a heart. So I would draw a heart back to her with this, but how do I?
That's
there
all
it
right.
is. Yeah, to my wife. Yeah, that doesn't. Well, this is just for you guys.
You know what I see
just
when you
clipped
do
this
that?
right there.
See,
Look like a
I'm
duck
always
or something?
hungry. The first thing
dove or
I saw a
something? A chicken?
fortune cookie.
Oh, I thought maybe a chicken here. Oops. I thought like these could be like the feathers there, and you get like a little like legs here.
I'd go for some chicken
Beak.
wings too.
There,
That
it
works
kind of looks
too.
like more of a chicken now, like a chickadee.
A chick.
See ya.
I don't know.
All right. So, anyways, what's up to my wife? Love you, of course. All right, and thanks for making Father's Day a nice one, a great one, actually. All right. So, I just want to say right here, All right. So, 2 things. When we break, I mean, I'll speak as if, I don't know. Yeah, it's just when we break it, I'll get out. So that's the best way to do it because if we break it, we'll get out. So right there, when this breaks, we'll get out 77.10s. Now I'm thinking of actually flipping this over and then going short against the 50 period if we could stay underneath it. All this consolidation at day's high, generally, the break would be fantastic. Back up 2 days high off of a 50 period bounce. So I feel like right now I'm going to be able to do this. So we'll go short here on a breakdown. I don't know if we need to have 77 break or not. I almost just think a break of this level. It may float back up here and retest. And if we retest the 50 period, I feel like we can get out there. I mean, we can get out right here anyways, which is where the 50 period is. So I actually like a flip on this to bring it back down. We are still, by the way, dollar right now in GameStop as that just starts to head back up to the upside. But just a little game plan, and again, trying to talk about teaching moments. And I also do want to add to it, I feel like, if we break long through here. That's a little different of a situation, but I don't mind even punching long and then using the 50 period as our out. But that's going to be, that might not be enough space. Like breaking this high is basically 77.45, and then you're only going to give it what? 5 cents? That's not enough. So I think you'd have to give it at least to here 21. So if you're going to play this break of 45, I feel like you got to at least give it to that recent bottom. So 20 cents worth. So what goes through my mind again is risk management. So how many shares do I want to put in if I'm going to lose 20 cents? So if that's my stop. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm thinking about. But right now I am thinking about going short on it. The stop order is already in for that. And then I see a lot of people talking about Shopify, and you talked about, you told me during the midday there that this was a trade that you guys had talked about with Obi, and I think you guys nailed that on Friday, where it was sort of the fake, not the fake break, that's today right there, 66.
Yeah.
Fridays was this break here of 68, and then a rejection back in. So yeah, I mean, boom. And then today, I mean, it started off with what was it, downgraded or something today? I don't know.
I don't know what the news was, why it was so weak today. I'm not even sure there was news on Shopify. It's just, it's almost like, okay, you know what? Oh, thank you, Adara. Adara just said there wasn't. You know, it could just be stock did 14 out of 15 days green, reached the 200 period moving average, turned around a little bit, and then turned around some more today. So, you know, it could just be that. I mean, I don't know. Like sometimes if you search enough for a reason, you'll come up with one, and it's just better to trade the price action. It might be a good short here. The only reason I'm saying that is that dip found a bid at 66.80. So like it was a good short into here. I trailed it. I wish I could tell you I held it to that 66.80, but I trailed it back through VWAP. But 66.8 was the bottom. It was a good support level, and it just curled once underneath that. So support into resistance on this recovery name, and it just put in a lower high. So lower highs in front of a, in theory, resistance level. If you're going to short something, it's still down 1.5% overall. It is a strong upward trend, but if this gets above 66.80, I think you're in a bit of trouble with any kind of a short. It is higher lows and all that good stuff. So you want to have an out. So if I couldn't find an out there at the 80, I wouldn't even consider it there on Shopify. Just checking Apple, no breakout just yet. AMC wants that 490. I'm short at, oh, we were in it, and then it looks like it broke the 490. So we just got out. Is AMC...
Well, Apple's, were you short?
Not NM. I was short in front of 490. We just broke that 490. Yeah, GameStop probably went. That makes sense. You know, GameStop going up or not going up was the reason we're in that short. So we had it underneath this 490 level, which was support into resistance. Very similar pattern to what we saw there in Shopify. That MBIO, if it breaks the high of the day, I'm looking to add on a break of the high. It's a NASDAQ stock. We just hit enter, New York stock. We took the dip into 60. It's now playing back. It's at 66, but 70 is a big level on the daily chart. So the dip buy is different from the breakout trade. The breakout's a 70 level that you'll see on the daily chart, which I already showed you guys. So if we get a 70 break, you'll see me in a new position breaking the high of the day. A lot of people asking about Dell. Dell's a rocket. Absolute rocket ship. But so many things are
on earnings and just keeps going up.
Yeah, it does. You know what? Wasn't the best on earnings, but we talk about letting things calm down a bit. Well, I mean, Dell calmed down. It consolidated right here at $130, consolidated at the 50-period moving average, and then today it decided to break it out. So if you're patient with this, missing some of the data, but you guys saw that in the daily. I'll just keep it on the daily chart. That'll show it just fine. You get that big pullback. It was down 20%, more than 20%, almost 30-something percent. Holds this 130, you get the nice rounded bottom, higher lows off the 50 period, and then you get the breakout today. So if you're patient, wait a couple of days after earnings. If it shows a support level, you can jump into something, and that looks like a fantastic one for Dell. If it was a stock on my list of things I wanted to buy on dips, 100% I would have gotten that one because it gave you the 50-period moving average. All those things I didn't dip by in this last market rally are the ones that didn't get to that line on my chart. But if you like Dell, I mean, it got there and hung out there for 2 weeks. So you probably shouldn't have missed it if you like the dip buy.
Yeah, lots of opportunities to buy some of these names. I mean, you had an opportunity to buy Microsoft. You had
Don't get me started about Microsoft.
What's up, day trader cut? You want to know how many fills I got? All right, so this guy here. Day trader
334.
Says he has says he has 47 fills today. That's a pretty good amount of fills. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's like honestly, my best stocks today is going to be, I mean, it's not going to be TQQ. We'll talk about Apple, but like, this is where it's very, very overrated to say, how many fills, because at the same time, it's like we only have one fill long. It's one trade. It's just, this is how I scalp it out, because again, sitting here on a prop floor, I roll way more shares than I can even afford into these trades, right? And so I'm not trading my own money. So when it gets to the upside and it starts to go, we take that profit and we eat what we kill here on the prop floor. So if that's the same for all of you, then you can sort of relate a little bit when we talk about fills and whatnot. So this is 152. 220 about today for fills. So not, oh no, a little bit, yeah, about 200 for fills. Like we have already just even here on Tesla, which is ridiculous, 44 fills today on Tesla because just back and forth scalping. So right there, a quarter of our day is basically just trading Tesla for a half hour, right, back and forth. So yeah, I mean, it makes a little bit of sense. And with all of those fills today, I do have a little bit more fees than usual in around the $30 range for fills. I have some market outs and some market ins, including some of the trades. So when you put in limit orders where you're removing liquidity, you pay for those. So, all right, here we go. So back to the upside right now. So we withstand that punch out. We don't have to make it. I wasn't willing to go long. I'm not going to go long on an unsupported level. I mean, it's only supported by the 50 period, but guess what? We're under that. So we're not supported by that anymore. If we break higher, great. Then again, I think we can try to use some of these levels as our areas. But what I feel like might happen now, because we're just 250, and join us at the bottom of the hour, we will be joined by Danielle Shea. So we'll talk about options and talk about some earnings plays and whatnot coming through there. So we will have Danielle Shea just in a matter of minutes now. But 77.50. Could be the break long, and then if you just think that this move can continue upside with the NASDAQ possibly reaching 2% or so today, might be worth it. I just wonder if it's too jiggly up here for me to do anything about. Let me go.
Too jiggly?
Yeah, it could be too jiggly.
I don't know if it can ever be too jiggly.
No, it could be. It could be way too jiggly, man. Trust me. All right, so right into there, 132.60 or so. Coming in for Nvidia would be the break long there. This one, not doing much either for Nvidia. I know you are already all over AMD. I'm just trying to think about it.
Well, not anymore, man. AMD's too strong.
No, not anymore now, but I'm saying if the market does break down, AMD's still red. Like AMD is well against the market now. It's like not even a question at this point. And you just kind of...
The question is, when is AMD a buy?
This is not a bad position right now to go short even right here.
It's right
because you're just right against it. You give yourselves like 20 cents worth of a stop. But I mean, honestly, fighting this market would be ridiculous. And that's one thing that I told myself I don't want to do, because even here on AMD, in order for you to make real money, what am I going to put 500 shares here short? And then if it blasts back up through 159.20, like where's my out? Then if it goes right now immediately to 20, do I punch out and just take the hit? And then I'm like, oh man, I just cost myself $100, for no reason really, just because I was trying it. I don't know. I'm not in love with this. I'd much rather play the momentum if I'm gonna put on a bigger position. So GameStop, just quickly here before we start talking about other names. I know Neil got out of that AMC, and the bottom was 24.70, and it just went back to the 50 period, so it went up about 75 cents from that bottom, and now is just retracing back again off the 50 period SMA. So that's something that's we'll continue to look for and look for some more opportunities as I try to check the scanner. I mean, I don't really want to trade oil names. XOM was kind of dancing. Well, I mean, let me see what XOM looks like. Yeah, I mean, I like oil. I've been just long the XLE. I do hold XOM, but I don't hold too much else. I hold Enbridge in Canada, but that's Rich Dad Poor Dad. That was one of the first stocks I ever bought, was ExxonMobil. So, yeah, or it was Enbridge. Okay, so
I was going to say ExxonMobil.
Yeah, no. Well, maybe. I've been probably holding this one for a long time.
Most
too.
Canadians won't.
Yeah. But I put in when I actually started really investing. I had so much U.S. cash, it was stupid. So, all right, 108.30. Because I was working here, right? So 108.30, again, that's the breakdown. It looks like we could get that happening. 108.30, that's where we sort of are now. But this break lower on the daily for XOM, you're underneath the 200 period. So I would actually favor the short in XOM, and it's breaking right now. So this could be, that's probably what it was. VWAP scanner trying to break lower. So there it goes, XOM trying to give it up. This might be a good short as well. I might still be punching into this short in the market pretty soon. So that's kind of what I'm watching right now.
So that's this MBIO just broke 70. I'm like, that stock. It's the stock I'm on right now. So we had the long into 60, got up to 70. We took the break at 70. I have a price over 70, but our little display system doesn't really give you all the zeros. So I have Daryl Strawberry, so 74.4. I have an offer out in front of 73. If it gets to 75, I want to have most of this out, just going station to station on MBIO. It's hilarious when you say, I'm on a penny stock right now, but as you say, we get a bunch of Canadian money. When you started trading, we traded only U.S. names here at Real Trading. And so you were paid in the currency of the stock or the things that you traded. So I'll get paid in U.S. And anything that wasn't like the market or like mutual funds when I first started, like single stock trading, early on, I ended up, because I was a penny stock trader, I put the U.S. dollars and I bought a couple of penny stocks. I didn't lose money. I just did dumb things with them. But that was one of those good lessons I think that I learned early on, which was not to try to avoid bag holding. Take profits where they lie. The other stock that we're in is that Shopify short. So this is not the same setup as on Friday, because on Friday it was a trend break. So like if you draw a trend line here, it broke a trend line and it was super strong. This is different. It's actually a double top underneath the resistance level on Shopify. I'm just going to get on the bid in front of 30. I don't know why I would bid 29, other than the fact that the greatest right fielder in Blue Jays history wore the number 29. Shout out to Jesse Barfield, my favorite player in MLB. Well, in the Toronto Blue Jays back in the day.
Right, yeah, good player, good cannon on that guy for sure. Now that George Springer might be the highest paid and one of the worst contracts, I guess, in Major League Baseball.
You know what? He's a hardworking guy.
Oh, I like the guy.
His
father
effort,
time.
Yeah, he's
and
just
then
old.
ridiculous management. I mean,
just
signing him, and he really fell apart quicker than I think anybody could imagine.
It's a lot of hustle, that guy, but it doesn't matter.
I really like George Springer.
Dude, that new kid that we got.
You owe the guy $50 million, and he bats what? He bats 200. He bats seventh, and he plays right field, and he makes $50 million over the next 2 years. So it's crazy. All right, so that's
you're not getting out of that contract.
No, hell no, you're not. You just got to try to right the wrongs and don't make the same mistake again. They might do it. Okay, so right here, 77 and change. We still are waiting for that break lower. Right there, 77.10. I already have the stop to go in there. If it breaks, I want to get short the market here. And then just use this. I mean, we just failed again. Remember, we were like, I don't think we really want to break the top there, then really mess with that high. So I'll go short here once we break. I don't even really need to look at it because we still are long. So we're still $2 in the money. We don't have too much left of this, about 10% left. We'll take it out when it breaks lower. And then I feel like reversing the short is probably something that I'll do. So let's wait for that. I don't want to get out right now. I'd rather see it break before we get out. DraftKings was on one today for sure. DKNG, good movement, man. We talked about this one down there at $36, $37, I believe. Yeah, it looks like it got a little bit lower than that. And then there was some past areas. I think it was just the past support. Yeah, right into there. The reason why I remember this price, because I told you guys this is where I wound up getting out. And I could have just sort of right the wrong and got back in right there on this move, but I did not, as DraftKings comes in right there again. And with NFL just getting more popular, most of the reasons driving NFL TV revenues and stuff like that is gambling. So, that's not going anywhere. People are going to be staying at home and gambling more and more and more. You're going to see like record numbers on the Euro Cup. You're going to see every single sporting event moving forward is going to have record gambling numbers and probably record TV revenues because of that.
Even the Olympics is a
most
gambling phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
in
every sport.
The best part about it is like there's just a complete there's so much for the Olympics. So like, you like this sport or you don't, or you're like, I'm just gonna watch the Olympics because it's the Olympics. People will start betting on that. A friend of ours, I remember years ago, was like, hey, Neil, you ran track and field, and he's like, give me some picks in the Olympics. He just wanted to throw down on some stuff. The days of being able to really take advantage of knowledge are pretty much gone. Like, you got to really know your stuff. Back in the day, like, if you just watched some of these lesser known, not hype events, if you knew a thing or two, it was easy to pick the winners. But nowadays, everybody's smart. NBIO here, just very quickly. That 70 break got up to 74, and then I trailed out the last. It just broke 70. It was big hammer candle here with a rejection underneath that 75. So we're out of it. We've dip bought it a couple of times. It's still trend up. It's going to do 100 million. Sorry, it's going to do 1 billion shares. It's already done hundreds of millions. Going to do 1 billion shares plus today. I think there's going to be other opportunities. Appreciate the super chat here. AER Peachy Celsius. Can you please look at Mara? Mara got out too early on the long of Mara for me today. And I say it with somber voice. Mara off 19 was a good trade. Mara's up 5% now and just continuing to rally. So at this point in the day, I think you're a little bit long in the tooth to try and grab longs into what has been resistance up here at 21. And I still maintain, I said this a couple of weeks, this $23 level. Mar takes out 23, can really start to go squeezing again. Just going to double check with my trade ideas to see it's still 23% short float, at least the last update that I have here from trade ideas. That's a big short float. You got higher lows since making that 15 bottom. There's the 200 period, then the 50 period, that 19 level holding really nicely. I think you're going to have a chance at a 23 break if it trends this way, but it's so far from that level. Let me go to the 15-minute for you. One of the reasons I'm not huge into the long, there's a lot of chop at this $21 level, like in here, like 20 and a half into 21. Just a lot of nonsense back and forth. So when you get to a level like that in the afternoon, I don't like buying those tops. I'd rather be long going into a high like that than try to buy those tops. So outside of NBIO, which we just had long, might have gotten shaken out there. Shopify short, we just got the first look out in front of the 30s there, so at 1-to-1, we'll take some out. If it breaks down here, 66.15, I think we could see a bit of a VWAP retracement. So we're going to look for those shorts continuously off of this high here in shop. I'm already back on the offer to grab that, and then this NBIO, yeah, it's already back up at 73. So it liquidity grabbed underneath here, got down to 68. I jumped out of it. Might still be, it's definitely still going on big volume. I don't know if I just take a 75 break as well and do the scalp trade the entire way. Like if it sets up a double or triple top at a big level, just take the break and then scalp it if I can get a stop order in fast enough. So I'm going to play it the same way I played the 70 break, where you take the break, just scalp a bunch out the first 5 cents, and either it goes right away. If it doesn't work right away, then I don't want it. So I'm going to have a relatively tight stop here, not even give it that half cent. So 75 incoming here on NBIO, definitely a big time runner. If it doesn't make the break and pulls back to 70, I'll just cancel this order and then wait for the next opportunity here. As it does feel like it's sliding back, I'll just give it a couple more seconds. I have it up on another level too, so we don't have to stare at it forever. But I am ready for this one if it does go. I just want to double check GME, because if that's starting to go, no, never mind. I saw someone saying Roaring Kitty tweet, and if it's the same John McEnroe one from earlier, that's an old tweet. I thought if there was a new tweet, maybe it was going, but not much movement there in GameStop. Let me just double check. I still see the latest one is that, oh no, he did do another one.
You did do another one?
Yeah, he did. I just got that.
We're $1.
NBIO did break that 75 level. Right as I told you, like the second, when I'm staring at it, it doesn't break. I put up a different level too, and it makes the break. So broke that 75. I got 75.06. We've taken some out in front of 77. My stop is just underneath 75, and if it gets to 80, then that's the next level up. As NBIO, it was positive data phase 1, 2 on drug I can't pronounce, and it's about to do 1 billion shares worth of volume. So we're just going to keep going every 5 cents or so in this thing if it wants to keep making these clean breaks.
All right. We await Danielle Shea. We say shout out to Hydration Nation. I don't know if Shakib is here, so shout out Neil. You have your water too.
You know what's interesting, and this is actually not a lie. I
hope not. Yep.
No, I don't do as well drinking and finishing my water when Obi's on, and it's nothing to do with Obi.
Wow, Obi.
No, it's nothing to do with that. It's just every now and then, like I'm always drinking water. It's the first thing I do when I wake up. First thing I do when I get in the office is fill this thing up.
Yeah.
But I just noticed, like while the show is on, I always take a sip when you do, or when you say Hydration Nation. I always take a couple of sips. It just keeps my mind right.
Well, that's part of it. You can even like you set. People have like. I don't have it
Timers.
set, but yeah,
You can
set
put it on your
watch.
Yeah. Okay, there's that 80 level. And
Hey,
now it's
watch.
running. This is
set
ridiculous.
a water timer. Wearing the wrong one today.
Or you could just have it every.
And by the
every
way,
30
yeah.
minutes.
Okay, first of all, Black Sheep Trades is 100% right. We don't talk about Bruno, so we will not be talking about Bruno.
Never.
So thank you, Black Sheep Trades, for bringing that
watch
up
that
there
movie
in the
again.
chat. All right, so the NASDAQ's trying. I bet you Danielle Shea,
Long and strong.
about we don't talk about Bruno. If you have kids there. But I can't even now that the name of the show is because it's not Luca.
Encanto.
Encanto. Yeah. I keep thinking Luke.
Family Madrigal.
Yes, yes.
Because every single time I think Madrigal, isn't there like a Madrigal Automotive? Isn't there like an EV company or something with that name that we talk about?
There is something about that.
Yeah, no, sorry, it's Madrigal Pharmaceuticals, MDGL. That's not a penny stock. It's like $280.
We don't talk about Madrigal, okay?
That's like a legitimate company, apparently. Well, okay. Whatever. We talk about it every now and then. This MBIO, it is doing this thing. So every 5 cents, it just did it again. So 75 to 80, and then I hold on to a piece, and then that probably is going to stop out like the 71 did. This one is going absolutely ham-ish. If it gets to $1, I'm probably thinking fade at $1 because I usually am. But yeah, we'll see what happens. It's power hour now, but once we have Dan, you guys let us know. There we go. We know Danielle is going to have some ideas about this market, which is an absolute rocket ship. Without further ado, let's get Danielle on board.
Bring it on down.
Hi, Danielle. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again, too.
I know you got to be all smiles. We've been complaining. I'm going to start right off the bat. How many times have we complained about some of these names that have been lagging a little bit, like Microsoft underneath the 50-period moving average and all that? Well, it should be all smiles today. Today is an absolute rocket ship across the board.
Well, that's why I love the 50 simple and trading tickers around that level, because if you get a breakout up above the 50 simple, I mean, that's a perfect entry point. It's a great pullback. That's what we were looking for with Microsoft. It came through, and I had a 440 price target, and we're even past that. So I'm very happy with the action that we're seeing in Microsoft and the NASDAQ overall.
I didn't get a chance to congratulate you, obviously, publicly. I might have done it on Twitter, but yeah, that great call on AVGO. I mean, you and I went back and forth on that. I know you had Neil on there with you during that, but what a great opportunity that was there for Broadcom. We still like the stock up here. I mean, we got that tailwind of the split, of course, that's going to be happening. I mean, you guys and Danielle, you know this better than me for sure. In the option world, when you go from 1450 to 1850 like this, that is a heck of a trade. So we say bang on that one, Miss Shea. But are we still have more room to go here? I feel like Nvidia really held base off that split. I mean, it came down, split off to 118. Now you're just ho-hum up to 132 there. Add 20 or 18, 17 bucks and change onto that name. You still like Broadcom up here? I would think it's time to trim a little bit if you're still holding on.
Man, Broadcom has been absolutely crazy. And I really enjoyed talking to Neil about this one last week, because we were talking about the fact that, when it gaps up more than twice the expected move, that's typically when it's going to keep going. And that's what occurred over earnings, right? So you take that and then you add the split. And at this point, I mean, here's the thing. It's already made my price target at 1,800. That was my next price target for this Friday. And we've surpassed that. We traded all the way up to 1,843. So typically when I surpass a price target like that, I am going to trim it. But here's the thing. It's still up 5%.
Exactly.
And it's up on high volume and it's still going. Cool. So it's one of those where sometimes these momentum moves, yes, they go past targets, and, yes, you need to be careful with it and control your risk and everything else. But some of these moves, they just keep going, even when it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I still like the stock. And as long as that volume and momentum keeps going, you can at least just trail up a stop.
I know you and I have gone back and forth. Yeah, I mean, I think momentum is the key, and especially when you're day trading and in the options world as well. You never want to fight the trend, and the trend is your friend, and just keeps on going to the high side. So I like that. All right, I'm looking to short. I'll give everybody just an idea here. If the TQs does break below, come over to the chart quickly, Ramin, just because it may happen soon. If the market here, as we head into power hour, breaks below 77.10 or so, we'll get out of this long that we have and be able to potentially go short. So I just want to talk about that quickly. So Danielle, here's GameStop. I mean, today we were long 27.50, able to get out a little bit. This looks like a pretty calm down stock now, to be honest with you. When you're looking at a daily chart, Not too much movement, although these candles can be 10% plus in one day. Can we talk a little bit about options volatility? Are we still seeing extended premiums on this? Is it getting a little more reasonable to potentially hop in? And is the better thing, and I know it's going to be different for everybody's risk tolerances, but maybe it's time to sort of write some contracts here and capture some of that premium, because I see that it's kind of calmed down a little bit. Is that something that you would ever do with a name that potentially is slowing down, or is GameStop just way too volatile?
Oh, definitely. I mean, you can write some, you can sell like a call credit spread, for example, on something like GameStop, especially when the premiums are so high. I mean, here's the thing with GameStop is that it has everything to do with the news, right? And those news related catalysts. And I mean, for me personally, I think those news related catalysts are pretty much gone at this point.
Right.
So, it all kind of started with Roaring Kitty coming back, and that was what caused this initial move higher. And then it pulled back again. And then we had another rally going into earnings, which is pretty typical for GameStop anyways. But in this case, it was also pumped up by the Roaring Kitty live stream that was occurring just before that. But here's the thing is that after they announced earnings and did it early, and then they also had the shareholders meeting, it's just, at this point, I think it's pretty frothy. So I don't want to try to trade any potential short squeeze on this one at this time. It looks to me like it's coming back down, and the volatility has dropped substantially. I mean, when we were looking at it last week and the week before, the implied volatility in the same week series was around 500%, which was just absolute insanity. Now, 200%, 180%, 167%. So it's still elevated for sure. And you can definitely, sell options in the name. You would just have to decide which direction you're going to do it, obviously. So you still have premium there that you can sell. It's just a function of direction and deciding which side of the trade you want to be on.
I'll throw it back to Neil in a minute, but I'm going to ask you if there's anything on your radar right now, because you actually, and I remember you were on probably the recap show, or maybe it was even here, and I was like, give us an idea, and then you said, well, AVGO hasn't reported yet, and yep, you were dead right. It was in the right space. It was the right name. We've talked about Palo Alto, and then bam goes CrowdStrike. So is there anything else? Some of the home builders are coming this week. They've been kind of meh about their moves. Probably nothing that you're interested in there, but if there is, go ahead. Is there anything else that maybe we should be on the lookout, either heading into this week or next week? Anything that you sort of have your eye on?
Yeah, sure. So I have 3 trades going right now. I've got Meta, Google, and Tesla. Which one do you want?
Bang, bang, bang.
Wow, which one do I want? Meta, Google? Let's go with Google. I like Google there. It seems to be, it's a little bit, I just want to go with one.
I thought you were going to say Tesla for sure.
Yeah, we can talk Tesla. I just think that right here, and the reason why, come to the chart and I'll explain why I think Google might be something that we're a little more interested in, because it's just in consolidation phase right here, Danielle. And breaking back in and around this 175, what a key level. I feel like 170, like 150, 175, 200. So right here, I'll ask you what you're thinking here about Google, because to me, I like the stock and I like what they're doing. We like the space, Gemini, all of this jazz. Tell me what you think about Google, Ms. Shea.
So with Google, you're exactly right. It has to do with the consolidation, right? And so when you're in a spot where the market's at all-time highs and you have stocks that are up 5% already, it's kind of like, yes, we can trade those names, but it is going to be a lot more aggressive. And so I typically like to have some that I'm trading that are those aggressive breakouts, but the majority of the trades I look at are going to be the ones that are consolidating like this. They're not really moving. Nobody's really looking at Google today. It's only up 0.44%. But the best thing about it is that it's in this gorgeous bullish trend. It had a breakaway gap after earnings last quarter. We're going to have another earnings report coming up in July. Google typically will see a rally going into earnings, especially if it had a breakaway gap the previous quarter. So I'm just waiting for a catalyst on Google. I think the easiest target here is going to be 180. It's only another $2.50 overhead, but trading it in the options market, you can use that high open interest and you can target that strike pretty easily. And then after that, you have 185. So, Google is one of these stocks that split and has come down in value a lot. And so it's a lot more accessible to the majority of traders, both in the options market and with trading the stock. And I like the name, so I'm in this one right now.
It's and again, we'll just go to Neil 1 second. I want to bring it to everyone's attention because July 23rd. I mean, when you said like earnings are kind of coming up, I was like, nah, it's not. It's not coming up, man. It's not. We're not halfway done the year yet, are we? But there it is, right there. You're right, July 23rd. And I know you like that 3 to 4 week runway, and it feels like we're in the sweet spot for that. So, all right, Danielle. I mean, that's great stuff, and I like that we were thinking alike there on that consolidation for Alphabet. Do you still call it Alphabet or Google? Like I always call it Google.
I always call it Google.
Can you do the alphabet backwards by any chance?
No, only
me
if the
neither.
police ask me to.
The police. Okay, hopefully that doesn't happen too often. I can barely do it frontwards, to be honest with you. Just,
I
all
know,
right.
right? That's the problem. I think that's what they do to try to trick you. But
Yeah, that's why I'm a trader, I guess. All right, so Neil, any questions for Ms. Shea?
I got to ask about Tesla now because, obviously, Google, great stock. We love it. But Tesla's the one that's been in trouble, Danielle. So you've got the bounce out to 50 simple. I think, are we finally in a breakout, or does it actually have to do a little bit more to prove that we're out of the doldrums here? I think for a short-term trade off to 50 and all this good stuff, double bottom 167, higher lows off the trend that it's been putting on, but it still hasn't really burst through this overhead resistance at 190 and 200. And we talk about earnings being right around the corner. This actually comes before Google by a week. So we get Tesla it's exactly 1 month, I believe. Exactly 1 month away from Tesla. Is it too early to call it a comeback on Tesla? Or, have you already, well, you're in a long, so I guess you've already made up your mind.
Well, we've been trading this one in our trading room, and I think we talked about it last week. We were kind of back and forth on it, like, oh, is it going to break the 50? Is it not? And I mean, that's always going to be my signal. If it breaks the 50, it's a short, and it didn't break the 50. And in fact, it broke up above the resistance we were looking at. That resistance was between 180 and 185. So at this point, we're up above that resistance. We're holding on. We're bouncing again. We're up another 5%. So, I think there is still some pretty substantial resistance overhead at the 220 price point, but I don't see any reason why we can't at least try to trade it up into 200. So, we are already in that pre-earnings timeframe with Tesla, which I know it seems so early, but if you look at when the earnings report occurs, this line right here, that's going to highlight 21 bars prior to the report, which is generally when these stocks will start taking off and the implied volatility will start increasing. And that means that we've already been in that zone for 2 days now. So, we have that pre-earnings time frame with Tesla. I know Tesla's had a rough situation with earnings for the past couple of years, but because we did have a breakaway gap last quarter, plus the squeeze, and I think the news has shifted a little bit. I think if we can break up above here, we can at least trade it to 200, 210, and we'll have to see how it acts when it gets there.
Oh, yeah. You had me at 200 and 210 there. Now, I was going to ask you about Micron, but we can save that for another time because I think it's more important that we get our viewer questions when they're in here. We'll be able to talk probably later in the week when you come on for the aftermarket show. I think it should still be myself, but we got a question here from Ian Rispetto. Thank you for the super chat here, Ian. Simply, can we ask you about your Meta trade, please? Which I can only imagine is doing just as well. I would say, if not even, its trend is fantastic. It was never in trouble, the stock, as much as a Tesla was. So just give us your thoughts on Meta here.
Sure. So, as I mentioned, it's kind of hard to get into too many trades when the market's up at new highs. And so today I was looking and I thought, okay, what can I trade that's almost at the new high, but's not all the way there? Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to capture that move from where it is up into that high again, right? So I was going through my scans and I found Meta, and here we have it. It's trading at 510 now. That previous high is at 531. It pulled back into the 8 EMA. Really nice bounce there. If you look at the lower time frame charts, this is where I found my setup because you can see, a lot more clearly the way that it bounced and how it's trading higher on high volume. So going down to like a 30-minute chart, that's where you can see the consolidation. So we had this consolidation. It was starting to break out this morning. I went ahead and got in around 507, 508, and I'm trying to trade this up into 520. So I think that we have some more
here we
immediate
go.
resistance at 515.
Bye-bye.
So we'll have to see
see.
what it does when it gets to that level, if it can get through that or
just broke the high
not.
there.
But ultimately, my price target on this is going to be 520 first. And if it breaks through there, then onwards and upwards to 530. But I like trading those moves back up into those highs.
Well, somebody liked what you just said because Meta, as you were speaking, just ticked. I know it's hard to see because when a stock has like a $15, $20 range, I can zoom it in there. It just briefly ticked the high of the day before pulling back. So like I think you got a great entry there. The trend is your friend. We always say, why try to predict when the stock is going to bottom out? Just let it reverse and then take it for the ride into the upside. I think that's absolutely fantastic. Danielle, we have. I wanted to ask you about Micron, if only because it's one of the names that has yet to report, and it just made a fresh high today, and it's just churning. It's up 4.5%, although the list of things up 4.5% and more is a little bit of a long one here today. But they report, I believe, next week. It's such a huge and ridiculous rally because this is a stock that was in a very distinct channel for a very long time. Where it was about a $20 range, bottom to top. It just held that channel, and then since it broke out, it's just a different kind of stock. So the volatility is much higher than it usually would be in a Micron. What do you do up here with something like this? Or is this like it's in a no-fly zone until they actually print their earnings?
So, I mean, this kind of ticker, it looks great, first of all, but this is the exact kind of setup that I try to capture, 3 weeks before the earnings report. So for me, it's kind of late at this point. This is what I always tell people to look for, though. You want to look for stocks that had those previous breakaway gaps, especially if it was last quarter and the quarter before. If you have two breakaway gaps in a row, what that typically means is that rally going into earnings is even stronger because people look at that stock and they say, oh my gosh, what if it gaps up again 17%? And so they buy it before the report, right? And so if you look at this tool that I have right here, I mean, you can see where it starts rallying like 21 bars before that report. So for me at this point, I mean, I'm a swing trader, so it's pretty late for me to get in. If you really wanted to get in, I mean, the next most obvious target is just going to be the key psychological value at 150. So stocks like this, I mean, are typically going to come up and hit those key psychological values. So you could definitely try that. And then, because it's a momentum move, same thing like Broadcom, you would just want to continue following the trend. And then if you see a break of the low of the high bar, that's when you'd want to get out.
There you go. I appreciate that. And that's the thing, like there doesn't always have to be, a trade. Like a lot of times it's like, oh yeah, here's a stock which is trending higher. Let's just find something which is, obvious or just low hanging fruit style, or just stick to your own, which I believe you do all the time, and I really appreciate you doing that. I find I've had you've come on and I've had questions for you about Microsoft, which I would have wanted to dip by, and it's easy enough to give the answer that people want to hear. But I always appreciate you giving us the goods. Before we get you out of here, can you let everybody know where they can find you? Let everybody know where you can get that awesome merch, which I don't know if you're showing off today. It's going to be scorchers. I don't know if it's sweater weather, but do you have any T-shirts available, or is it just the sweaters on the merch side?
Oh, I'm working on getting it all set up right now. It's going to be T-shirts, workout shirts, sweatshirts, and more, but they're not available yet, and I'll let you know when you can get them.
I want my free one. Still going to hold you to that because you did offer. Danielle.
Oh, absolutely.
We appreciate you for sure. Once again, Danielle Shea, great friend of the show, fantastic advice. But if you can, let everybody know where they can find you and how they can check you out online.
Yeah, of course. You can follow me on YouTube at Trader Danielle, and you can also follow me on X at Trader Danielle.
There you go. There you have it. Fantastic friend of the show, as always. Appreciate all the love that you're getting in the chat. So we'll look forward to talking to you later on in the week. And good luck on all of those trades. Obviously, Meta, Tesla, and Alphabet, Google. We don't really call it Alphabet. We love them. We love you, Danielle. We'll see you back later on in the week.
Thank you.
It was fun, always fun to have Danielle on there. And what I love about it is options aren't something you're going to see us trade. We're always trading straight up equity in here, so we get Danielle giving you some ideas going into earnings, during earnings, post earnings, on names that I know everybody is going to be interested in. Speaking of which, NBIO did some silly things. Went to 95 cents in there, so we started at 60, we took a 70 break, we took a 75 break, did not take the 80 break. That was probably a mistake because that one went clean out into 95, but I'm all out of it. I just realized it's 323 already, and I said, I'd probably look for a short at this at $1. We have to pay for locates on this stock, unless they're literally free, which they might be. When I say literally free, it's got to be less than a fraction of 1 cent. I don't know that I'm going to bother paying for shorts for a trade that might set up or might not with only 30 minutes to go. I'm still in Shopify short, and it hasn't reloaded me, but I'm just going to cancel my offer. See how it's gliding higher? I'm going to let it work into that high and then try and catch it after it turns a little bit instead of just standing out in front of it here on Shopify. So we're still in that short. It hasn't really broken out this local top, but I want it to curl and give me an entry as opposed to just sitting on the offer as it tries to go higher with the rest of this market.
All right. We actually will just do another trade alert because we got another, hopefully, good one on. It's another decent size one here for the TQs as we did break that high back in. So just to show you guys what we were doing, we just got more long into this. So we'll still be partly into that bottom one, but we just took like basically a brand new position. I took like well more shares than we had. So now we're just into this trade. So we broke through that high, big time consolidation as we talked about there for basically an hour. Now we have the 50 period rate here. So I'm going to go off that and just play it back up to the upside and see if we can be right here into the close with a potential move higher. I don't want to short anything that looks like this, and we sort of talked about that. So I'm happy to trade it this way. Let's just continue to go long. There we go. We got some more out at 59 and at 60 if it goes one more time. I'm just going to take, like right now we're in the money 10 cents. It's only gone 10 cents. And look where this high is right here, 70s. So now we'll wait on this now. We just got out, honestly, of a third of it for that 10 cents. Like I said, trying to trade bigger shares and try to see if this can go. So we'll get out of a third, and now we'll wait for the high and see if we can get out something else up there, which I am waiting at 68 for 10% now. And then we'll try to hold it. And we said that already. Whether we're talking with Adrian, whether we're talking with Chef Joe there in the chat, or any of you, it's like, especially when it's 3:30 right now, we don't have very big. We have Lazy Boy, which is not going to do anything. Lennar tonight. There's very, very few earnings coming through. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we do take advantage of this late little rally up and see if we can break that high. And I just want to be here if we do break the high, because I think that'll be a great trade. So I feel now we've done the math and willing to lose on this trade back to the 50 period moving average. So just like before when we were riding this 50 all the way up, let's see if we can start to do it again on, again, a hold and then a break. But if you're in this for the long haul, which some of you may be and saying, you know, maybe my time frame is too short, then you can basically wait for this break of 77.10, whatever this bottom is, and just say the range isn't broken until then. But like I said, for me and the amount of shares that I have on for my risk tolerance, I feel appropriate to break out through this level if we get stopped. So that's it. You guys like the palm trees here? We're going to do a different palm tree shirt. This is kind of an older shirt, but I saw in there.
I like that, yeah.
You know what? It's very light.
I like that shirt. You have to.
I don't know if it's linen or what, but I told Marissa, I was like, I need to get more of this because
I wore linen last week, which is silly because this week is when it's ridiculously hot.
Yeah.
This is when you got to bring it out. When it's 40 degrees with the humidity.
Yeah. I was walking around outside. It's not my phone.
No, not yet.
But still.
It's going to get there.
Still spicy out there. I actually told the team we practiced tonight, and I was like, we're just going to do sliding drills and bring lots of water, and maybe we'll do a scrimmage and all that. I don't want to tell them that. I'm not going to cut the practice a half hour. It's 2 hours if it's a half hour short. We already got emailed the Little League rules with as far as heat is concerned, because anyways, as a coach, you have to be like certified CPR and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you gotta be.
All good. And the big thing about it is, I know you're just getting into coaching now. as you get to notice kids, and I know you are too, you get to feel like they're acting a little different, or, you know, and you just got to make sure that you tell the kids, hey, look, if you don't want to be there in the outfield and you're kind of feeling kind of ways, or wherever you are, let us know, because at the end of the day, it's a game and we don't want to risk any.
There's one kid who, like, every time he plays, if he gets, everyone has to play the outfield. You can't play the same position twice in the same game. It's a whole at that age, because it's a T-ball essentially, and a little bit of mix, T-ball, some coach pitch, or what I'm doing. And there's this one kid, if you put him in the outfield, he all of a sudden needs a lot of water breaks when he's in the outfield.
Yeah, man,
and
he's there tight shoes.
He's never thirsty when you put him at catcher. He loves playing catcher, but you just can't play catcher. I mean, my daughter wants to catch. There's like 3 or 4 kids that always want to catch, and we only get 4 innings in. I'm like, at best, you're gonna get one inning. I just wanted to get this super chat because thank you guys so much. I feel like we've gotten a bunch of these today. I want to make sure we're covering all of them. Adham there. Appreciate the super chat. Good afternoon to my 2 favorite traders. Tell my friends watching how predictable Square 62 to 82 range is. Love the show and following your trades. So the bad news for Square, and I know I've seen this chart because we were just talking about the payment names and how not good some of these have been. So the bad news for Square is that it's even here in the first place, but this has been a really good level. Now it's bounced off of this several times, 1, 2, 3, 4 times it's bounced off 62. The last one didn't get to $82 though. Like it just bounced and went $4 and it's right back at that low. It's a little bit different. It was holding, when it was here before, it was holding the 200 period moving average and it was kind of trending with the market. Now Square is at that 62 level under the 200 period moving average. When the market's making highs, it's struggling a little bit. So I'm not bullish on this until it gets back above the 200 period. I don't like just that level where it was before for bounce plays. And I do own some Square in my long-term account. I haven't bought it in a very long time, and I'm questioning how much I want to be in it if it loses $60 here. But yeah, it's a great level. I think when you have levels like that, if it comes back, makes a higher low, can be absolutely fantastic. But it's been under pressure, just kind of like all of these payment names. Like PayPal, obviously PayPal's worse, but Square not having a good day at all. It's a firm. I guess I should have been short a firm. I said $32. It went to $31.70 on that news, and then it just kind of stopped. Went all the way back to where it started from. It's trending back up, but that has come and gone. The opportunity is gone. And that MBIO I didn't pay for locates, they ended up being 4 cents per share. That said, you know, it did make a nice turn off the dollar level, but on a stock like that, like if you're going to scalp, which I probably would have scalped 98 or 99 short to $1, if your risk goes from 2 or 3 cents that you're looking to risk on a dollar level trade to paying 4 cents a share to do it, that's double what you were intending on risking in the trade just to pay for the locates. That I wouldn't do. Like that's too much. I'm surprised. It's done 1 billion shares. I'm surprised it wasn't a little bit cheaper. I promise you tomorrow, after 1 billion shares done, they'll be free or 1/8 of 1 cent for sure.
All right, I want to talk just a little bit here, just real quickly. Thank you so much, Pro Day Trader, about the podcast talk there. He said the podcast is straight fire, so we do appreciate that, and we're going to be filming a couple more right now this week, so make sure you definitely check that out. And again, Freedom and Wealth podcast, completely different than some of the, we got a couple of subscribers today too. Thank you so much for checking it out. The most recent one here is Escape the Rat Race. Couple good views happening, and just go double check it out. Find out what we're talking about, a little different content to what we're doing now, but at the same time, you know, still attracting you guys over there. It's a different kind of format. Brendan and I just sort of spitballing about some ideas and some of the stuff that's being talked about, not just over social media, but some of the ideas for investing, or like we just said. And the cool part about what we did last time was Randy and I went over to Tim Hortons, and the guy in there who we know was saying, hey man, I listened to your podcast and really relating to it. So this show right here that we do now, you just saw we had professional traders on, Danielle Shea and many other guests that come through, companies and all that for investing. But there's so much more to everything, and part of it is managing your money and trying to find alternative solutions to, you know, potentially making some money. Is like, you know, real estate hack is a simple one. If you can't afford a house, sometimes people are buying houses, of course, that have rental units in it, but then you got to become, I actually talked about this last week with one of the guys at the hockey. We'll throw to Adair in a minute. He just sold his house, and he didn't sell his house, sorry. He bought a new house, was lucky enough not to need the capital from his current house, so that's already quite a nice opportunity to be in. But then he and I were discussing the opportunity for him to rent out his current place and then grab the payments on that to pay for his new place, meanwhile still holding the investment of the current house. But then again, you got to talk about property taxes and all this kind of stuff.
There's a lot to go into.
So there's a lot to go into maintenance, and do you actually want to be sort of that super that having to go over there and fixing whatever happens? But there's management companies.
I will
that do
admit,
it.
when I had an opportunity when I sold our condo before we bought our house to keep it, and actually there was a guy on my baseball team was like, if you decide to, and I know the guy, good job, solid job, whatever, bachelor, and I would have had him as a tenant. My wife and I discussed it. I don't want to say she talked me out of it, but I feel like I hadn't done enough work on the pros to have like a legitimate conversation when she was against it. And I look back and it was a horrible decision. If I had spent a little bit more time getting confident with, hey, we could do this, we'd have been better off for it. But it is what it is. And that's why you do the podcast, so that people can, maybe when they get that opportunity, you've done that legwork because you thought about it and you've had it in the back of your mind. But let's get over to Adara at the green screen.
Some interesting names here making some larger moves on the day. Some of these are going to be ones we have talked about. We're going to get a little bit more into the catalyst for some of these moves. That's going to include Micron here. This one, of course, very strong on the day. MU reporting earnings next Wednesday after the bell. Getting price target increases ahead of those earnings from both BofA Securities and Cantor Fitzgerald. This one's up over 60% on the year so far, so great look for MU. Tesla up next. Of course, we have talked about Tesla throughout the day, but this one very strong on the day, up more than 5%. Some traders circulating on X that the Tesla Model 3 long range is going to officially be qualifying for the entire federal EV credit in the US. It's going to be $7,500, so nice look for TSLA. On that excitement there to the upside. Last but not least here, we do have GE up more than 5%. Couple different things to note here. Major catalyst is that this one has some speculation that Business Daily's swing trader has purchased the stock. Also worth noting here, Wall Street Journal reporting that the GE CEO, Larry Culp, was approached to take over Boeing and then said that he did not want to take over Boeing. So interesting report here coming from Wall Street Journal. Apparently Boeing having some issues finding its CEO, but regardless, GE pretty strong here today. GE Aerospace up more than 5%. So interesting names making moves here, guys.
I like GE. I like GE Aerospace.
It's interesting they renamed that, right? It used to just be General Electric, and now GE Verona is
one of them, and then
the healthcare one.
The healthcare, the aerospace, all great. The only mistake I made was there was a moment where I was going to sell Boeing and put that into GE, which of course during the spinoff would have mean owning more GE Aerospace. Did not do it. I like Embraer. I'm waiting for that to pull back in as an alternative to Boeing, and they're a Brazilian company, and they're looking to get a slice of the pie. And I ask myself, like, how long can these issues go on with Boeing before, like, potentially you get somebody else that maybe steps into it? Embraer. I'm not in the stock, but I'm just looking for a good spot. I'm just kind of reading up on it because I think it's a decent shot play, and I'm not in it just yet. I did go back into Shopify here. The high is still the same triple top here at 66.80. We'll see if it breaks out that high. It's 336. I wanted to make sure we got you. There's nothing here on the early look imbalances, but SU 3.2 million to sell. Keep in mind, at the end of this week, you're going to see some big numbers on Friday, and you might, leading into the semi-annual rebalances, you might see some names going into it that every single day might show up a little bigger than normal and then are really big on Friday. So I'm anticipating you will see bigger imbalances pretty much every single day this week. Throw in the fact that you only have the 4 trading days this week going into an index rebalance. I can't think of a time. I actually don't remember if this was the case last year, but Juneteenth is a new holiday for the markets. So the notion of having one less trading day during a semi-annual rebalance and a triple witching is somewhat of a new thing. And there might be some opportunities at the close where there has to be more shares done days before going into it. So I'll be out of this if we make a fresh high in Shopify. Don't know if we're going to find another trade in that MBIO. I think you really just needed to be short this when it failed underneath the dollar. This could be a good one tomorrow. If it does another billion shares and takes out a buck, I mean, who knows with these things? It's just a day one play for now.
So I'm just refreshing my orders because I don't have, obviously I don't have Shopify now. I was looking to break, and I just want to make sure that I still have this trade on, or I don't, or whatever the story is. Yeah, I still like kind of a break of that top for Shopify here at 66.80. So I didn't get involved, but that kind of a top break might be something here for Shopify. So the TQs, we got some out there at 40 when it broke. Oh, here, sorry about that. I'm still on Shopify. Anyways, I still have that order in. I mean, if Shopify wants to go, but now it's 338. All right, you know what? I'm going to cancel that. I still feel like it could still go, but it doesn't matter what I think. I mean, the market is going to be its own thing. So we'll cancel it because we now have imbalances coming in 10 minutes. So that's going to affect the outcome here of the market, so of an individual stocks. So we will wait on that one. Auto cancel off. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we'll cancel that trade. If it happens, it happens. I won't be in it, so that will be that one. All right, the next little play here that I wanted to go over quickly was the TQs. We talked, well, GameStop is still moving around, so I actually don't mind that play for a minute there either. But TQs, we're in it again. It's at the 50-period moving average. There is a stop there, but it's a nice move back higher. So for right now, let's see if it can go. I want to be in it until we break this 30 level, so we'll give this a little bit more room. Again, with these imbalances coming through, I don't want to be too stubborn about it. We don't have NASDAQ names right now, so it's kind of just mixed. Suncor, I mean, we don't really care about that. Occidental,
I feel
maybe
like
we
Apple's
had Warren
gonna have an
Buffett buy a
imbalance.
little bit more.
That's
Nvidia's from the morning still, so there's no imbalance there. So we'll have to wait for it, but let's see if the TQs wants to sort of just cruise a little bit higher here.
I should. Like it's so weird. I was just talking about that Embraer. I could be talking myself into just picking up some of this. Like today, I should even be thinking about it. Well, I mean, when I first thought about this, I'm just waxing poetically out loud here. Like I said, if Shopify breaks that high, I got to jump out of it. I don't know if I'd reverse long this late because the imbalances are coming out. But when I first thought about this, was 10% lower. When it first bounced off the 50-period moving average, then it made fresh highs, and now it's bouncing again off the 50 there. So if you like something, I might just go ahead. And I'm probably like the whole idea is to be in this for a long time. ERJ. By the way, its primary listing is in Brazil. So like this is just it over on the New York. But primary listing is going to be in Brazil. Just double checking. Yeah, they don't report until August again. So you have plenty of time till their next report. And really, if you had just, hindsight's 2020, but all the whine, I call it whinging and whining because that's, I tell my daughter stop whinging and whining. All the whinging and whining over Boeing, if at any point on all those Boeing dips, when Boeing started to turn relatively weak, you pick this name up, it was on a weekly chart, like this is it late last year. And if you go to the beginning of this year, this is February, it's been an absolute rocket ship. Every time Boeing looks bad, this looks really good. So I'm likely to try to get into a starter position on it. Just double checking out what's going on here in Tesla. I guess as strong as Tesla is, it never really wanted that 190. The good news about that is you get 190 potentially tomorrow. So a double top here at 189 bucks. There was never a VWAP retracement trade to be had. Yeah, I think you could really be setting up for another leg here if Tesla just wants to break that 190 level. Good level there on the daily chart. I might just take some of this Shopify before we even get to the imbalances. Like I'm now sitting here, it's like, well, I could just get out flat. If it's not gonna move and it's not gonna give you the retracement, I might just get it out flat before it breaks this top as we're getting close to 350. Market is almost at those highs, but pulling back just a little bit here. And I would rather Shop be pulling back with it as we go to Adara.
It's Tesla on watch here, actually, TSLA. Elon Musk tweeting putting on X story, quote, working on the Tesla Master Plan 4, it will be epic. Several Tesla and stock accounts reposting this. So I guess Master Plan 3 came out next year. Apparently last year, Elon Musk apparently currently in the process of working on TSLA Master Plan 4. So keep an eye on this one, guys.
Thinking master
and
plan.
Optimus and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see. I have no idea what that plan was last year for me to comment on it for this year. So
My dad's all mad that he won't get to have a. He's like, oh, I don't know, I'm not going to see that robot. I'm like, you don't believe like Elon will get it ready for you in time? He's like, no. I'm like, no.
that's a negative attitude.
No, it's about he's not like the thing about it is my dad's an engineer, and so he likes Elon, but Elon is a very big set an aggressive target for something and then doesn't always necessarily meet them from a time basis. That was just him being skeptical. He always laughs about
No, I mean, he's being negative on his own health. Is what I'm saying.
No.
Your dad.
No. It was he wasn't going down that road. It was more along the lines of if Elon says something's coming in 2 years, he's like it's coming in 5 to 10.
Right, but doesn't your dad's going to
was
live
just
much longer than 5 to 10 years from
Oh,
now.
I'd like to hope he would, but he was more just joking about it. Because
Yeah,
my dad's the kind of person when something really, really cool comes, he wants to buy it right away.
Of course.
So I know him. Like Brendan wants that Optimus robot right away. I don't. I want other people to have it first. Then I can see how it is, chill out, go to their house. Do you like it or not? And then I'll decide whether I want it. But my pops is entirely the other way. He wants that cool gadget whenever he gets the chance. So we still have 5 or 6 minutes till the imbalances come out here. Apple's pulling back pretty decently, though. Like, this is almost in the V. You know what? If Apple does a dip into VWAP, if there's a buy and bounce, this should be a good bouncing spot for Apple here. If it comes out as a buy, you almost get like a free roll if it gets a little bit closer to 216.5. Like if it's a level you'd buy anyways, give it 25 cents worth of risk, tight stop. If it comes out of buy and bounce, just go into the long here on Apple. So I think this could be worth it. It'll be the one that I'm interested in. Apple. At least it's at a level where if it bounces, it's got plenty of room. B, it's a strong stock. C, it's had an imbalance of over 1 million shares, I think, every single day for the last couple of weeks. So there could be that catalyst at 350. And I just look for some kind of a mean reversion trade here. Got to get to VWAP first.
25.30. All right. 344, 25. Let's just put $1 on our name, okay? I mean, if this breaks back down below, let's just get out for GameStop. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen here into the close. And quite frankly, I only have 20% of the trade on for GameStop left, and we are bouncing off of $26. It's happening right now. So long story short, if we break below, it's bouncing its head off resistance. So if we break below support, let's just get out. And that support right here would be the 200 and the 50, which is right here at 25.50. We'll give it a little bit of love and hold on for a little bit more. But right now it is $1.50 in the money. GameStop, it's not going to be a top stock it will be actually. It'll be up there today for us, as we'll be positive on GameStop, as we've been now playing with house money and trading with house money for a very long time. That little dip by opportunity there when volume really started to pick up as the conference call was going on. So that gave us a lot of good opportunities to find levels with volume. So that was that. And there it is. We will slap the last little bit of a fail. And I should have just continued to think about going short on the futures instead of just trying to fight some longs. But again, all of this has been fine. Looking at the net, it looks like we will just in the last this break and then messing around right here. Looks like we'll give back maybe 10% sort of where we were once we had this bigger move to the long side where we punched along here. Every time you see purple, it's shorts. So we were shorting TQQs early, and all these green marks are below until eventually it broke higher. Then we went long, and then the red marks are me getting out of longs. And right now, I'm just, again, in maturation of trade, we don't need to just sit here and just keep going back and forth, even though I still would favor the long. It looks like the short's going to be right, and we talked about going short right about now if it breaks, but not enough time left, 3:46 to go, so we'll wait on that one. We just talked about GME. Nvidia's not doing anything, and then the king of the castle, Apple, right now has pulled off of a bunch of highs, that were right there. So again, looks to be a pretty easy short right there at 218, 219. But again, the market, I was looking long, and it's trying to fade out. So not a good combination to be long Apple, short the market, but it looks like right there, short Apple was right. It's more aggressively pulling back than the market is right now. So good little levels there. The all-time high for Apple, obviously, I think was made on Thursday, and that was 220.20. So we became within a whisper of that as well. Isn't that funny? 220.20. So some nice little numbers right there, as my daughter's hockey number is number 20.
Who's the famous 20? That's outside.
I don't know. She has it for outside of her. I don't know. But Sarah Nurse is 20. That's why she.
Oh well, you could have just said Sarah Nurse.
Yeah, she's not super famous, but she's famous.
Well, in Canada, she's is a huge star.
Yeah, huge star. Yeah, her brother Darnell, our cousin, is playing for the Oilers, who won 8-1
That's insane.
You want to talk about both. It's just
that's
so
insane.
funny how sports works because Boston just hands Dallas the win there so they could win at home. And then the same thing happened in Edmonton where Florida handed Edmonton the win so they could win at home.
You know, the league wants an extra game, a little more revenue out of it. Sometimes I feel the other thing that does happen, though, this is real. Like when a game like that gets out of hand a little bit, like your starters are going to rest knowing, hey, are we gonna risk this injury or go over the top when you're going home? It's better to be rested and just take care of business.
Right.
Like Dallas is good enough to not blow a gigantic lead when they're at home in a situation like that. But for someone who all playoffs long, like I think Boston was the best team in the East all year long. And then after watching some Dallas in the playoffs, I was like, ooh, let's think that Dallas is going to win it all. I really felt they had a chance the way they were coached. They did a fantastic coaching job. And they were just so prepared. But at the end of the day, Boston's probably going to take it no problem. Tatum's going to get his ring. And, good for them. Not that he's going to be the MVP. Brown's been sensational.
Yeah, it could be J. Rue Holiday.
That was the other one. A friend of ours is like, is J. Rue Holiday a Hall of Famer if he gets a ring? I'm like, slow your roll, man. I know that's great, but he's not a Hall of Famer. I said I would take some out flat if I got the opportunity on Shopify. It just came down and filled me at 57. My average price was 58. So I took some out. It's obviously just not doing much. We have 1 minute till the imbalances come out here. When they do, not expecting, but kind of looking to see if Apple's going to have a big one. It's at VWAP as we speak. So the play would be, if it comes out a buy, try to be fast enough. But, that's the play. Like, if you get it, you get it. And if the algos are faster than you, then so be it. But it's trying to bounce off of VWAP here as the imbalances are about to drop in less than 1 minute.
All right. Pretty good day here today. It'll be a good one for me. Little meh here in the afternoon. It looks like we were completely right, so we'll sort of slap a face slapper on that one because, initially when we started here, we were looking for the short retracement in the TQ. So those of you that took that side instead of the long was right. But again, this is the ability just to get out when you're wrong and see you later. Get out of that one. But I still think, again, heading into the close, great day for the NASDAQ, up 1.4%. Join me on the recap show. We'll have Michael Noss coming through just right after this. And then it'll be good, and then I'll try to hustle. We have practice at 6. I should be able to make it home for that. If not, we've got other coaches. Okay, here we go. Here comes the imbalances right now. So let's see what winds up happening. And again, look at the NASDAQ going back down to the downside as Nvidia does have a big sell imbalance on it. Let's just try to go Nvidia short right now then on that sell imbalance and see as it's coming back in. We'll take a 68 fill if we can get it. There it goes. So far, so good here. Nice little trade for us on Nvidia. Face slap that one out. Could still go against us, man, once this pairs off. But big imbalance. We just took advantage of it right there. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. We see that imbalance. We punch short, and the rest is history right there. 20 cents in the money now on that Nvidia. Could still blow up, but that's how you trade the imbalances.
Yeah, and I'll take advantage of the fact that this all came out to sell. I'm just going to get out of Shopify as it just got into support levels. But it was $5 million to sell on Nvidia, $1.3 million to sell on Apple. I was only punching Apple long if it was a buy imbalance, by the way. That should be obvious. I saw Amazon a second ago. It was 700,000 or 800,000 to sell. I don't see it anymore. Down to 670,000, already starting to pair off. The big one, obviously, it's just an Nvidia and Apple story here, the two big ones to the sell side. I just punched out of Shopify, got that same support level, got put in there. So $5 million to the sell side. Remember we talked about there's only one way to weight a stock, to re-weight a stock that's gone up as much as Nvidia. You're not adding to the weighting on Friday. It's going to be weighted down a little bit here. At 355, expect that to pair off here on Nvidia. I would have played off 132, but I don't think you're going to get a chance here. At 355, if it does pair off, you might see a little bit of a bounce, but it's been trend down before. I'm probably just going to take a shot in front of 132 if it gives that even trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's in front of 132 now. We're short right now, 131.83. We just took out about 60% of it in the 60s right there. We're just going to hold it for a 132 break. If it breaks higher, it breaks higher. That'll be all good. I'm completely fine with this. I mean, I don't even know where GameStop was on this board. Actually, I have to cancel my bids now. It doesn't look like that will be coming through. Just quickly to look at the imbalances one more time to see if there was anything on GameStop. So no, but we are already capturing $1. So if this breaks too much more, my stop is right here at 29. So you'll see a market order come through, and we'll get stopped out there on GameStop. But stop out is a very fun word to say because we are by far not getting stopped out, as GameStop right now is $1 in the money and it's stopping us out of this trade, but it's a profitable trade and you got to take profit where profit lies. We talk about that, and if it's going to hit, then it's going to hit. Man, were we right on this one, so we'll props it up for it, but we're only right in words, not in actions, because we tried to defend the long, but there was the break. Should have stuck with that. So far, so good on there, but yeah, not really traded. Not traded to perfection. We knew that we had the 50 period there, was hovering. Once we broke higher, we took the long break instead of the short break. So looks like the short one would have just been a little more money. But, you know, I mean, we're in this game to make money. So that's why I feel like that was a missed opportunity. Let me bid 131.50 here on AMD on Nvidia, because why the hell not? There's another 30 cents as the cash register remains open into the closing of the day. So cash register open, we're hitting it, and the funds are just pouring through. So that's a good one there on Nvidia. And again, just due to the imbalances, got to be quick on the keys. And we saw it. It was 5 million. I just went over to Nvidia, bang, short, price irrelevant. And yeah, pay dirt right there on Nvidia, just adding to what we were already up on the day for Nvidia.
Yeah, for me, the price is always going to matter in a situation like that, as long as there's a level. I mean, VWAP was right there as well. But Apple just doubled the imbalance a second ago. So now 2.8 million to the sell side on Apple. Much like everything else, you're going to get a lot of sell imbalances, it seems like, this week. Amazon was 600,000. It's up to 900,000. So that SPY 1.7 billion to the sell side. That's when these came out. And the NASDAQ was 868 million to the sell side. Nvidia has grown since then. Apple has doubled since then. Amazon's gotten bigger since then. So whatever the imbalance is, it's bigger than it was before going into this close. So if you're hanging on to those shorts, certainly they're all growing into the upside. Speaking of Apple, this is why you can have a plan of action, but you participate, don't anticipate. If it came out of buy and balance, I was looking for the bid off of VWAP there, but it didn't come out of buy, so we didn't buy it. Now you're absolutely flushing to the downside, as it's still a strong day overall, but when Apple does that, you know, the NASDAQ's starting to give a little bit up. Still up 1.3%, but really starting to give it back in here as everything is coming back in. Apple's move is like $3 off that bottom. Nvidia trying to pair off. 355, you're probably going to see this pair, so I'm going to be ready if it does pair off just to quickly punch out. Yeah, there's 74s. I'm taking that. So it just went from 6.5 to 2.4. When that happens, I'm anticipating it probably goes all the way down to zero pretty quickly. That's what the imbalances are there for. They're so people can kind of offset it and not have too much crazy price action at the close. So if there's some big sellers, you can go in there and take the other side of the trade. So I'll jump out. I did see Apple. That also looks like it paired off. It was a couple of million shares to the sell side. I don't see it anymore. So Apple, 500,000, it paired off 2.2 million of it. Amazon stuck around a little bit, but you're getting a bit of a pair event here at the end of the day. With only 4 minutes to go, the market's starting to really give it back, unfortunately. And it's not just those names. I know we talk about the names that had the big imbalances, but dragged down with it. Google pulls right back to a key level here at 177 at the end of the day on those sell imbalances. Not specifically Google with a sell imbalance. Microsoft pulls back into support. So a bunch of these big cap names, whether they're on the locator or not, are heading back into said downside. Tesla, Tesla's a little bit special today. So it's dipped, but Tesla stronger relative to these other big cap tech names, which makes some sense. It's been under a lot more pressure. Icky, 22 MB. I don't want us to have another flash crash. Market needs a flash crash. I'm going to go, as somebody who was there when the flash crash happened, I was sitting at my trading screen and thankfully did not get rinsed. Yeah, you don't want a flash crash again. When that flash crash happened, it was if you weren't sitting there watching stocks, it was one of the more ridiculous.
Crashy.
Yeah, it was one of the more ridiculous things out there, and every ounce of you was like, "Oh my goodness, something like you thought something really bad had to be happening to explain the price action. And I remember thinking, did a bomb go off or something? Something horrible seemed like it had to be going on. You don't want that. You just want regular price action. You want regular trading. Down moves are good. Flash crash like the one that we had years ago. Yeah, that's not something you want again.
And no, you definitely don't want any of that. We just set up for the afternoon show, so get ready for that as we'll slap out another winner right here. As there goes Nvidia, and like we said, man, we were taking that as soon as we saw the imbalance, and it was a good trade, it looks like. Anyways, as there it goes right now. Can we put $1 back on our name here to end the day? We will finish. All I have to do is push bid enter, and we will be at the high of the day. It'll be another day here where we've been, again, just extremely sort of feeling, again, just lucky to be here. Thank you for watching us. And I mean, I just hope that all these trades today, we're able to be profitable for you, and no matter what your style is and no matter who you trade with or anything like that, I hope it was all good. Look at that TQQ short. Wow. All right, I'm just going to put a bid out. I got to get over to the desk here, and we'll watch out for Lennar and Lazy Boy and a bunch of other stuff like that as we go. 131.06. Let's just put that rate in here right now, ahead of 131. I mean, the trade speaks for itself right here. It's Nvidia. We will have a negative. I mean, we talked about Tesla and how we traded that there today. We may or may not talk more about that on the recap show where we have Michael Noss, and we'll talk some more ideas about that. I'm going to talk to him about the crypto chart and how that looks now, if he still likes it and what that looks like there. But there's Tesla, nice top at 189er. So yeah, that's it for me. We will have Adara ringing the bell in just a couple minutes, and I'll see you on the other side right now. And
special guest Michael Noss
yes,
today,
special guest Michael Noss
with Adara,
followed by not too many earnings.
That doesn't matter. That just means that there's great trades to go over. You had the big imbalances going into this week, which we can expect to see more. Like if Nvidia comes out 5 million today, what's it going to come out tomorrow? What's it going to come out on Thursday? What's it going to come out on Friday? Yeah. All those opportunities. So with less than 1 minute to go, there was a quick question someone asked me, like, what was my trading like on that flash crash? Essentially, I almost traded nothing. Like the best plays were to take really big shots long on the things that got destroyed the most, which incidentally wasn't where my head was at. I took a couple of longs, but on things that hadn't really moved down as much and were a little bit safer. Like things that moved that I felt shouldn't have, that were very stable kind of stocks. When they caught a bid, I went into those because ultimately didn't know what was going on at that time. And when you don't know what's going on sometimes, and things were crazy. Central went to 0. It was insane. But let's get the bell going. We've got Adara to start this holiday shortened week off. Let's ring it in 3, 2, and 1. And there it is. We've got day 1 of 4 this week in the books. Remember, it is Juneteenth, so you are going to have a holiday shortened week. End of the week, we have triple witching. We have S&P rebalancing. We're going to have CrowdStrike, KKR, and why am I always? It's GoDaddy going into the S&P 500. I always forget GoDaddy. It's not that they don't matter, but the other two probably going to be a little bit bigger. Big moves today. The NASDAQ ending up at 1.25%. The ES just shy of 1%. Tesla, one of the big winners, almost 5%. Oh, sorry, just over 5% to the upside, reversing a huge trend that had last week, where it was, ended the week as one of the weakest names out of the big cap tech, and then Tesla doing a great job the rest of this day. Should have been in the longs. We learned a lot about Tesla today. It was a lesson of the day for me because we knew we should have been with the trend, and all we could do was get out of the wave, and that's the best sometimes you can do. Big shout out to Ramin on the ones and twos by herself today. You couldn't even tell, but Ramin on the ones and twos by herself, doing a fantastic job as always. Want to shout out to Adara and Sharif on the midday, and doing a great job giving you that lesson every single day, a new lesson, which is fantastic. And shout out to Obi for stepping in for Sean. Sean being back on the desk means you know exactly where you're headed and what is going to be up today. We've got Michael Noss, a special guest. You've got light on earnings, but lots of fantastic trades to review. That much is sure. So let's start the week on right. You've got the market recap show about nowish.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, thank you, Neil, for that. And we're back over here on the Market Recap Show. It's a nice Monday. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? you?
Good day. I mean, when the markets rally the way they did, and then we had some of the trades that we had, I mean, it's nothing but love for the tech sector here today.
Oh, yeah.
What was your best stock today?
My best stock, like P&L wise, was Tesla, but it's a little bit unfortunate. I did give up some of the gains on it. Nvidia was the stock I felt the best about. I didn't necessarily play the most to the best of my ability, but I had the levels right every single time on Nvidia, and I was actually able to make up like more than half the losses I had a little bit earlier on it. So please just punch slightly down on the day, but ready to go tomorrow.
I mean, yet another new all-time high today. I mean, we started to go upside there. I don't even know if my Stream Deck is loaded, so I'll put that up right now. But hey, welcome to the whoopsies. Oh no, Stream Deck definitely screwed this up. Oh no, I don't have the right thing on now. Hold on a second. Just give me a second. Give me. Never gets. There we go. All right, now we're back. All right, quickly. USO today, nice move upside. Let's go over some of the different names here that rallied today. I mean, we just talked about the NASDAQ. Do I have a daily chart on here? 1, 2, 3, sold. All right, let's go over right now to the QQQs and check out what the NASDAQ did. I mean, come on. This just looks genius one more time again here today. 488. I cannot believe that we're going to be talking about the NASDAQ over 20,000, which it hit today and closes well above that. Yeah, make sure you check out that Freeman Wealth podcast there, of course. But as the Qs, like $500 on the Qs for those of you that have been trading that. Wow. And we had Danielle Shea on, and it was just like, what's stopping this freight train from the upside? I don't think anything. We have earnings coming, and it was shocking to me. Month today is Tesla. 5 weeks today is Google, 5 weeks today is Meta, and it just keeps on coming through. I mean, Adara, you know this because you're here now. How fast does time fly when you're trading? It's like all of a sudden we're right back to earnings season again.
Literally, yeah. I was getting ready for the week ahead for next week, and Levi is reporting.
Yeah, and you remember that?
Yeah. I remember when you were messaging me like a while ago, like, oh, what are the Levi earnings going to be? That feels like it was ages ago, and yet apparently it was not. Now we have a whole new thing happening here.
Good. Yeah. We definitely like that. And today, it's funny because USO with a nice upside move, and we talked about oil, right? We talked about oil coming in, hitting the $70 bottom, and then a nice move right back up to the upside, $78. So USO, good name there, good move today, as opposed to UNG. UNG ran into the 200 period. It already had its run, so a nice pullback. But here right now in lovely Ontario, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. There's an Ontario in California. Did you know that?
I did actually know that.
Yeah.
There's also like a Miami in, I think it's Ohio.
Miami of Ohio, yes.
Yeah, there's different.
I know that from college sports.
Oh, okay,
so, that's how I know that one. But good one there. Okay, yeah, and I was just going to say, 40 degrees here, trying to be that later on today and into the week, and that's 105 Fahrenheit. So when I look down here and I see UNG, it's like, man, get this figured out where we can use better energy source for power, right? Like Air Canada, air conditioners and whatnot getting turned on, and Air Canada, nice flat. We can look up Air Canada AC in Toronto market.
Why not?
But anyways, talk about AC. Air conditioning is what everybody's thinking about right now. And if your air conditioning is broken, that's an expensive time to call someone, as they're going to be on call all over the Northeast. I mean, I saw yesterday there in Torrey Pines. Obviously, you were watching the U.S. Open.
No.
Yeah, I knew that. Anyways, yes, shout out to Bryson DeChambeau, and he took that win out there yesterday, his second U.S. Open win, and I'm kind of liking that guy a little bit more now. He plays to the crowd. I like Bryson DeChambeau. He left. He took the Saudi money and went to live for $150, $200 million, but all of the majors are not PGA sanctioned events.
I did hear that.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can come back and play those events, and
that's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. And Scheffler didn't do too well, but Scheffler is the man. Anyways, we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. Not too many red things today. I mean, gold pulling back. Look, as the NASDAQ continues to make new highs every day in the S&P 500, what is the point of sitting in gold? I might just straight up ask Michael Noss that question right now. Gold had a monster move up. This move is not normal for gold when you're moving, and we all know this, right? 187 up to 220 in a matter of 2 months. That's gold has underperformed inflation over the last 70 years, or it's like kind of just towing the line there. So maybe if you don't believe in the world currency or US dollar, or what is the world currency, I guess maybe that is gold, then flight to safety could be for gold, but right now the flight to safety appears to be the NASDAQ as money just keeps getting pouring into some of those names. I thought KRE would be under a problem for a minute. What did KRE do today? Oh, up 1.69%. Okay, so as some commercial real estate continues to be a problem, a lot of regional banks will flock into commercial real estate because it's a good opportunity for them to get sort of that VIG on that. But at the end of the day, KRE trying to hold near these bottoms, $45. Bears vs. Bulls has let me know that there are some issues with the chat. I was going to say put some questions for Michael in there if you did have any on it. And I know I can see Michael right now is in the green room. I am going to ask you, Michael, about gold and what you think about maybe this recent pullback. So if you did have any thoughts on that or wanted to put a chart, no, I got that's fine. Get a chart together for that. You know how long it takes Michael to put a chart together? I mean, he even said to us today on the early show, he said, "Oh yeah, what self-respecting chart nerd?" And this is from his words. I'm not, would not look at 200 charts over a weekend or something like that.
Yeah, why not?
So so I figure he probably already looked at gold, and I'd almost bet everything that he has. And so we'll talk to him about that and why I said that about the chat. If there were any questions that you did have, try to get them in there if I see something that potentially is interesting enough to cover, and I get to it, we'll do that. But you and I have some ideas for Michael to come through anyways. So, all right, let's just look right now quickly at some stocks before we call on Michael. I don't want to keep him waiting for too long, but get my mug out of here and let's just show this screen quickly here. Yeah, thank you, Ramin, for that one. Today we had Apple up 2% as the market yet again reached for all-time highs, both in the S&P 500 Semiconductor Index and with the NASDAQ today. Okay, perfect. We had increases with Taiwan Semi. Where's Taiwan Semi? Where is it? I don't see it on here. Okay, it's fine. It's probably in here somewhere. Anyways, down here. There's Broadcom right there. And Micron was the big story today. Up 5% for Micron, 4.5% today coming through, helping lift all the names there. ARM, Nvidia continues to go. Nvidia, though, down today. We saw a down day also for AMD. Fed's Harker said that he could envision one more rate cut this year. One more rate cut. Does that mean two? Because I think we're already expecting one.
I think I might have meant to say one, not more. That might be a typo in my.
That's fine. That's all good. No doubt about that. We're all good. The tech sector continues though to outperform its peers, and that's all that really matters. And we did have monster days coming through today with the likes of Apple. And I mean, this could be something that we talked to Michael about. But Apple really, I feel like the story. I don't want to say it's overplayed, but you're going to have basically two opinions here. Either you believe the cycle, what do they call it? The
super cycle?
Super cycle, yeah, sort of exactly, super cycle for iPhones, but just sort of the renewing your coverage, getting that new phone, and sort of now it's time for that to happen. And if you believe that, then you have to get that 15 Pro to get the Apple Intelligence. You're going to want to get the 16 as well, because why the heck not? At that point, pay an extra $400, whatever, get the new one, and don't worry about it. The good thing about Apple phones, and Ramin told us a story about this too, they actually, if you do it properly, there's a pretty good secondary market for them. Apple will actually even buy back your phones.
Really?
Yeah, so if you have, like, I think mine is just a 12 Pro, and I still think I can get like $300 for it. So you can actually buy, well, it's because then you're buying straight from Apple.
Oh, that's fair, yeah.
Right? So you don't have to go to Best Buy and buy the phone, buy it straight from Apple, and they'll give you a little bit of money back. But I already have 2 kids.
Yeah.
And guess what they break a lot?
Phones?
Yeah, phones.
I know iPads too. Remember
Screens,
once there was
phones.
iPad, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Are you doing like the gun pointing to
No,
me there? What
I
was
wasn't
that? What was up
trying
with
to.
that?
Sorry, I was
No, it's all
moving my
good. I
hand.
like that. I like it. I like it.
Like, Sean's like, put the gun to my face.
I feel like that with my kids. It's like, replace my screen or else. I got a really good place down the road, and
Really?
Yeah, I was gonna share it with Ramin, and for you too.
Okay.
It was like $70. The guy
you
puts on his
serious?
screen. Why are you getting so excited?
I
What? I thought you got a new iPhone. What was up with that? No or yes?
Okay, Ramin wants to help
Do you
me.
know how easy it is to do this? Do you want my 9-year-old to help you? You plug. No, I'm not trying to throw shade. Just try to do it.
I've been trying. It's
you've
been
been
very
trying.
difficult.
Oh,
I have
okay.
been trying. It's been
I
very
thought you were
difficult.
nervous to do it.
No. I have
Oh,
made
okay.
attempts, and at a certain point, I was like, Adara, the amount of time you're wasting trying
Right.
to do this
Right.
is not productive. But yeah, we'll try to do it tonight. If not, I'll bring it in tomorrow because it needs to be done. And Wi-Fi does not recognize my iPhone 8
right.
anymore. So good times.
Okay, well, that's not really good times, but seems like pretty
be
decent times.
sarcastic.
I just saw in the chat there someone mentioned Google. This was a name today, up a quarter of a point. Look, I think Google right now, and Oh man, I'm like burying the lead here. I could ask Michael about this too. What am I even doing? But no, talk about consolidation right now here in Google. I mean, it really looks like it's about to do something. You didn't really have a retest of the 50-period moving average. I mean, it tried to come in right there to 151. It was about $5 away from it. Again, maybe tried to come in here. That gap was not filled. It was actually supported right here, this gap at 163. So honestly, I mean, if there was a name that is like trying to get through all-time highs, I would say it's going to be Alphabet right now because Apple's just cruising, consolidation. Apple had consolidation and broke through it, but that was like a 2-year period. Amazon could be something as well, just trying to hover around here. Amazon, to me though, Adara, and for everybody watching, Amazon's a little bit different because the retail environment is one where, because there's so many reports that are released all the time, you're going to get different, the inflation report and what's going on with credit cards and consumer credit, and then various retail numbers. I see you looking at my shirt. Do you like my shirt?
Yeah, no, I wasn't. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to like process what you're saying. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Sorry.
I took the opportunity to ask you about my shirt.
I did like the shirt. I complimented the shirt this
Okay,
morning.
good. I'm just playing around with you.
Okay.
But I just feel that retail, again, you can look at a tale of many stories because Walmart's going higher, Target's going lower, and Amazon, although obviously a big retail name, they have AWS. So that's such a huge part for them. And then isn't Amazon getting into some electric vehicles or something like that?
They have the Zoox. The Zoox. The ZOOX, the Zoox, which we've heard a couple Zoox-related stories as of late. We'll have to see how Zoox goes. We know that Google's Waymo. GM tried to have its self-driving vehicle thing cruise, which did not cruise. It did whatever the opposite of cruising is. So we'll have to see what Zoox is an interesting direction for Amazon for sure.
Ramin, I did retweet the post right here because she is right. It is never too late to join us here on the Market Recap Show. So again, I noticed that we don't really have any graphics attached with this, Ramin, but she's doing a very, very busy time. There's Michael Noss. And just as a preview, Michael's been a friend of the show basically from the beginning. Look what I'm noticing here, Mr. Noss. We are getting close to a milestone over here on X with 10,000. So if we don't get 10,000 followers for Michael Noss right now, I'm ending the damn stream. If you're not following it, go over there, hit the like to this, subscribe, get going, but subscribe to Mr. Michael Noss. I'm not going to show you his Twitter feed. He can do that, but I bet you we get to 10,000 almost immediately after that request. So guys, please try to do that. This guy, super smart and very, very attentive to your needs, especially if you are, I don't think it matters, but if you're on the Trade Ideas platform, he can help you with some of these scans and screens. And in fact, built this layout for us to show all of the different sectors that are coming in and going out, right? So uranium's actually an interesting one now that I look at this, and Michael's in 1 minute, so stay tuned for that. You can finish my blabbering, and then we'll go over to Michael. But uranium is an interesting one here at the 200-period moving average as well. If you were thinking about an extra energy source or an alternative energy source. Neil looked at this up here as we were trying to break out. It looks like you do get, this is not a doji star because it looks like it's back-to-back doji stars right here, but it poked its head over and then just came right back in and we got back-to-back levels there. I think that short is pretty legit. But someone that's going to help me with this one right now, it's going to be Michael and it's Trader Talk, so let's go. Hey, Michael, I saw you there in the green room, and I was going over a bunch of names, so we're not going to cover all of those, but how was your day today? And it's been about 8 hours since I've last seen you.
So far, so good. Everything was working well. I came in a little bit kind of worried about the market, especially when it came to small caps and things like that, but we had a good day for small caps, and my Crocs is moving higher, so I'm a happy camper.
Oh, man, and I was at a baseball tournament all weekend, and you know what? I packed 2 pair of shoes. My baseball cleats to wear on the field, blah, 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 and my Crocs. And I went to Boston Pizza in my Crocs. Because while you're running around all day, something comfortable. I like to call on Crocs there for sure. So a little macro to go with your technical there. We definitely like some Crocs. Do you own Crocs? Pair of Crocs?
Not myself, but I actually started looking at the stock because my daycare said you got to buy a bunch for the kids. They're easy to put on and take off. So, I brought up the chart then and liked what I saw.
Can we go over uranium real quick? Because I know this is a name that you and I have covered a couple times. I'll give you a second to call the chart up. And I just was talking about it here on the show. And I mean, it's a pretty simple trade to me. You're coming into support. And we talked about crypto looking great. We talked about a few other names looking great. You nailed that, Crocs. You've done some amazing calls. And I just don't know if this one's set up to do amazing things here. But it is coming in a little bit. For those of us that are looking for alternative energy, uranium may be a thing, may not. We obviously have the story with China. So let's wait to see. But 28.50, you have support from April. It looks like maybe late April. And then we did get down here before bouncing off of that. And then I don't know what this is called up here, but you get kind of a break of new highs there. And then a wick top. And then that did not beat it. And then we started to close underneath. But is there such a thing as a double doji or what? Because that to me looks like something up there, Michael.
Yeah, I think you nailed it where that 28.5, 29 area, I've got my chart kind of marked up here. That's, to me, it's where it has to hold. I'm looking a little longer term, and this is just this rounded bottom is the reason I've been talking about uranium for a long time. We had these equal highs going back to April 22 and then also September 23. So we had two equal highs there. We broke out of that. We got to kind of hold this zone and dig in and start to push higher before I'm interested. But from a longer term point of view, I actually still love the look of uranium. If we go way out, you can see it spent a lot of time just in this kind of accumulation phase where it was boring, nothing was happening, no one cares. This is 2015 as far back as we're going. And we broke out of that in 2021. So we have a lot of room to get back up. I think all of this was the whole Fukushima uranium crash back in the day.
Right.
A lot of room to retake if uranium could get going. And I like it, again, as an alternative energy source. The more, problems happen in the world that make oil a little bit riskier, then I think uranium is a good way to go.
Yeah, I mean, I like uranium as well. I feel like some of these oil plays I just feel like it's not the thing. I don't know. We're trying to look for the next thing. And I feel like with that little smiley face, I really like the longer term look on uranium. So I feel like that's a good one. You told me to download our Epic Pen. I did that. Now I can't get it to load. It's not your fault. But I was going to draw a little bit. Come over here to the Palantir. If I could draw like a little bit of a loopy here, I feel like we got a nice smiley face right here with the bottom of the chin or the bottom of the lips there being $20. And it looks like Palantir right here. Little, rock the baby in this cradle. I like Palantir right here. It's a big name for a lot of traders because it's only a $25 name, and we've come from a nice base down here. I don't know. This is looking pretty decent to me. Again, with that little base, we based out down here at 12 or 13, and now it looks like we did it again at $20. To you, does Palantir look like something? And then if we can have a breakout trade, like if I'm going long tomorrow, maybe $25 calls, something like that, that looks pretty good for a little bit of a long-term hold up to 27. Anything maybe weary here with Palantir, or are we looking like a clean break potentially over this $27 level?
No, that looks good to me, and I actually marked it up. We have the whole smiley face tool as a drawing tool in Trade Ideas.
What?
Okay. So you can actually just grab that from the side panel. I made them put that in. I said you can't have a charting platform without being able to draw a smiley face.
Right, you're right about that.
This one looks great. Nice breakout today, above this downtrend line and a solid close. The only thing that I would worry about is if we look way left on the chart from, this 26 area, which is the high back here, up until 30, we've got a fair amount of old price action. That could be some overhead supply, so I would watch that. But if we get through that, we get through 29 to 30 bucks, then this thing looks all clear to 45, which would be an amazing percentage gain.
I know, wouldn't it? Yeah, there it is right there. There's the smiley face tool right here on the side. So you got some editing tools right there for that. So good. I'm glad there about Palantir. We had Daniel Shea on earlier today as well, Michael. And I mean, it's like, wow, I can't believe we are just 4 weeks away from Tesla earnings. Like, it's just like everything just keeps going and going. And I know as a relatively new father, and again, congratulations to that. I mean, time must just be flying in the Nas household.
Absolutely.
Good, man. Good, man.
Yeah, it feels like, I think she's 2 months old now, and it feels like it was yesterday. So
really, 2 months. Me too. Yeah, even on our desk it does there as well. All right, I'm just going to ask you about this quickly because I feel like when those of us trading Bitcoin, we're looking again. for longer term trades, in my opinion anyways, especially when we're bouncing around these highs. I have the full chart here up of Bitcoin, and feel free to use IBIT or whatever you want to talk about as well, MSTR. But if we come over here, Ramin, just real quick, this again is a weekly chart for Bitcoin. And the reason why I pull this up is sometimes when you're looking at daily charts, be like, oh my God, it went to 64. What am I supposed to do? Now it's back to 67. But I think when we sort of zoom out a little bit and just have a look at the weekly, we're still holding pretty good. And I'm not sure there's any reason to panic until we get below 60,000 or so. I know you really like the look of this chart. Where are you right now? Is there maybe a change of heart on all this? For me, no at all. I mean, I still like Bitcoin. I still like that people are talking about it. But maybe a stock like IBIT, back to the 50-period moving average. Again, I feel like longer time frames need to be looked at if you're looking for crypto. But any ideas on any of these names?
Yeah, crypto is an incredibly volatile asset. So I think you're definitely doing yourself a disservice if you're using tight stops and you're trying to really time entries and you're watching from, even intraday or even a short-term daily chart. But the sell-off that we had the last few days in Bitcoin was just met with buyers right away, which I absolutely love. I actually have up here on the screen, I have the Ethereum Trust, the ETHE. And what's very interesting, and this actually lines up with both the Bitcoin chart and the Ethereum chart of the actual currency, is if you anchor a VWAP from the depths of 2024, we came right back to that on the weekend, which you don't see on this chart, and then also today, and we tapped that perfectly and then bounced from there. So it still feels like there is some accumulation going on. MSTR, this is what I've been talking about for a long time. This chart is still intact, right? We're looking at a little bit of a cup and a potential handle here. As long as this handle remains intact, I'm not too concerned that it's a bit of a downtrend because that's generally what bull flags do. So if we can get above this, I still like it. I'm actually going to express this again with Coinbase. I've been in and out of this a few times, but if you anchor a VWAP from this high right here, which is a major high back in March, you see we touched that to the tick this morning. Yep. And then another VWAP from the major low, which lines up with that low that we had in Ethereum and Bitcoin. We touched it to the tick today. So I actually did a video right before this show about how if we can get over 250 or so on Coinbase, I think I'm going to express it there because whether it's Ethereum that does well or Bitcoin that does well, I think Coinbase is going to be the one to take. And I know right where I'm wrong, and that's, a close under today's low.
Oh, hi. Sorry. Hi, Michael. Hope you've had a good day so far. Thanks for coming on with us. Is there anything, I know you were involved in Crocs here. I know you've been looking at these Bitcoin related names. Is there anything else new that you're looking at or into or deciding on whether or not to get into right now that you want to tell anyone about here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the retail sector is actually really, really interesting. So if we go to XRT, what's important to note is that even though XRT as a chart doesn't look the best, this has GameStop in it. And GameStop, right, over the last handful of days is falling apart, and it didn't do very well today either. But we still had a really good up candle. So when you have one stock that's weighing it down and it still does well, then that's what I want to look at. So we talked this morning a little bit about Best Buy and the big gap up we had here. It pulled back in, but was able to find strength. If you look at BJ Wholesales, that had a nice little breakout today. BURL, which is Burlington Coat Factory, that seems to be holding its gap very well. This isn't a super exciting sector. It's not going to be something that triples or quadruples like an Nvidia or anything like that. But retail seems very, very interesting to me. And as a whole, I'm not a macroeconomist, but as a whole, check on the health of the sector and consumers. If you have things like Crocs and Burlington and BJ Wholesales and Best Buy all breaking out and doing well, to me that has got to tell us that the economy is at least okay. So yeah, the retail sector is something I'm really interested in.
Yeah, we did talk a little bit about Amazon and whatnot with the retail sector for sure. So good little look there. And I actually just used Perplexity to look it up right now. It's about 1 to 2% based on they never know the percentage that GameStop is because of how much it moves, I guess, every single day. So yeah, between 1 to 2% there. So that's a good look. I mean, a lot of us sort of forget about that. Another way to play it if you wanted a little bit of exposure. All right, it's 4:26. I don't want to keep you too long, but I do want to ask you about one more name because we did have Danielle Shea on, and she expressed interest in Google because, again, with earnings, I'm just going to show off your platform right now, and this is part of the best. One of the best things, I think, anyways, just how easy it is to find some of the key information here. It's the details screen, and we can see right there, July 23rd. And again, use Trader TV 20 to go grab this platform. It's an absolutely fantastic one with all the news, different names associated with it, summaries and whatnot. But Google right here, again, I love the space. I mean, I think that's been pretty obvious with AI coming through. I still think they're one of the champions of AI, and I don't have to think that. We know that. So what is Google looking like here? I feel like it's a great swing trade. And let's just say I was going to go long now, Michael. Where would a reasonable stop be, in your opinion, if I had a target here of maybe $200 because we're at 180? Do we just go 1-to-1 there, or is 160 maybe a little long? And the reason why I say 160, if my target's 200, 160 there would be 1-to-1, and that's a gap fill. So I always get nervous when gaps are filled because they're filled for a reason, things aren't working well. Maybe we get that on earnings. What's your sort of quick little opinion here on Google if I did have a target of 200?
Well, I've got the chart annotated right here. I think Google's going to move a lot with Nvidia and just the AI theme. You know, like you said, they're one of the leaders out there. They're trying to catch up. You got a pretty, textbook, bog standard ascending triangle. You had highs at 180, it fell off, highs at 180, fell off. So if I was trading this thing, I wouldn't want it to lose this upward trend line, which actually puts a stop at like 175. So it all depends on your hold time. That might be a little bit tight if you're trying to hold into earnings. At the very worst, if you do the anchored view app from around the gap, it's around 172, give or take. So if your target's 200, then that I think gives you a little bit more than a 1-to-1 risk reward. I'm not a big fan of 1-to-1 risk rewards on swings because I look at it as my edge as a swing trader is I can hold for incredibly long periods of time. So like I bought, for example, some of that BJ that we mentioned today, BJ wholesales on a breakout. And, my stop is at the low of the day, which is just 2 or 3 points away. And I'm looking to see if I can make 10 points on this or 3-to-1 just we're in all-time highs. So I would take a look at both the same in Google and either use those anchored view apps or this downtrend line as you're out.
Well, that would be a perfect example there because you would get 3-to-1 there if you use 72 as your bottom. So give yourselves $6-7 to make 18 to the upside. So yeah, no, I agree with you there. And it was only more because that gap fill was down to 160. So that was kind of $20 either way. So if you want to do that as well. But hey, Michael, it's 4:29. I want to thank you so much for joining us today. I know everybody can find you all over the internet. What do we call those things these days? But anything you want to talk about? Some people on the chat, we've been having a problem with the chat. It's not working completely 100% yet, but someone mentioned that they saw your stream on Saturday. So is that something that you're doing every Saturday, or do you just kind of pop on whenever you see fit?
Yeah, every weekend you can go to, my YouTube or Twitter, just Google Michael Noss or Substack. Every week I do a detailed breakdown. I go over crypto, Forex. Like I mentioned, I go through a couple hundred charts, so I kind of just share my findings in detail there. They're fairly long videos, so grab a coffee. They could be up to 20 minutes or so, just breaking down the market. So if you want to check those out, I do those. I do those every week, either Friday or Saturday.
Great, thank you, Mr. Michael Noss. Again, a big, huge friend of the show, and I want to make sure that everybody goes over to Trade Ideas and uses Trader TV 20. So again, thank you, Michael. What's the weather like over there? We're getting this crazy, crazy heat sort of spell happening through us right now, heat wave.
It's supposed to start soon. It's like 25 degrees as a high, but yeah, I think we're getting your heat wave in a couple days.
Yeah,
so I wish you kept it over there, but it is what it is. Better than snow, anyway.
Let's push it over. Yeah, I guess you're right about that one. Okay, Michael, thank you so much. And that's Trader Talk. Thank you, Michael. Have a great rest of your week.
Talk.
Oh, yeah, we heard him say bye. Okay, there it is. Look, I don't have, we're not going to do the roll call. Unfortunately, the chat's just not the greatest right there. So we're not going to do the roll call. Psych, of course we're doing the roll call.
Oh, I thought you were being serious.
Come on, Adara Ramin, come on.
I'm not good at sarcasm, Sean.
Nah, I was just gonna say honestly, we just want to show up because to let everybody know that we are obviously having problems here. So Chef Joe got in here somehow. So did Uzi Game. So did Trader Buck. Forex AU, Sebastian, Coin Clockin. Thank you so much, Mike Breeze. NYC heat wave weather alert. Yeah, I think it's happening all over the Northeast. We talked about that a little bit there. Bears versus Bulls. Thank you so much. Got him. Yeah, you're right about that. Gotcha. Right there. Yo, what's up, Easy, and what's up, DJ Marshall, and everybody coming through right now. So again, look, I got to get out of here. Any plans for tonight?
I might have to do some errands. I will be trying not to fall asleep. Just my normal stuff. Maybe get some writing done. What about you?
Yeah, I'm heading right to the Diamond right after this, and we'll be out there till 8 o'clock, and then I'm going to go home. And the wife is planning some fish and chips, I believe, for dinner.
Ooh.
So yeah, the kids get the chips. I actually like salad. Like when I grew up, and it's probably being Italian, so we have, even in our backyard now, we have lettuce growing, romaine,
yeah,
a bunch of different, so we always just chop that lettuce and throw down a salad every day. The tomatoes aren't quite there yet. Our zucchini's acting a little, the cucumber's trying to go, so that's really nice, but right now the lettuce is popping, so we'll have some fresh salad to go
awesome.
with that. My kids say, is that salad green? Then no, I don't want it, but for now, so we have to go the French fries, but I got them waffle fries.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
fancy like.
I like that.
Oh, Ramin's loving
That's
the
actually
curly.
not a bad. That's not a bad.
Yeah. I started to like waffle fries because of I've only had them once at Chick-fil-A. You still never been to Chick-fil-A?
No, I'm
Why am I
going
rambling
tonight.
on? I said
I'll
I
go
wouldn't do this.
tonight.
Okay, we can do this forever and ever and ever. So, and I cannot today. Unfortunately, I cannot do this today, but I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. It's Trader TV Sean, it's Trader TV Adara. Go follow us all over socials. Thank you so much for watching, and a big thank you to our guest, Mr. Michael Noss. I have no idea what Lennar did, but you can go find it somewhere. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll talk about earnings tomorrow
Also,
morning.
Lennar beat, guys. Lennar beat. I put it in the chat.
They beat. Bye.
Bye.